ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀ kí n gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jó ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgétì ló bá ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ.
obodo jisi ike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your
na sanye ye wimo n'ụbọchị anyị ga-akpọtụ ihe dị egwu ga-eme. Ọkwitara kara m ịṅụrụ mmanya m ị ga-akwụrụ m ụgwọ ya bebi m. Anyandaba 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 asim anyandaba 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 wanam anyandaba 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 susu baby subramia suku sunu baby subramia suku sunu baby subramia suku sunu baby subramia.
Asekwa na ife ọja bụ anyị si akwụ na enyi ego bụ maka mbọsị ọzọ. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akwụ na mụta nwa akwụ na ka ọ ga-abụ.
Orin àyájọ́ ni wọ́n dìde wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wáyé dà ká ní kó bá mi wá.
And there it is. I don't know why this thing is high up, but it's been a moment. So I was going to stream yesterday, but two things happened. One, there was not sufficient enough topics to stream, so I couldn't really see how I could justify streaming. And then two, I just thought, let me just sleep. So sometimes you do need to sleep. So that's what I did. So good to see you. Good to be in your company, and always a delight to have you join. So good to be in your company. So the usual protocol. I just missed the day, and I'm already rusty as to the opening phase. Pardon me. The usual protocol: click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard. So we're always canvassing for new voices. So you'll be a new voice for the day. And by the way, I was on earlier on, but I wasn't really on because that was a Doopsy session. So I will implore you to go and watch it. It was excellent. So you know Doopsy now. She just ran the she just ran the session like a master class. It was a good flowing ebb and flow. She was accompanied by her crowd. Princess Rosie, Ajale Koko turned up. I didn't even know Ajale Koko had opinion on light-hearted matters. So go watch our Princess Doopsy back if you haven't done that. But please stay with this session to the end. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you onto the studio. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. And your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. That, as ever, always pinned on the comment section. Everybody has been ignoring it. Ignore it no more. So click on it, 3 easy steps, and empty the contents of your wallet in there. So empty the contents of your wallet in there. So we're actually, we're going to start off with this question. And it's quite simple and straightforward. The question is, where is Peter Obi? So that's the question. It wasn't a question that I thought we would ever have to ask, because Because there was yeah, I'm just looking at Abdul Mumin's comments. He always any and every time always against the grain, but there he is. We accommodate for all sorts. So yes, the question is, where is Peter Obi? And we never thought, I certainly never thought I would ever really have reasons to ask that question. And what I thought I would be saying is, enough, Peter Obi, go away. But what we're asking now is, where is Peter Obi? So you could never get Peter Obi off the headlines for the last 18 months thereabouts. And somebody sneezes in Maiduguri, Northwest. He tweets about it. Somebody burns Dodo in Ekitikupa, he tweets about it. You know, a little girl, a toddler, wets his or nappy in Umahia. He has an opinion on that. So now the most seminal moment in his career, because don't make no, have no equivocation, Thomas's language, have no equivocation. This phase that we're in now is the most important moment in Peter Obi's life. Do you understand? This phase that we're in now is the most important moment in Peter Obi's life. So now that phase has now come to a crescendo. He has left his adherents rudderless, you know, directionless, just latching around with like a snake that's had its head chopped off. So they don't know where they're going. They don't know what they're saying. They don't know what they're meant to be thinking. And what we get from Peter Obi is radio silence. So that's the question. Where is Peter Obi? Because there is nothing, because, you know, the tempo and the energy of that Supreme Court has passed. And the micro moment left after the judgment was passed was that moment that Atiku slotted into. And he very quickly came just immediately after the Supreme Court judgment to have a response. So he's had his response, and that response has been documented and discarded. But now we've now had 7-10 days since that Supreme Court judgment. And the response that you're hearing from Peter Obi with his adherents just running around in a circle and bouncing their heads again and banging their heads against the wall. So the simple question, where is Peter Obi? Where is Peter Obi? We've always said, I certainly have always said that Peter Obi lacks leadership qualities. And if you've ever disputed that, or if you've ever doubted that, or you've ever thought that I've always said that because I don't especially chime with him, so here you see demonstrably now an example. So this moment, because there's been several moments when leadership was needed within that space, and Obi has gone missing. But this now the crescendo of everything. But where is he? So that's the question. So this is a moment that leadership is needed to point direction to this now confused youth that he has wrapped their minds around fallacious nonsense. So he's now needed now to point direction, but where is he? So that is the abiding question. Where is P to B? So where is P to B? They tell you that it's in the UK. They tell you this, that, and the other. They tell you X, Y, Z, and ABC. But we're tracking Peter Obi. If anybody ever comes across Peter Obi anywhere in the world, could you please report to the nearest obedient office near you? Because I think they're all looking for him. But of course, you know what Peter Obi is like now. So where is Peter Obi? That's the abiding question. So where is Peter Obi? He's certainly active on Twitter, but not to matters germane. 3 killed after lightning struck 9 students playing football in Anambra. So this was the last sighting of Peter Obi. He ran commentaries on this. Let's see if I can find his name. I'll read this out. If I can't find it, then yes. So yes. So let me just this has been the last sighting of Peter Obi, by the way. So this now more important than the Supreme Court judgment. News Agency of Nigeria quoted a witness to have said that the lightning struck 9 male students who were playing football with their peers on the school's pitch barefooted. The students were practicing on the football pitch with their coach preparatory to a football tournament, the source said. The coach had ended the training session before the rain started, but some of the students stayed behind to continue playing football. So let's just go to where Peter Obi ran commentaries. Let's just look for this. So yes, so I'm skipping through it. Condolences to the lost lives and everything, but really it's the last sighting of Peter Obi. So this was where Peter Obi was last sighted. Speaking on the incident, Chukwudi Okani, a professor and consultant pathologist at the Chukwuemeka Odumegu Ojukwu University Teaching Hospital, Oka, said it was a natural disaster and not spiritual. Okani said lightning could kill by electrocution through direct strike, a side splash, or ground current strike. He advised that people should install thunder arrestors on the. I've never even heard of that as a thing. Thunder arrestors. What does that even mean? I suppose it's some sort of conduit that captures the strike and then contains it. He advised that people should install thunder arrestors in their buildings to stave off electrical current in the event of lightning. Peter Obi, the 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, also took to social media to mourn the students. I am greatly saddened by the unfortunate natural disaster that occurred at Sani International School, Oka, this weekend, he wrote on X. It was reported that 9 students of the college were struck by thunder on Saturday, November the 4th, during a rainstorm. I am greatly saddened by the unfortunate natural disaster that happened at Tansi International College, Oka, this weekend. So that just goes on to repeat. So that's the last sighting of Peter Obi. So now this now more pertinent, more germane, I suspect, than the election that has now come to a crescendo and he has now been kicked out of space. So that's Peter Obi, of course. We've always, and by the way, plenty of space on the thing. If anybody wants to hop on. We've always insisted that Peter Obi lacks leadership quality, and there he is right there. Self-interest always propelling him. Remember when he tried to sacrifice the Labour Party candidate at Rivers State for his own pecuniary interest? It doesn't really give direction in terms of that party. The only time you hear Peter Obi speak is to speak to his own personal ambition. So there he is right there. But if you do cite Peter Obi anywhere, report him to the nearest obedient office near you. So matters more important, Obaze report, Tinubu shuns Dangote, over 3.4 billion collected from Emefiele without paying Naira equivalent. So yes, this storyline is in a speculative phase at the moment. So this storyline is in a speculative phase at the moment. But as ever, when we come across these speculative storylines, they blow up the next day in the mainstream news cycle. So let's find out exactly what's in play here. Let's see. Where does it start? Right. For billionaire Aliko Dangote, these are not the best of times. Recall that the president set up a team led by former FRCN boss Jim Obazie to look into the books of CBN and other organizations. The Obazie committee was said to have submitted its interim report to the president. Let me take that from the top again. For billionaire Aliko Dangote, these are not the best of times. Recall that the president set up a team led by former FRCN boss Jim Obazie to look into the books of CBN and other organizations. The Obazie committee was said to have submitted its interim report to the president some weeks ago, and since then, things have not been the same with the head of the Dangote conglomerate. Villa sources confirmed that he had attempted to see the president about 2 weeks ago, but waited for 7 hours and was only able to see the president for between 10 to 15 minutes. So Tinubu now, and by the way, you know, I'm almost minded to read you. I'm almost minded to read you Dangote's media publication a couple of days ago, when he was essentially speaking to this space that it wasn't really at the heart of the economic sabotaging of that country. But really, the vultures are circling around Dangote. There is no equivocation about that. Yes, the Obaze Committee was said to have submitted its interim report to the president some weeks ago, and since then, things have not been the same for the head of the Dangote conglomerate. Villa sources confirmed that he attempted to see the president about 2 weeks ago, but waited for 7 hours and was only able to see the president for between 10 to 15 minutes. The meeting did not yield the desired result. Insiders revealed that Obaze's findings indicted Dangote for collecting $3.4 billion. So that's not Naira, by the way, $3.4 billion from the Emefiele-led CBN, and what he paid back was $1.9 billion in Naira value, leaving an outstanding of $1.5 billion, which he did not pay the Naira equivalent. The president is said to have insisted that the $1.5 billion must be paid back. However, moreover, president is said to be miffed that a Nigerian could collect so much in hard currency and did not pay the Naira equivalent to the coffers of the government. Since the first encounter did not yield any fruitful result, Dangote was said to have attempted to see the president again, but was not successful. Villa sources revealed that he waited in vain, and as he could not see him in the office, he tried to ambush him during the Friday prayers at the Villa Mosque, where the president had gone for prayers, but could only exchange greetings with Tinubu and had to leave after all effort failed. According to sources, the president has really been avoiding him because of the implications of compromising the Obaze findings. Confused and really disturbed, Dangote is said to have reached out to prominent northern emirs to intercede on his behalf with the president so that he could be given a soft landing. So what does a soft landing actually mean? Does that then mean that he gets to keep the $1.5 billion that he looted with Emefiele? Does that mean he gets to keep it? So what does a soft landing mean in this situation? The soft landing is that he doesn't get back into jail. But what really needs to happen is he has to give us our money back. Dangote has never hidden his relationship with Emefiele, whilst the latter presided over the CBN. At a point during the official commissioning of his refinery in Lagos, he told everyone present, including the then president, that the refinery would not be standing but for Emefiele's effort. So there it is right there. I did ask that question in one of the sessions that is Dangote a positive or a negative for the Nigerian state? So, and by the way, people can come into the stream. There's no one here yet, so anybody that wants to hop on. So is Dangote a positive or negative for the Nigerian state? So that question subsists. You know what I think? I don't think Dangote, I think it's just a chancer. That if you want to know what I think Dangote is just a chancer. So just a chancer. P&ID mind-boggling scam. 2 Nigerians involved would have pocketed 1.5 trillion report. So this is now that bankrupting missile that we just avoided at a London court. 2 Nigerians involved with offshore company Process and Industrial Development P&ID would have pocketed about $1.9 billion had the record-breaking $11.4 billion suit the firm slammed on Nigeria succeeded at an English high court. The court had, in its verdict, penultimate Monday, dismissed the case instituted by P&ID. The two Nigerians, Grace Tiaga, now deceased according to the family, and Adetunji Adebayo. So where is the Danjuma? Because Danjuma's name is actually central to this P&ID narrative. But in all of the reportings, his name is conspicuously absent. So why is his name not present in what we know that he is actually a central figure in? The two Nigerians, Grace Tiaga, now deceased according to the family, and Adetunji Adebayo were projected to receive $500,000 and $1.4 billion respectively, according to court documents detailed in a report by Al Jazeera. So I have to go and look for that Al Jazeera documentary on this. Tiaga was described in the documents as a former Nigerian civil servant, whereas Adebayo was said to be the middleman for P&ID during settlement negotiations with the federal government. The third beneficiary, Mohammed Kuchazi, who as P&ID's commercial director assisted the firm in its relationship with the Nigerian Petroleum Ministry, told the court that he believed himself to be entitled to 3% of the award, some $340 million, as per an agreement he reached with now deceased Michael Quinn. Quinn had co-founded P&ID with Brendan Cahill. Experts had said the award of the $11.4 billion, said to be 8 times Nigeria's 2023 health budget, would severely damage Nigeria's economy had the British court not ruled against it. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So that P&ID narrative continues. The P&ID narrative continues. So now the lopsidedness of the Tinubu appointments is been generating a lot of controversy. But what is the view from the north? So here is the view from the north. He narrowed gap Buhari created. Northern Forum speaks on Tinubu's appointment. So let's see. The Northern Youth Leaders Forum, NYLF, has reacted to the complaints about President Bola Tinubu's alleged lopsided appointment. The national president of NYLF, Elliot Afio. So how can an Elliot Afio be speaking for the North? Is this a planted story? Said Northerners had no right to complain about Tinubu's appointment. Afio alleged that former President Muhammadu Buhari created a lopsided appointment gap of 80 to 20 for the North and South during his administration. He stated this whilst addressing newsmen in Abeokuta, in Ogun State. He claimed that Tinubu is narrowing the gap of alleged lopsided appointments created by Buhari, but the side is still locked. That's just the thing, though, because what Tinubu seems to be doing is now padding out his own administration with his own clansmen. So it's not essentially weighing the balance, it's not balancing the scale for the South, is actually weighing the scale towards his own ethnicity. He claimed that Tinubu is narrowing the gap of alleged lopsided appointments created by Buhari. However, he said Tinubu's appointments are now widening the gap. But Buhari came in and created the gap of 20 to 80. And even the Northerners that they were saying that Buhari appointed were not Northerners per se. They were a few cliques. The North itself did not benefit from it. But we are now seeing the appointments by President Tinubu tilting towards the Southwest. He narrowed the gap that Buhari created, but the gap he is creating now is also widening. I would say Northerners don't have the right to complain that the appointments or placements are lopsided. We don't have the right to complain. He called for balance in political appointments in the country. But as an advanced citizen, I ask, can we continue like this? So can we continue like this? So you've now found the voice to ask if we can continue like this. You didn't ask that when your clansman was in situation. But as an advanced citizen, I ask, can we continue like this? If we get an Igbo president, he will appoint Igbos. Where are we going as a nation? So there is a need for us to balance it. Meanwhile, correspondents reported that a former philanthropist and businessman, Arthur Eze, commended Tinubu on the appointment of cabinet members and heads of agencies in his government. Eze, who gave this commendation on Sunday, October the 15th, during his 65th birthday celebration, said Tinubu has shown he is a detribalized man with good intentions for Nigeria. So that is an alright move right there. Correspondents also reported that a chieftain of the ruling APC had thrown its weight behind the choice of Tinubu's appointment. In an exclusive chat with correspondents on Sunday, October the 1st, the convener of APC Southeast Coalition, Francis Okoye, queried the assertion that Tinubu is assigning major positions to strong individuals from his ethnic group. So there it is right there. So the North throws up his hand in surrender that Tinubu is exactly right to weigh his administration in the direction of his own people. So this one now, it's good news on paper, but if it's work, if it's able to work, then it's great news. Federal government to create mining police force to combat illegal mining in Nigeria. So this is Dele Alake now telling us that it's there on business. So what exactly is the plan? The federal government has disclosed plans to create a special police outfit for the sole purpose of combating illegal mining across the country. The Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Mr. Dele Alake, disclosed this plan while speaking on NTA Weekend File on the plans and strategies to be deployed by the federal government to increase the contribution of mining to the economy. Whilst responding to questions concerning challenges in the mining sector, Mr. Alake said the issue of insecurity will be handled through collaboration with different security agencies and the establishment of a special police outfit for that purpose, his words. We found out through intelligence reports that some illegal miners are directly responsible for the upsurge of banditry in several parts of Nigeria. That is why I have been working with various security agencies and the National Security Advisor. The outfit we are coming up with and the president is fully in support of this. We are going to create a special police outfit. We will call it the Mining Police Force or the Mine Police. So M-I-N-E, Mine Police. Now, Mr. Alake further noted that the proposed security outfit will not be restricted to the mining sector, but its operations will cover marine and blue economy. He explained that the special police force will be controlled by the Ministry of Solid Minerals, and its personnel will answer to those in the ministry. So Dele Alake actually gets his own police force, essentially, is what he's saying. Also, the minister said the ministry has provided a 60-day grace window for illegal artisan miners to organize themselves into bankable, to organize themselves to become bankable and ensure they pay royalties and taxes to the government. When questioned on what it takes for potential investors to get a mining license, he explained that the ministry will overhaul the whole process of application and licensing and make it as easy as possible. He said, that one-stop shop will enable you at a glance to know the processes that you have to go through so that you don't need to go from one department to the other and be wasting time. It will tell you how to do it, what you should do, the requirements, etc. And the licenses for completing your application legitimately must not take more than 30 days for it to be issued. He harped on the importance of the licensing process and how crucial it is to attract investors and promote the ease of doing business. So that's Dele Alake getting a police force. I'm not quite sure if that is actually needed. I would have thought that the existing police force should train and dedicate a particular squadron or a particular whatever it is towards that particular problem. Rather than, because if you say that they are going to be reporting to the ministry, if you say you are creating a police force to report directly to the Ministry of Mines, then you are having essentially a quasi organization that sits outside of the structure. I'm not sure if the Constitution even supports that. But does the Constitution support that? Let's go on from that to this. But does the Constitution support this guy? If you do not correct your lopsided appointment, we will not be able to stand by you. People are laughing at us. So Asarido Kubo are now looking for that dollar payoff after what he imagines he did to bring Tinubu into situation. So let's hear from our Sapele Water guy from the Creeks. Former Niger Delta militant Asarido Dokubo has again accused President Tinubu of making lopsided appointments. In a video making the rounds on social media, Asari, who until now has been a staunch supporter of President Tinubu, said if the president does not correct his lopsided appointments, he and others like him will no longer be able to stand by Tinubu. He accused the president of appointing people who did not stake their all during the election. So essentially, he's asking for a payoff or a payout. I think they said it is after a contract. Those protecting the fuel pipes, whatever it is that's in the creeks. He accused the president of appointing people who did not stake their all during the elections, forgetting people like him who put their all to help actualize his dream to become president. So let's hear our Sapele Water guy from the creeks.
Ahmed Bola Tinubu is traveling on a very dangerous path. And if he does not correct it and change some of these appointments, even we who are his hardcore supporters will not be able to stand with him. It's up to you. If you feel that you are comfortable now, things are going to be easy now. They tell you that you can do whatever you like. You can do what Buhari or worse than what Buhari did. In his one-sided appointment. So you too can do your one-sided appointment. You are not Buhari. Know that. You are not. Buhari had a cult followership. You do not have that sort of cult followership. If there are cult followers, we are your cult followers. Those people who are now around, benefiting, making appointments, taking decisions, they were afraid to stand by you. If they were not afraid to stand by you, they will not go and be contesting for House of Rep and so on. If they actually believe that you win the election. They wanted a bed in hand is worth more than.
All right. So that's Asari Dokubo. There is some point to what he's saying, but not a lot of point to what he's saying. The only point that I agreed is that Tinubu is not Buhari. Buhari has a cult following. The followers of Buhari, they are large in numbers and they are fanatical. So the people that actually voted Tinubu, they are people who voted him just to negotiate a better fit. So they don't feel any sense of loyalty or any sense of kinship towards him. It was just he was the option for that moment in time. So there's no real tie between Tinubu and the people who voted for him. They voted for him for several reasons, for reasons of tribe, for reasons of turn, for reasons of XYZ. But the fanatical sort of following that Buhari commands in large numbers. Tinubu nowhere near any of that. So that I agree with. The rest of everything that he said, the totality of a nonsense. The totality of a nonsense. So the totality of a nonsense, good news for passengers as Nigerian airline Air Peace secures permit to fly directly to London. So hopefully this is news because of course it'll be cheaper and at least the money will stay within our economy. Air Peace chairman Alan Oyema, let's see, where does it start? Nigerian airline Air Peace has secured a foreign carrier operator permit to fly to London. With this, correspondents report that the Nigerian airline can now operate direct flights to the United Kingdom as its destination with a wide-body Boeing 77 aircraft. This follows earlier confirmation by the airline to begin operations before the end of the year. So very quickly to move for that Christmas market. Air Peace chairman Alan Oyema explained that the foreign carrier operator permit allows airlines from other regions to fly into Europe. He added that the permit also allows third country operator permits to operate in the United Kingdom. So he has to explain that to us. He said, we obtained these permits that qualify us to fly to the United Kingdom. Before you obtain these approvals, they will audit you very well. You have to go through a stringent audit, which we passed. We obtained the permit last week. Some stakeholders expect that the development may cause airfares to London to crash. Recall that the airline recently also expanded its Asian footprint, commencing a direct flight into Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, using the airline's Boeing 777 series with 231 passengers. Its inaugural flight was airborne from Kano last week. This comes amidst recent calls in the industry for a review of the bilateral air service agreements to allow the principle of reciprocity to be applied to diplomatic negotiations. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority warned pilots and airline operators to take the necessary precautions over envisaged hazardous weather conditions this season. So that's Alan Oyema. So that's Alan Onyema. So I thought that would crash prices, but from the domestic space, it looks as though nothing like that. No more 60K. No more 60K. Air Peace, Dana, other airlines announced 100% fare increase ahead of Christmas. So, so there it is. It wasn't expensive enough. Airlines operating local routes, including Air Peace and Dana Air, have adjusted their ticket prices, citing economic realities. According to correspondents, the airline operators blamed the rising cost of aviation fuel, which now sells for 1,000 naira to the liter, and the naira exchange rate currently at 1,200 to the dollar. To reflect the change, domestic airlines have increased airfares by over 100% in major routes. So as the dollar continues to crash, will those prices crash as well? I doubt it very much. I doubt that very much. Just a couple more, and then we'll see if we've been able to populate the room. Naira gains more 500 to the dollar. Analysts name losers as CBN intervention drives Naira below 1,000 to the dollar. On Friday, 3rd November 2023, the Naira strengthened against the dollar, closing at 952 the dollar in the black market. This shows the Naira gained 170 Naira from the 1,120 Naira to the dollar it traded the previous day, Thursday, the 2nd of November 2023. This marked a significant recovery of the naira, which continued to fall against the dollar before the CBN began clearing the forex backlog. I wonder why we're not getting so much outcry about this now in the obedient spaces. They couldn't stop every single day telling us what the exchange, minute by minute they were telling us how the naira was falling, and now they have radio silence now that the naira is strengthening. Our correspondents had reported that the naira made history on Tuesday, October the 24th, when it hit its lowest on the street against the US dollar, where it crashed to 1,310 per dollar. Data on the CBN website shows that the naira was sold for 783 to the dollar in the importer-exporter forex market, down from 807 to the dollar on Thursday. Speaking to the developments, analysts noted. Analysts have noted how those who are betting against the naira lost big due to recent changes. In a chat with Olumide Adesina, a financial analyst, on Friday, he said, speculators are being hit hard by the FX market. The naira has gained more than 500 to the dollar at the black market in the past 9 days, and naira bulls are holding below 900 level. The naira has also closed the gap between the black market and the official rate, with a differential of less than 50 naira to the dollar. So this is where the thing is. So we're starting to find, all the international markets did tell us that the value of the naira is actually round about 750 to the dollar. That is what the speculation was, and it looks as though that is where it is still headed. Yes, so the naira has also closed the gap between the black and the official market with a differential of less than 50 naira. So that's really that's showing true value. Aminu Gwadabe, president of the Association of Bureau de Change Operators of Nigeria, said the CBN bank's move will cause pain for currency speculators, according to reports. What is happening in the market and the continuous naira rebound are the manifestations of the CBN double-edged sword measure of dollar liquidity in the injection and naira mopping up through the instrumentality of interest rate hike. It is a good development, as it is the greatest risk to speculators and substitute naira for other currencies. Describing the situation, he said there has been panic buying against panic selling against panic buying. So people are now, so that is to tell you then that the people that are holding dollars are now pumping it into the system because the naira is starting to strengthen and their dollar is starting to lose value. So they'll pump it into the system to go and cream it off at the base end. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. I wish I had like a free cash flowing around. Anyway, I've bought as much as I could, but I've always advised people to do this. All right, so there we are. I think that sums up that. Let's go on from that to this. So yeah, we've done this already. The Daily Alake. All right. This now next storyline is for Ekene. If it's not in the room, hopefully it's listening. Lagos seals a popular Ogba shopping mall over filth. So hopefully it's not a market populated by Southeasterners. So now this now makes a lie of the narrative that the Southeasterners are being victimized. Lagos is on a cleanup exercise, and if you don't clean up your act, they will clean you out. The Lagos state government has sealed Ogba Shopping Mall, a popular complex in the state. This was disclosed by the spokesperson of the State Ministry of Environment, Kunle Adesina, in a post on Twitter on Sunday. Operatives from the Lagos State Waste Management Authority and Kick Against Indiscipline, acting on the directive of Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, etc., on Sunday, November the 5th, sealed up the Ogba Shopping Mall beside Sunday Market. The mall was closed on account of filthy environment. indiscriminate dumping of refuse, lack of waste bin, and failure to comply with the rules of Lagos State Waste Management Authority. In October, the government sealed Mile 12 International Market and Owode Onirin Market along Ikorodu Road for indiscriminate dumping and burning of refuse. The Commissioner of Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Wahab, said the market were sealed in a joint operation by the operatives of those agencies that I just mentioned. So there it is right there. So not at all anything to do with victimizing the Southeasterners. I am very proud. Tinubu shades Atiku Obi as he addresses BK other ministers. So let's take a bit of Tinubu glorying in it a little bit. President Bola Tinubu has shaded Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) and Labour Party after securing victory in the long legal battle with the duo at the Supreme Court. In a video seen by correspondents, whilst addressing Yemson Wike, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory (FCT), and other cabinet ministers at the recently concluded ministerial retreat, the president said he was proud to have defeated Atiku and Obi at the polls and at the court. I think we have a little substance of that clip. Tinubu was declared the winner of the February 25th presidential election by Mahmoud Yakubu, the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), on Wednesday, March the 1st. Atiku and Obi had rejected the outcome of the election and filed petitions against the victory of President Tinubu at the Presidential Election Petition Court, but the trial court threw out their petition over lack of merit. The petitioners proceeded to the Supreme Court to appeal the judgment of the PEPC, while Atiku traveled to the United States to unveil the academic records of Tinubu at the Chicago State University to justify his forgery allegations against the president, but all were in vain, as the Apex Court also threw out their appeal over lack of merit. I am proud of myself. I went for election. I won with your support. They took me to court. I won. So this is Tinubu glorying in it. So let's hear a little bit of Tinubu. Let me say one more. Let's hear. This is the last reader. So let's hear a little bit of Tinubu glorying in it, and then we come into the room, see what's happening.
I am proud standing before you. I'm very, very proud of every one of you. And I am proud of myself too. I went for election. I won with your support. They took me to court. I won. What happened? Thank you very much. So we've been here, we've tinkered and tweaked focus areas. Area 1, reform the economy to deliver sustained inclusive growth. 2, strengthen national security for peace and prosperity. Boost agriculture to achieve
all right. I think we've landed on where we're hoping to land on. So let's bring up then the people assembled so far. Like I said, plenty of room for whoever wants to join. Certainly, Ola joins us. Good to see you, Ola, and Ajanle Koko in the house. Good to see Ajanle Koko. So, gentlemen, we kick it off. Let's kick it off with Ajanle Koko. See if he's ready. Ajanle Koko.
What's up, one man?
Ajanle Koko, good to see you. You say what's up. It's a case of a missing person, and if you see him, please report him to the nearest police station near you, because people are looking for him. So the Supreme Court came in about 10 days ago, but radio silence from Peter Obi. So what are you then making then of this lack of communication from now the guy that couldn't stop talking for months on end?
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Well, we don't know what is going on with him. We don't know why he doesn't want to address this press and accept the ruling of the Supreme Court. We don't know why he doesn't want to, congratulate the president and acknowledge that, he fought very well from nobody in national politics to number 3rd position, carrying 6 million votes. We don't know. Could it be that he doesn't want to? He's trying to be very careful not to offend his disobedient supporter, because he should congratulate the president. He doesn't want to do that, and at the same time, he doesn't want to offend Nigerian people, because the image that he has, shown to all Nigerians is that he's an humble man, and humble man should be able to express it. When you contest an election and you fail, and a humble man should be able to accept defeat. So it's trying to be very careful to, to address the press. So, but it's taking too long. It's too weak now. He shouldn't be missing in action. He's whether you like it or not.
Ajande Koko, is space. They are waiting in anticipation for direction, because I'm sure you monitor that space as much as I do, and you can see the deflation after the Supreme Court judgment. But you can see them still trying to maintain tempo even after that. But you can also see that they are now looking to be pointed in the direction of travel. But the only person now that can point that direction is Peter Obi. Like you said, 10 days, going on 2 weeks. The government has settled in. Atiku has said he's beat and packed his bag off back to Abu Dhabi. But what happens to the obedience? He needs to come out and direct them.
You're right, one man. And sometimes when we tell them that Obi doesn't show leadership, some people want to go after us. It's not showing leadership by remain silent after, going to 2 weeks now, when the election result is challenged. The Supreme Court has ruled against him. He should be able to speak and give his teaming supporter across the country where he stands. This is it's not good. It's not good. It's not showing a good political leadership by keeping silent. I know they will defend him. No matter what, anything that, whatever they defend on it, they will start. But
Ajale Koko, you're breaking up.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you better. But in the absence of direction from Obi, I'm already seeing signs that you know, signs of us. So I won't say surrender, but acceptance from that space. Because, like I said, we watch a lot of that space just to keep an eye on what's going on there. And what they seem to be saying is that, okay, Tinubu is the president. There's nothing we can do about it, but we're going to be holding him to account, and we're still going to be abusing him. So there is no resistance anymore that Peter Obi is going to be their president, because, of course, there's no pathway to that. But for him to come and say, keep your energy going, we'll go again in 3.5 years' time. You did excellently well. I am proud of you. You know, those sort of gene up the troops and keeping the spirits up, sort of. None of that. All he's commenting is people being struck by lightning in his home village.
Yes, you see, Obi have to. Look, silence means acceptance. Let us agree on that. He has accepted it, but is not willing to come and say it. It's showing cowardness. That is what it means to me. A political leader should be able to lead his people well. This is the time he should speak, and speak very loud for Nigerians to hear him out. Tinubu policy decision he has made so far, many of them are not good. They are not good. It's not impacting Nigerian people positively. It should be in the lead to criticize and stand up as a real opposition leader. It should be able to have a meeting with his senators and House of Rep meeting with the leadership of the party to show leadership, to show that where they stand on every policy that this administration is taking. But for him to just miss in action, we don't know where he is. Where is that guy? Where is he? Is he in Nigeria, or where is he?
You know, there are speculations that he's not in Nigeria, but even if he's not in Nigeria, because I was searching for him online all through today, and I found him in some Twitter space commenting about some tragedy that happened in Oka. So I think after that Supreme Court judgment came in, the very next public pronouncement that Peter Obi should be making will be to address that space. Nobody wants to know what he thinks about what's happening in Maiduguri, in some settlement there. Nobody wants to hear him congratulating some person that got a position in Canada. What people were waiting for is how he is positioned regarding the Supreme. So he has been speaking, but not to what people want to hear from him.
I don't know, man. This guy is not a real leader, man. You know, to be a leader, sometimes he has to come naturally. You cannot put yourself in a position of leadership just like that. Sometimes you have to grow. You have to, you have to grow through the rank. You have to, one step before the other, and then attain that position of leadership. But it just looked to me that this guy is not prepared for this position he found himself, and that is why he's not acting right. He's not acting right at all. If I am one of those people, following him or supporting him, I'll be speaking against him now. Why should my leader not speak after taking us through this journey of court, election matter? And, everybody have that strong hope that, they will win in court. And then the court believe that the highest court in the land deliver judgment against you. And you're not speaking to let us know where you stand. Are you with this court judgment? Are you against it? What do you want to do? Atiku has shown his own leadership, you might not agree with him, but he didn't leave his people in limbo. He organized the leadership of the party, though the governors around the country, PDP governors, were not there. But you see some past leaders and some national leaders of the party, they were there with him when he addressed the media. And he made his position clear that, look, I am not with Tinubu. I will against him. I'm not, he's not my president. He is not running anywhere. If people think that, Atiku is going to quit the state, he's made it clear he's not quitting nothing. He will still continue to remain relevant in Nigerian political scene. But where is this guy OP? Where is he? This is unbelievable. He's not showing leadership, whether you like it or not. I believe his people, his supporter, will come and defend him. Come and defend indefensible. But should
we put out a global missing person notice for this guy?
Let's put it out. I think that will be that's the best thing that we have to do. Where is Peter Obi?
Where is Peter Obi? Who could never stop talking, but now cannot find his voice.
He cannot find. Where is he hiding?
Look at that. They say he's hiding in London somewhere. Should I go and track him down and knock on his door?
He's in the country. Obi is in the country.
If I may
he's very active. He's very active on Twitter.
But not to matters people want to hear about. Ola, let's hear from you.
You see, one thing we have to appreciate this time around is that Nigeria is grossly lacking in leadership quality. We are suffering from gross leadership deficit. You see, the likes of Obi, they are just.
I agree totally with you, Ola. Yes.
So is he on the run? Is he on the run? Is Peter Obi on the run? Is that what it is?
Even if it's on the run, his mouth should not be on the run too. Anywhere you are, we're in the global village. You should be able to speak to the matters that affect your country. If there should be the type of opposition we are looking for, Obi should be leading that opposition, not even the like of Showore. Showore, that is even being persecuted presently, is a million times vocal than the likes of Obi. That's the situation we find ourselves now. So when where we missed this thing and we started trusting the like of Obi is this. You see someone that you cannot really pinpoint what is contributing to his political party. You see someone like Atiku that is political party too, when they are not in power after the presidential election, that will run to Dubai, and you are still, you are still questioning, you are still looking for that person to come and lead you. So these are just fair weather leaders that they only care when they think that thing is going to benefit them, but they are not really on ground to help. Now, from the other angle, you see the like of Tinubu. They are always hands on. They are not running anywhere. Even when the most brutal military administrator and co were there, that at the expense of their own life, they were there pushing and pushing and pushing until they pushed the military out. But these guys, after the election, they just leave their supporters just to without any direction. So to me, Obi and those people that want to help Obi with excuses, they have nothing to say, because even if Obi is underground, even if Obi is inside submarine, he should be able to speak from wherever he is. But his body language is just telling.
But the thing is, though, Ola, if Obi had been silent since the Supreme Court judgment, then there's a different narrative around that. But he has been making commentaries via his Twitter X handle, but he has not been speaking to matters that people want to hear. As much as we all are empathized with tragedies happening in Oka that wasn't really what people wanted to hear from him. They want to hear how he's positioned regarding the Supreme Court judgment. You know, and it's going on 2 weeks now. So, I mean, what's going on? And it's still this thing that people identify within him, that leadership or lack thereof.
See, that where sincerity comes in place. Obi knew from the beginning that he never won that election to start with. So whatever was happening before the Supreme Court judgment, he was just following the waves, just to say it was just like
but it will still cap it off now. It still needs to cap it off. You know, because the vacuum that is silence creates is still there gaping within the... Not that anything that he says affects anything in any meaningful way, but just to round off his people. But let Ajan Lekoko carry on. Ajan Lekoko, am I pushing too hard to have this expectation that Obi should cap it off? I think it's an Americanism, isn't it? Closure. You know, there has to be closure, and he has to close it.
You are not pushing too hard. He must. I mean, it's. I'm not surprised that the president is mocking them. What Tinubu is doing, like the video you just showed us now, is just mocking them that they lack leadership quality. You see, I cannot imagine that. You know, Allah said it all. He said what we have in Nigeria across all spectrum of this political space is lack of leadership. That is the big problem we have in Nigeria. That is the big problem we have in Nigeria today. So Obi is showing it clearly that he's not fit for position of leadership. I'm not exempting others, so I'm not exempting Tinubu too. Tinubu, I mean, everything that he said contradicts his action in totality. He said he's not going to borrow. What did he do? Did he not borrow? Must a leader act that way? Does his word not match his action? You know, they say one thing, they do another thing. Obi, he started with, I won the election, I will prove it at the court. Later he changed. He said he's not challenging the result, he's challenging the what do you call it? The election process.
The process.
Atiku said one thing. He said, look, I am going to, whatever the decision of the Supreme Court, I will abide by it. If it doesn't go my way, if they didn't rule in my favor, I will accept it. What did he do? After they ruled against him, he came after the Supreme Court justices. He started attacking them, that they did not represent the country well. They are not, I mean, they have voted, I mean, they have ruled in favor of Tinubu, who will fail the country. And they started going after the Supreme Court justices. Look, this set of leadership we have everywhere, they fit for no purpose. So, and Obi is showing it to his followers and admirers across the country, and those that are scattered around the world, that look, I am not fit for this position, and I don't know why it will take them too long to get it right. You know, we were alive when Chief Obafemi Awolowo lost election. Immediately he addressed the press. Immediately, they didn't waste. Within 24 hours, it came out, addressed the media. You know, when Obasanjo lifted ban on political activity, immediately within 24 hours, Awolowo came out to deliver the program that he has, his party has for the people. Within 24 hours, he unveiled his party, Unity Party of Nigeria, and then roll out the program, what they have for the people. Within 24 hours, when the federal military government lifted ban on political activity. Those are the leaders. Those are the leaders. Where are them? We don't have them anymore. It's so unfortunate. One man, let us take it as a decision here on this platform. Declare Obi wanted. We want to know where he is.
Yes. I'll put it out on our Instagram and Twitter. Missing person for Peter Obi. In fact, I'm going to mock up a missing person poster and paste it all over social media.
Even look at us coming every day to talk about our nation. Why is Obi not talking about his nation? Where is he hiding? Look at all the obedience that come here every day. We engage. We are showing that patriotism for our country. Maurice, we come.
I think it's on the run myself. I think it's on the run.
Look at Jewel. We come and defend and speak for him. Maurice come here, defend and speak for him. Well, look at all those good people we have on this platform that stand with this man. He let them down. Where are they? He put pressure on these people. How long will they continue to defend this?
It's like that girl, isn't it? That you tell all these sweet stories, and then after you've gotten what you want, you just abandon her. You use and dump. This is what Obi has done to these people.
He dumped these people.
Use and dump.
Yes, use and dump. He used them and he dumped them. He's where he is now. Declare he wanted. Declare that guy wanted.
Not that anybody is laughing at the obedience, so it was only Tinubu. But let me move you on quickly before they start to throw stones at us. This let me move you to this story, and then I'll move you because the room is starting to populate. So
somebody is trying to interject. Who is that?
No, that was Charles. I think he wants to launch at you. Okay. Yeah, Charles. That's Charlie Boy. Charles, did you want to come in?
Yeah. My opinion, Peter B make me proud as an Igbo guy. Make me proud to be an Igbo guy. He make me proud. I know you both don't like Peter B. I know that. It's okay. We're different. I accept that.
No, Charles. You should be proud of Peter Obi because I am actually. I won't say proud, but I'm impressed by him. Nobody can fail not to be impressed by him. The performance he put up. But at this tail end now, where he's meant to consolidate on his gains, that lack of leadership quality fails him again. But let me move Ajande Koko on to another talking point. Ajande Koko, a brief commentary on this. Federal government to create... Yeah.
Hold on a second, please. The guy that just spoke now is in the US, right?
Yeah, that's Charlie Boy.
Charlie Boy. And I believe he's quite a young guy too, if I'm not wrong.
Extremely.
Okay.
Our boy here, man.
Yes. I mean, I just want to... He seems to be a guy that maybe he was even born in the US, right? But he's
only ever been to Nigeria once in his life for 2 weeks. Did he say 2 weeks or something? They just told him that he's an Igbo guy and he ran with it,
But each time it comes to in every platform that I've heard his voice, he tends to champion these ethnic supremacies most of the time. And I'm saying this because it doesn't sound like a typical person who was even born in Nigeria at all. So I want to know how he got indoctrinated with this kind of idea.
He's one of those children born by Panstat. Panstat raised in America.
Because I'm proud of my tribe.
That's how Panstat raised the children in America.
Can't deny my Igbo.
No, Charles, I'm not telling you. It's like you're not getting. I'm not telling you to deny your tribe, right? I'm not denying my tribe as well, but I'm kind of stupefied, right? Because
enigmatic. Kofi Gbogbara Simbe. So feeling now we go
okay.
Enigmatic.
That point.
Enigmatic.
Yeah.
Enigmatic. Can I say something to you?
Who is this, please?
It's Maurice. Yeah, it's me.
Oh man.
Leave Charles alone. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Don't worry.
So he's just a kid, and you don't use those kind of words on him. One man, you should rein him in.
No. That's what I just did. That's exactly what I did. I didn't rein him in, but I brought him up to speed. Yeah.
Enigmatic.
Yes. Who is that?
This is your one and only your brother Adewale. Hey.
Okay,
see that thing you
how
just
you
mentioned. It goes, I do. It goes beyond indoctrination. I'm very present on social media, and there was a time I stumbled on one lady's Instagram page. The entire page she was talking about the electoral process, and she has. I don't think she has ever been in Nigeria before. You know, your guess is as good as mine where she comes from. But I was kind of wonder what interest does she has, you know, in Nigeria election and all that. But I think it goes beyond indoctrination. It goes beyond brainwashing as well. It's something that I can't actually figure out. It goes beyond being affiliated or being in a certain tribe or whatever. It's just something that maybe, you know, generational changes or generational exchanging of ideas. I can't put my hand out. But for that lady to have been so
Usually
strong,
I call it a some kind of hereditary, kind of happenstance. But I don't know why Morris is already mad that they should rein me in. What
No,
did I say wrong?
if you
All right. Let's not come full fight. Let's not come full fight.
Roma, if you ask me, I think it's good. I think it's good. Why I say it's good is
one man. Can I say something?
It's better that they identify as Igbos rather than being lost in the process. It's good they're interested in the electoral process. It's good they're interested in the political structure of Nigeria. It's good that they want to know and be part and parcel of it, right? I think I'm encouraged by him, regardless of the fact that he has never been to Nigeria in his lifetime or he has just been there on vacation. Keep it up. More power to his elbow. Let him keep pushing on. I'm happy with such. I know, yes, we may not want to. We probably will look at it and say, okay, why is he speaking this way, or like the young lady that you saw on Twitter. But it's better than them identifying as Americans than not identifying as Nigerians. So it's okay.
And also, it's a good thing that that Charles takes pride in who he is and where he's from, as we all do. So there's certainly nothing wrong with that. But Adale Koko, let me move you on to this so I can move the conversation around to other panelists. Federal government to create mining police force to combat illegal mining in Nigeria. So this is Dele Alake fleshing out the modalities of how he is intending to proceed with his ministry. What are you making of this as an idea?
No, sorry, Wama, before Ajalego proceed. Ajalego, you remember we mentioned it here like sometimes last week.
That's right.
Okay. That's what I want to remind you.
Was that in Thomas's session or did I miss something?
Maybe Thomas said maybe. Yeah, we were talking something like this last week. As a matter of fact, I was suggesting that policing in Nigeria should be broken down into the way we have it in the United States, where you see police for the airports different from the police that we have outside. They have nothing to do. Police in the school campuses, police in the hospitals, infrastructure. That is how we can have police system that work. But this central police system, it is not the best for that country. So for them to come up with this idea that they want to have infrastructure, police for a
dedicated mining police.
Yeah, mining police.
Is that a good idea though? Because he's saying that they're going to be reporting directly to the ministry, so that makes it a quasi.
That is how it's supposed to be. Yeah, that is how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, but under what formation though? What constitution backs that?
Yeah. This is.
Are they going to be deployed from the police force in order to cover that constitution?
They are not from the police force. No, they shouldn't come from the police force. They should not be responsible to Nigerian police.
Then that will make it a militia group, would it not?
Woman, is Ola here?
No,
not Ola is here. See,
Ola,
one man.
Did they steal the idea from us? Remember we were
They
here.
stole it from us. I mean, Mike, you were here too, right?
I told
Mike,
you now.
you were there
All the
when we were
best,
discussing
all
about
the
this
best
thing.
ideas come from you guys.
One man, don't
This
steal the idea from
report
us.
meanwhile,
And by the way, and by the way, this gentlemen, this idea is too narrow and too niche for us to say they just came across it. They must have heard it from you guys. Yeah.
No, one man. Me and Ola were the one that came up with the idea that they have to come up with special police. Go ahead, Ola, go ahead.
One man, see, we suggested it because we've seen the impact in the past. Like EFCC, they've recorded more success than the Nigerian police. Now, because when you still want the police to do this job, the police, the corruption in the police has gone beyond what we can think about. So, and you can do it just like every organization when you want to start a business. You spin it off. You just go and start another one so that the current organ will not be dictating to you where you, because the current organ himself, maybe he has had his own household deep, like Mustafa, is it Mustafa Tafa Balogun and Co. So the best thing is to have this and report to the minister. You will see that the like of the former Attorney General of the Federation, they wanted to kill EFCC. What's that telling you? Because EFCC is doing something that is eating them. So if we have something similar under this man, and if you have those police to be taking care of that mining, the same way we suggested that our forest guard too, they should upgrade them to full-fledged police to carry the same arms so that they will man our forest. So to me, I don't see anything wrong in this. They will go and amend the constitution. If the constitution is the problem, they amended the constitution to put EFCC there. So they can always amend our constitution to put this one there, and it's not going to be illegal. It's the way to go, to be honest, because those people stealing because fortunately for me, I have someone in the mining industry. He said if they investigate properly that the governors are the ones stealing our mineral resources, and based on that, they are indirectly supporting banditry. So if we can get this one done, honestly, it's going to solve so many problems. It's going to solve banditry, and it's going to make our mineral resources to be able to account for more. If we look at these mineral resources, if we don't take this action, we won't benefit, because the total estimate of our solid minerals is around 700 billion. If you look at that, $700 billion. If you look at that, it's not that much. So whatever we want to get now,
$700 billion is not that much.
It's not that much when we look at it. When you look at
700, you mean 700 million, not billion dollars?
$700 billion is not much for a country like Nigeria. It's too small, because we are only looking at that mining. When you mine, you have to make sure that you take care of the environment too. Don't forget that if you destroy our land, then what land are we going to use?
I think 700 billion is also a lot of money, because France GDP is 3.3. I think 3.311 trillion.
You are looking at it for today, but you are not looking at it for the next 2 generations. So when you look at 700 billion, it's no money, to be honest with you. So we have to maximize it. That's what I'm saying.
All right, brilliant. Back to Ajande Koko. So Dele Alake wants his own police force so that he can be. Would you even want Dele Alake to have control over that sort of? I'm not sure that I trust him enough.
One man, look, if we don't secure our what do you call it? Our solid minerals across the country, then we can't have it for the benefit of the country. We cannot use it, rather, for the benefit of the country. You will see criminals looting all these things with the aid of some government official. But we have them secured by efficient police department that are responsible to the minister. Then we know who we can hold accountable at any time that we have somewhere where we have some of our solid mineral being looted, then we can hold the minister responsible. That is the way I see it. So this borders as well on the national security, our national security. A country that cannot really secure and have under her control her resources, then that country is not a country that can really that be able to manage our resources effectively, prudently for the development of the country. So what the minister is suggesting now is that, look, let us have this thing done. I'm going to be the head of the affair. If anything goes wrong, hold me accountable. That is simply what he's telling us. And the legislator should be able to look at this. They should be able to see what they can do as quick as possible on restructuring the policing system in Nigeria. Nigeria, as big as it is, to have a central policing system, it's not going to work, for God's sake. It's not going to work. They would be able to equip them efficiently. They won't be able to fund them adequately. They won't be able to, they won't be able to achieve results as expected of them. But if we break it down into states, into local government, into different sectors of the economy, then we'll be able to hold who accountable at different, segment they have it that is not working efficiently. Imagine we have the police in airport across the country. Even the seaport must have their own police department separate from the city. That is how you can have them work efficiently. But the same police in the city is the one in the airport, is the one who are they accountable to? So one man they call what do you call it? The police inspector general of the country. How can that work, for God's sake? So what the minister is telling us is that, look, empower me. Let me have my own police that can secure all these resources so that I can manage these resources for the betterment of the country. We can have a grip hold of all these solid minerals, and then all this mining, gold, silver, all those solid minerals, I can have a grip hold of them, and then we can use them efficiently. We can use them, we can manage them well for the growth of the country. That is what he's telling everyone. And the legislators should be able to, take a look of what this guy is telling us, and then, do something about it. It's enough. It's enough. We can. The policing system in Nigeria has not been working, and the reason why it's not working is because it's centralized. Imagine we have a centralized government in Nigeria. Federal government is in control of all Nigeria, and the state cannot function separately from the federal government. Do you think we will have good governance? We are not having good governance in the state today. I mean, in the local government area today, because you see the local government under the control, being controlled by the state. The state never allow local government to function. That's why you don't see good governance across the country. we have to break this security system. We have to break it down in such a way that can work efficiently for every sector of this economy. So I think these people are listening to us. That is why we say, all the time that, look, most of the time when we talk here, they listen, and it has happened a couple of times. Sometimes
Too many times. Too many times it's happened. Yeah, too many times.
Too many times. So,
but this idea is too obscure for us to say, oh, maybe they just got there as well. Is an obscure idea.
It's not obscure.
Can I say something on this point?
Yeah. Come in, Ogweni.
Okay. Good morning, everyone from Scotland. Bajale Koko, well done, sir.
Echo Shembe.
Well, I'll be in Nigeria by next week anyway, so I won't need to bother about Otutu.
Next week?
Yeah, I'll be in Nigeria next week.
And then you come back when?
I should be back end of December or January.
Oh, okay.
You might as well spend Christmas in Nigeria. It's more fun, isn't it?
I may, but I would love to come back to spend with the family.
Oh yes, of course. Do you do eggnogs in Scotland? Because that's eggnog country, isn't it? You start drinking eggnogs and whatnot. Sorry, have you tried haggis? Have you eaten haggis?
No, not at all.
Don't try it. It's awful. No, but carry on.
So, as lofty as this idea sounds, I don't buy the idea. And I will tell you why I don't buy the idea of having what the man call mining police force or mine police. That's what he call it. For me, I don't buy that idea because first, I believe that it is unconstitutional. So secondly, I believe that it's going to be another monster that we're creating. You remember when people talk about sensors, I used to remind people that somebody started SARS. Olusegun Obasanjo started SARS, because Special Anti-Robbery Squad, which, yes, achieved purpose as at the time it started. But because it formed a special unit within the police, to the extent that even the commissioner of police of a state cannot control SARS within a state. Because when you go to the first headquarters of Louis Sedet's, that's police headquarters in Nigeria, there's a special unit for SARS. So they have their own, I think it starts from maybe AIG or so, down the rank. So when they post you to a state, you are not directly under the commissioner of that state. You are directly under commissioner on FSARS, which is Federal SARS and Co. That was how I think Obasanjo structured it. Or it was structured one way under Obasanjo and they distorted it along the way. I can't really say what exactly happened to SARS around that side. But what I realized was because SARS was not really directly under any commissioner or any other constitutional authority at that state level or segmented down to that level, they became a monster that it took our youth to troop to the streets on SARS alone. On that just very small unit of police, they had to take to the unit. And let me tell you, during my practice, while practicing, I realized that the only unit within the police, there's another unit, I've forgotten that name, very terrible people. But the more terrible that relate more with civilian in the police unit are the SARS. You cannot do anything. They don't even put their names on their uniform. They operate in a Gestapo manner that they don't even respect life. At a point in time, some of my clients was arrested by SARS in Gariki. That was Area 3 in Abuja. That is where the SARS this thing. And it bothered me that they located SARS station beside an abandoned abattoir. You could imagine what would be going on in that abattoir. It was an abandoned abattoir behind a particular hill. We call it Guzampe Hill in Abuja. That was where they located this SARS thing. And you see people groaning, making noise.
So they'll just be killing them and throwing them over the fence.
You can't. The imagination is just yours to could imagine what is happening. I went on behalf of my client, and this guy was already killed by these SARS guys. I'm telling you, 2000 and that should be 2012, that 12 or 13 or 11, 12 or 13, and because there were 3 of them they arrested, and one of them called me before they took them to that place. I could only see 2. They didn't even allow them to talk to me. I asked about the third one. My client, that's the second one, kept giving me sign of more like they've taken him to that place. You know, I was like, so who is in charge of the place? As I was about moving ahead to the place, the man just cocked his gun. But where am I going? If you ask any average lawyer, they will tell you SARS were at a point in time a monster. And if you ask what exactly was the problem with SARS, you cannot report a SARS to the commissioner at the state level. By the time you want to report imagine from Ekiti, you want to report SARS, you will report SARS to the commissioner in charge of SARS, maybe somewhere in maybe Benin. And then from that, if you are taking it further, maybe somewhere in Abuja. So what's my point? My point is, you start this thing, you're creating another monster. It may be working for you today. In a few years' times, our youth will troop to the street and start rebelling against this particular unit you are starting. Because when you create what Soludo call an headless mob, and now you are creating an headless mob that would be bearing arms. Don't forget, it is not like other country. The police we have in Nigeria is a police force. It's not a police service. It is the Nigerian police force, NPF. They bear arms. They carry arms. So when you see them carry,
sorry, what's the distinguishing? What's the distinction between a force and a service?
Oh, that's a whole 1-2 hours lecture.
Oh, okay, carry on.
If I had to go into that, but we don't. But just take notice that we don't run a young police force service. We run a young police force. They bear arms. They carry it anywhere they go. They walk in our streets. They carry arms. They don't even carry pistol. You see them carry their AK-47 everywhere around. They carry all sorts of weapons with us among the civilians. They're going to protest, peaceful protest. They will still carry arms with them. They are drinking. They are carrying arms. You see the one that killed that lawyer in Lagos. They've sentenced the guy now. But what was his excuse? The only excuse you can give for that guy. The guy was controlling traffic. And you carry arms.
Benny, can you give me a minute to interject you before I run? I need to run. All right, sir. See, I think where you are missing this SARS and the special police for the mining is that SARS is a special police unit within the corrupt police force establishment itself.
Yeah.
We are talking of specialized forces like when you have DSS that is protecting the presidency and the government. We are talking of specialized forces like EFCC that is specialized in dealing with.
I'm not sure they are at that level. You know, I think they're a rudimentary force. They're not an intelligence-led force. They're rudimentary. They are the mining police. I think they're like more apes obey sort of people.
I think the mining police will be like, okay, look at the forest guard. If we've not killed our forest guard today, they are supposed to be the forest police for us, right? Because they are the one that they know nook and cranny of our forest. They will be the one to stop all these criminals that keep wandering, keep moving around, roaming around our inside our forest. So if you have mining police, they are not to interact with the regular public people. They are supposed to be deployed to the mining site, not to be doing roadblock. Just like
but that's not the lived experience we have had in the country. If you put a man in a uniform in Nigeria, very quickly on his way home, he will mount that roadblock and start to obtain people.
Okay.
No, why is EFCC not doing it?
How many times?
Because EFCC is an elite force. They're not foot immigration on the ground and they do that. But yeah.
Immigration and custom officers, they are a form of police. It's just because we don't call them police it doesn't mean they are not
Yeah,
police. They are
custom
just
officers mount roadblocks. Do they not? They do.
But
how many times
answer that?
have you seen them harassing people to be checking their phone? Look, truly, I know that the
They
custom
mount
people.
roadblocks, but custom officer, which they are not allowed to, but they mount roadblocks.
But let me.
I agree with you, Mike. If you don't mind, let me just quickly say this.
Okay.
So the thing now is this: we are saying just like we have custom, just like we have immigration. So we are not talking of SARS. SARS is another thing. Let us have people that will specialize in mining. That is what we are saying. So if we get that, I think we can resolve our problem to some extent. So I don't agree with you with the SARS things. So thank you for your time.
Yeah,
Okay,
well,
now
can I say something real quick? You see, one man, the special police squads and special units. The reason why SARS happens to turn out the way it turned out is because the nature of what they are designed for. They are designed to fish out like robbery suspect or fish out armed robbery and things like that. So in that nature, they're going to turn out to be very violent. First of all, their training will be kind of like if first it was like very violent. In America, they had a similar squad that they created in the U.S. police force where they only used to bust drug dealers. They only used to go after drug dealers. And this guy were literally committing a lot of atrocity, murders, like literally killing people in neighborhoods where even American government they had to remember that one black guy that was killed by a group of them, like group of those black officers. They were drug busters now. So those guys became so violent because all they do is just to go after those extremely violent group, which are drug dealers. So it's the same thing with SARS. They are trained to just go after armed robbers. So their nature will be to be violent, to be like that. So that's why they turn out like that. But if you're talking about other forces where maybe the EFCC or the mining police or things like that, they won't turn out like SARS. Like SARS. They won't turn out like that.
Good, Mr. Mike. You see, you are underrating the criminalities in the mining sector in Nigeria. You underrate it. You see, you need reham and force to deal with the mafias and the cartel in the mining industry. You think mining industry is just like you are fighting armed robbers?
But the mining is not. It's not a street thing. Now. It's more like a jungle area.
Yes, these guys have developed to the extent that they are flying aircraft into our bush to collect our natural resources, to tell you how strong they are. And don't forget, under Buhari, there was a report that showed that many of the banditry that you have in the north were as a result of guys that have interest in all this mining industry. So you are fighting banditry, you are fighting criminalities, you are fighting mafias, and you are fighting cartel that have international network. Don't underrate it.
But how would that affect the common Nigerian street people? It's not like something that will be taken to the street now. It's more something that will be done in the bushes.
No,
it's more it's enforcement that will be done more in the bushes and those areas of mining. It's not something that will be affecting average Nigerians on the street like SARS.
Let me tell you how it affects average Nigerian. Okay, out of the 36 states you have in Nigeria, I think about 16 out of our 36 states have solid minerals that are legally being tapped, right? Today.
In the bushes.
And not just in the bushes, they have network everywhere around.
But they are not mining in the middle of Warri, in the middle of Lagos now.
You don't sell gold in the bushes. Do you sell gold in the bushes? If you've ever gone to gold mining, when you mine, you bring it out. And they are networking everywhere. You have these guys, you'll be policing them, right? They are networking, you'll be busting them. You do a lot of things. You track them down. Okay, how do you prosecute them? You have your own prosecutory power, or how? So, and that's why
average Nigerian youth on the street will not look like a suspect. Well, if you're looking for robberies, you understand that. So that's the difference between SARS. SARS, average teenager that look rough, you look like a suspect, robbery suspect.
All right. Yes.
Yeah. In conclusion, for me, I would rather suggest a special task force that you have the members rigged from both our paramilitaries and our armed forces, which we are using in the northeast, and it's working very fine for us to fight Boko Haram. You gather people with native intelligence, you train them, you employ them into these paramilitaries that we have, custom immigration, they call it civilian JTF and all that, even armed forces, you have them together forming that special unit, all right? And you have maybe one AIG or DIG heading that unit and all that. But you don't want to give arms to people who are completely outside our paramilitary and military. You are building and establishing another monster that will come to haunt us in future. That's just the point I'm trying to make.
All right, brilliant. Back to Adale Koko.
I totally disagree with Ogbeni. Nigerian police force is a corrupt police force. Task force upon task force has been set up by that police force that a set objectives rather. We know what is going on in our mining industry. If that police, what do you call it? If that Nigerian police force is so efficient, why haven't they been performing? Or in terms of why have they not been performing, and why have they not stopped this criminality and what do you call it, that is ravaging that mining industry or our mining sector? So having having a mining police that can efficiently protect that mining industry, I think that is not under the control of Nigerian police force. They cannot achieve results if they are under the control of Nigerian police force. Because number one, they will not be well funded. Number two, corruption will hijack it. Number three, it's not going to achieve the objective upon which they are set up for in the first place, as we had some others that they set up in the past. So, but when they are under the ministry and well funded, well trained, well retrained, I think we will have a mining sector that is safe, that is, that is secured for the national good of the country. So I think Alake that is suggesting he has seen it all within a short period of time that has been there. So Nigerian police force, let us break it down. When it's not broken down, it's not going to achieve results. Nigerian police force cannot work. It cannot secure anything in Nigeria. So I'm on board with Alake, and I hope that they will give him the approval and let him set up let him hire Nigerian graduates. Let them be taken outside the country for training, not training by Nigerian police, so that they can really do the job well for the country. So that's my thing.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So Adale Koko, let me move it round so that people don't wait too long. So we go Ola, and then we were going to go Dewale, but it's not there. We go Ola, we go Morris, then we go Enigmatic, Ogbeni. So Ola, you're up next. I know you are pushed for time, so just give us about 10 minutes or so, Ola.
Okay. So what do you want me to speak on now? Because on the police already, I'm not backing down. So I believe that's the way to go, because like here in Canada, we have dedicated rail police that they carry weapon. All they do is to protect our rail. We have wildlife officers. They are a form of police too. What they do is to protect our forest, to protect the animals there. So we have those level of police. Even when you get to the airport, those people you see, they are security too. They are another level of police. even though we can reinforce with the police from the city. So I don't know this idea of one large police that we have in Nigeria. And what we don't know is this. If you have just one computer system in your house, that's the only thing you use to run the affairs, everything. Just one virus will grant all your operations. But if you have so many doing different things, if they grant one, other will still be functional. That's the situation of our Nigerian police today. If you decide to create a new special force, now, like the SARS we are talking about now, why is it that SARS is not effective? It's just because you are expanding the value, the criminal corrupt value realization for the established police already, because they see that as an avenue to extend their territory in time of corruption. But it's different when you created the like of EFCC, as we witnessed under OBJ. The head of the police was one of the first victims and a sitting governor. And the reason you see the like I said the other time, the reason you see all these organs, all these Attorney General of the Federation, they are ready to fight EFCC. They were trying to bring the thing under them. The question you should ask yourself is this: what's so special? Why is it that the Attorney General of Police of the Federation, they are not looking at bringing the Nigerian police force under their own jurisdiction, that is the EFCC, that you are so interested in? It simply means that the EFCC is so functional. Look at the DSS today. Look at the EFCC. Look at how well equipped they are. So to me, all this idea of one big organization, what Dele Alake is saying is the right way to go. They start decentralizing, start restructuring. By now, just like other countries, because it is with the Ray police that I did my level 3 security, because I was earning one of the data center. I did level 3 security because they were expecting me to work across the border. Even some people in India. So we have those level of security. So I don't subscribe to this idea that even the example that Ogbeni was giving is even one of the more reasons that we need special police when people are using a helicopter to go to the site. So you need some people that are well trained, that they have fresh orientation, that they want to deliver, that they want to establish themselves as forces to reckon with. Not those people that are already there that are looking for how to just increase, how to make money for themselves. So that's the more reason we need that special police force. So to me, that's the way to go.
Sorry,
Then,
Mr.
which other topic?
Can I say something?
Okay, sir.
You didn't get my point. My point is this: not putting them under the Nigerian police force is the issue I have. That we should have.
The issue I have too is putting them under the Nigerian police. That
Okay,
is the issue I have.
For instance, your Canada example you just gave me is still under police services.
No.
But they are now. There are 3 major enforcement.
In my city, we have what we call CKC police. You understand? They have a version in America. They have a version in Canada, because we have what we call CN Rail. CN Rail transits from here to Canada. So they have branch in Canada. In Canada, they have in the United States too. Because that's structure even is still falling to me tomorrow.
No. What he's saying is they are under policing structure. So that's what
there are 3 major law enforcement agencies and others you will find in Canada, with my little experience. So you have your normal police services that has its own head. You have all these special constabularies, which we used to have in Nigeria. We later abolished. They still retain theirs. And you have other, all these law enforcement agencies, which are not police. Now, under your police force, you have all these city police. Each province now has its own police, Toronto police, Quebec police services, and others. Now, you have your RCMP. You have your RCMPs. Now, your RCMPs work directly with your central government, and it's still under your police force. Then you now have all these your special constabularies that work in different sectors where they can address issues to the specific, which is what you guys are suggesting. I don't have any issue with that. My point is this: taking people bearing arms off from the purview of the Nigerian police force is a dangerous move for Nigeria, for instance.
I see, Ogbeni, where you got it wrong. Let me tell you one thing. My city police has nothing to do with RCMP. As a matter of fact, if RCMP now, without any emergency, comes under category jurisdiction where they are not supposed, the city police will chase them away. They will take them to court. See, RCMP is just like the FBI.
Do you know why that is? Do you know why that happened?
No, I'm just telling you. You know, Nigeria, we have one inspector general of police, and we have commissioner. We don't have such structure in Canada.
No, you still have it. Let me remind you how you have it.
We don't have it, Ogbeni. I know you're a lawyer, but
let me draw your attention to something.
No, you don't have.
Okay, you have your Royal Canadian Mounted Police, right? Your RSMP.
They are just like FBI in America.
Okay, apart from that, your RSMP, you still have Canadian Forces Military Police, right?
We have city police, and we have city police. Yeah, we don't duty. Don't no report. They report to the city straight away. They have nothing to do with RCMP.
You don't have CFMP. You have CFMP now.
No, they are provincial police. There's the federal police, provincial police, and city police. It could be regional police, depending on if the city is not that big.
Yeah,
exactly. We don't report to RCMP. That's what I'm telling you.
They don't report to RCMP.
No. I'm not saying. Look, get my point. I said, at the federal level, you maintain two major police wings. There's a police wing, your RCMP.
At the central level is the RCMP. Then you have the CIS. That's the Central Intelligence stuff. That's just it.
No, you see RCMP now.
No, there's not.
Canadian Forces Military Police.
No, there's no military police. There's no military police. If there's a military police, it's for the military. There's no military police.
There's a military police for the military.
There's military police now. It's a special
and there's a rail police for the rail.
No, it's for the military.
And we have our own.
All right. For the benefit of our audience who may not be Canadians, let's get it back to the Nigerian space. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. What Ogbeni is suggesting is not what we practice here. We don't have a single inspector general of police that command the commissioner of police at region. No, every region they maintain their own policing structure. So what the central does is when you cannot maintain your police, they give you their own police, and they keep this central database for crime. That's what they do. Other than that, every region, every city, you have your police. So even within those regions too, you still have different level of police. That is why I'm telling you that even we still have rail police, we still have those people that are forest police. So to me, let us take this thing from this big inspector general of police that can have any. You see, the benefit of having different heads is this: if one is compromised, you don't expect others to be compromised at the same time. So that's why you divide job. You don't create a live bureaucracy. So to me, let's just support Aregbesola in this one. We've seen FCC work properly. We've seen
it's not Aregbesola. It's not Aregbesola.
Sorry,
Alake.
Wale Alake.
So to me, I think that's the way to go. To be honest with you, that's the way.
Just a Wale Alake.
because when you see people as sophisticated as that, and Alake has some kind of vision, we know that these people, they are so sophisticated, they are using a helicopter to do so. We need a minister that will be able to control his own police too. At least when you want someone to solve a problem, you must be able to give that person total power to solve that problem. At least for now. Let's get rid of all these groups that are sponsoring banditry. Once we feel safe on the street again, then we can start theorizing, we can start talking of Mary and the Mary. But let's Yoruba will say, let us chase the criminals away. Then we can always reform and improve on whatever we have. But as this now, we need that structure like yesterday. Thank you. One man.
Wait, can I ask a question real quick, please?
Yes, but I think you can ask in general because I think Ola is about to dash off. But ask in general, and then we go on to Maurice from there.
Isn't the forest ranges What is their job? Isn't that the same job they should be doing? Because mining, I believe, when most of the mining places, they're located in the forest, correct? So I'm
No,
trying to see.
but the mining is a specific problem and a national issue.
Yeah, but isn't that should be the job of the forest rangers?
Forest rangers.
Yeah.
No, forest rangers is to preserve, is to protect our forest reserve, so that
So
we have criminals operating in our forests.
so
So
where's your mining like for limestone and other
ma-
gold? Where they're located? Where they're
they are not
located?
necessarily in the forest. Sometimes they are
Where?
We don't
some,
have forest rangers in the first place.
Yes, and in the north, it's not at all in the forest. It's
yeah,
the
Where is it
mining.
located? Where is it located?
they are not. They are
It's
not in the
usually in
forest.
remote areas, but they are not forested areas.
Yeah. So is who's in charge of that remote area? Is part of forest ranges, right? They're in
Nigeria
charge of
doesn't
it.
have forest rangers, man. That's
No,
only
we
United
do.
States.
Someone should just mention it that we have. Okay, who are the people in charge of the forest? The police.
Nobody. Police, yeah.
No, don't say
The army.
nobody. You people have been away from Nigeria for a while now.
Somebody
I say
just
nobody.
mentioned 1 minute. Somebody just mentioned that we have people that take care of our forest. The police that is in charge of it. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is the fact that we don't want to contradict. So if you already have people doing that job, why do you
No,
want to
we
create
don't have
another?
forest rangers. We don't have forest rangers at the moment in
So
Nigeria.
nobody is taking care of our forest.
No, the forest is open.
Okay. All right. So it makes sense.
If you look at this is an example of illegal mining. You see, it's not at all a forested area. It's just a yes. It's just shrub. Yeah. So yeah. Let's go on from Ola to Maurice. So Maurice, you have the floor. I think I done the cocoa. So Maurice, you have the floor. Speak to us, Maurice. What are you looking at in the news?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, thank you, one man, for giving me a chance. I was about dozing off because I wanted to tell you because I wanted to speak because I have a very early morning flight to Holland tomorrow.
Oh, all right.
So
Okay. Yeah. Are you doing an European tour?
No. You know, I'm from Holland.
I thought you said you were going from where you are to Ireland or something.
Maurice is always
No,
flying.
I spoke with my son. I'm by nationality, I'm Holland. My son is there now. He's 19. He's in college, so I needed to see him. He's doing his IT in one place like that. So I spoke with him a few days ago, and I spoke with him today. I told him I'm coming there. So 6:15 flight. I'm going to Holland.
That means you won't. That means you won't sleep at all, because he.
No,
Yeah.
I will sleep a little. My friend will take me here. I already set the alarm.
Okay.
Even if it's because once I get to, I can't sleep if I see light. When I see light, I can't sleep. Like some people can sleep in the afternoon, so I can't.
You know circumstances where I can't sleep in a silent space. I always have to have the radio on or something. Usually like BBC Radio 4, something like that, something that is not too that
the only
doesn't
thing
attack you.
I
But
like
I can't
to have,
sleep. I can't sleep in absolute silence. No, I couldn't.
I have to have the light out, and then I put a radio like Sky Radio or like the one we have in UK there, Spy Station. They play all this soft reading music.
Mellow music.
Yes, and I put the volume very, very low, so it's like it's coming from far. Then I sleep. So
all right. You may well be.
Can you talk me through the headlines, please?
Yes, you may well be the best man to answer the question that is the headline. We are putting a missing person notice out for Peter Obi, who has now been missing in action since the Supreme. Is he on the run? God. And where do we track him down? Is he on the run?
Okay. To be honest, you guys, all you Abadonians, I don't know what you want. You won the election now. Grab it, snatch it. grab it and run with it. You already have that. Still, leave Obi alone now. Obi was in
they want him on his knees now. They want him on his knees.
Obi was in Benin the other day, and Obi was also, he had an somewhere in US. Chimamanda was making a speech there. Obi was there, and a few days ago he's in Benin now. So, and I understand, because you expect him to come. Obi owes nobody nothing. Has nothing to do with
not even the obedience. Not even the obedience.
Of course, the obedience, we understand. You think the obedience are worried about this? Obi will do his own thing the time when he wants to. And Badonians won you say you won the election. You already grabbed it. Then still leave Obi alone. I don't know. Now, okay, you know what you do? Why don't you both Instagram everything, put wanted, please?
I am, or by tomorrow you'll see it up. We'll track him down.
Maybe that will help. Obi, there's nothing wrong with Obi. Obi is there. It's not going anywhere. If you go to Onitsha, if you want to find him, go to Onitsha, you see him there.
But Maurice, you think that politically is good that he's keeping quiet after judgment, after assuring people that I will fight.
They said
election. Hold on.
One man
assuring people that.
Yes, I understand your question, Angelico. One man, in UK, they have a saying that every fortress has its own soft belly left somewhere. Okay, so everyone is not the same. The way you do things, may not be the way another person does things. Maybe you don't know why he's quiet. Maybe you don't know the kind of discussion the top officials in the party are having. You don't know what they are going through. We have no idea. You understand? So at the right time, he will come out, he will speak. Obi will speak. So right now, we don't know. We can only speculate. So it's not like he has no respect for let the obedience down. No, I'm one of the staunch supporter of Obi. And I'm glad that you
leaving his
you use me as one of the examples.
Political limbo.
So
okay.
But the thing is that he will come out.
Maurice, you are giving that man excuses. It's for more
I'm
than
not giving him an excuses. Why should he listen? He can't come out and do things the way everybody does things.
He came out during the court of appeal now. He came out immediately after the election. He came out after the ruling of the court of appeal. He spoke 3 times. Because now after the ruling of the Supreme Court, he lost his voice.
No, he didn't lose his voice. Let me tell you.
So what happened to the voice?
Okay, you asked me a question.
Do you think he's struggling to find the words? I think he's struggling to find the words.
You asked me a question, Emeka, and I will appreciate if you give me a chance to give you an answer also. What I think, my own opinion. Because I'm not with Obi, so I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on there. But in my own opinion, it's normal to come out after the tribunal to say his mind and to declare that he's going to the Supreme Court. That is normal. But now, there is no other court higher than the Supreme Court. So no matter what he says now, it's not going to change anything. But it doesn't mean.
But it will give direction to his followers.
Yeah, he will say something. But it doesn't necessarily mean that immediately he has to come out and say something. He will say something. You don't know what kind of meeting. They'll be meeting, and I know I've been following the news and what people, and also on YouTube and whatever. They've been meeting all these top LP chieftains. They've been meeting, they're having a talk. You don't know what is their plan. Once he comes out, then we will know why he's quiet for some time. You understand? So he coming out.
You see, Maurice. There's no real room for anything that Peter Obi can say, because it can only go in one of two directions, isn't it? It can either push the obedience space harder in the direction that they are following, or it can make a nationalistic statement while still retaining his objection. So those are the only two spaces that he can go to. So there is nothing that he's going to say whenever he does decide to speak that will catch anybody off guard.
Then
But in space,
then why is everybody curious that he didn't speak?
It's just the lack of leadership, isn't it? Which is something that people have accused him of.
You know, when you guys say lack of leadership, this is somebody. He just didn't come from one tertiary college like that and just taught class this thing. This was once a governor. This was once a bank chairman. This was once somebody. This is someone who already had made millions even before he even thought of going into anything in politics. You understand me? So he didn't get to where he is by being stupid. He didn't get to where he is today by not having that managerial skill. You understand me? He didn't get to where he is today by spending all his life and money in Owambe. You understand what I'm saying? He didn't do that. So we have to give him a chance to come out and speak when he chooses to speak, because there's nothing we will say here that will make him speak if he does not want to speak.
Maurice, let's be honest, man. You and I know Obi has gone back to PDP. Come on now.
Well,
Maurice,
Mike,
you
feel like so ready for me today.
Maurice, the
one man, you feel like so ready for me today.
Now you be the only obedient now, so now you go carry on.
One man. You know what I will do?
Maurice, hold on. Maurice, hold on.
Yeah.
Number one, the optics is not good for him because he's no more a local political leader. He's a national political leader.
Right.
So, and as such, he should be operating nationally and not restrict himself to what
Obi will speak. Mark my
no,
word.
hold
You'll
on.
be shocked.
Hold on. Look, we are not saying that Obi is not going to speak. But
he's taking too long. That's what you mean.
That is what we are saying.
Good.
Do you agree with us that it's taking too long?
Yes. I on the contrary, I agree that he's taking too long. I'm in harmony with what you said. That when it comes to that, in that aspect, I totally agree. You know, but at the same time,
and it's not
we don't know why he's taking
leader.
too long.
That national leadership status is not showing that for taking too long to speak.
But why are the Agbadonians so much interested to know whether Obi speaks or not? I just don't
No, this is not a matter of Agbadonian. This is a matter of a national political leader.
And it's also somewhat holding the country in limbo. Hold on now, Bishop. The country wants to know if it's going to dog whistle his followership to set the country aflame, or if he's going to toe the Atiku Abubakar line. So he has to make some sort of a speech so that the country knows how he's handling these people that he has radicalized.
One man.
So it's just irresponsible all the way through.
That thing you just said now, that is being hypocritical, with all due respect. That is hypocritical. Between Obi and the Tinubu, who is likely to carry out violence with Togri and everything? Is it not Tinubu? Obi has always been peaceful. Have you seen Obi slap? Even when you accuse him, insult him, Obi will even a lot of. Let me tell you something. You want me to be honest to you? Obi is a very intelligent person, but somewhere in my heart, to be honest, as an obedient, I feel that Obi is weak. And to be a president in Nigeria, a country like Nigeria, you can't be weak.
So why are you supporting him?
No, I support him, but some you know, he said how do you say that? One, too many or something like that. You understand me? You know, so the way, you know, like
It's
like a
very difficult
nonchalant.
for
You
you
are
to admit.
struggling, Bishop,
Yeah.
Morris. You are struggling. You see, even you
But
can
No.
justify it.
Listen. No, you're
it's
not the
good he
one
has
now to
admitted
let
the
me say
truth
what I
that
want to
Obi is
say.
weak.
What I'm telling you, I'm
It's
not
a
going on the
it's a
side why
great
he
one.
didn't speak. But I said when you talk about the violent side, Obi, I feel Obi is weak. He's just like Jonathan. He's too weak because how can you, like me now? I don't see how somebody, like, I believe in the doctrine of Moses. So if you give me one, bros, even I will not even give you a chance to give me one. I will give you three. So even if you will beat me up, but at least I deliver three first. You know, so Obi is too weak. That is one place I have issues with. He's too weak. It's not every situation you say. Sometimes you follow situation bumper to bumper. You understand me? It's not every situation you say, oh, my brother, no, that is weakliness. That is weak. That is where I have issue with Obi. I don't have issue that he didn't speak or he didn't speak. But when it comes to violence, that's, you know, they say everybody know him picking when born. I know what somebody will come tell me and say, Obi do this. I will say, yes, Obi did that. Somebody will tell me Obi did that. I'll say, no, this man didn't do that. You understand me? Even though I don't know him one-on-one, but from his character and presentation and so far I've seen about him, he's not a violent person. The one that will come out and carry talks. Tinubu operates only with talks now. Now I heard that he moved the MC Olomo to Abuja now. He rented a duplex for them there.
Who told you that?
MC Olomo was in Abuja now fighting with the
MC Olomo is an extremely wealthy man. So why would he need that Tinubu to rent an apartment?
Didn't you see when he was in Abuja, he wants to take over the motor park garages in Aba to be in Abuja to head it. And then that Hausa man, they almost kill each other at that place. Didn't you see it? It was all over the news. Or suddenly, selective memory, you can't remember that, right?
MC Olomo is a national figure now.
It's not a national figure. MC Olomo is only popular in that Lagos State. Who knows MC Olomo outside Lagos State? Do you know him in Ogun State? Can he go to Ogun State and say, I'm chief of motor park? You know, they will kill him there now. MC Olomo is only popular in Lagos. Who knows? MC Olomo is nobody now. It's only in Lagos. He's a tout, a garage man. No be talk the way they do for US before they drive and come out there. Make him go US now. So
in US, so if you see how his daughter is living,
a thug is a national figure.
His daughter is living like an Arab princess.
Okay, Ogun State cannot. One man, let's be honest now. Osiolombo, if he go or your state now, go say he won't be the all the parks there and all the drivers have to pay. Can he do that? They will cut off his head the same day. It's only relevant because of Tinubu in Lagos there. Lagos, Tinubu is all about.
It's only relevant in Oshodi. It's Oshodi. No, the whole Lagos. It's Oshodi.
Okay, God bless you, my brother.
All right.
National figure.
All right. Let me move on from there. I think Bishop wanted to come in. So come in, Bishop, and then I'll move Morrison after that. Yeah.
But there's something we need to correct, Mama.
Okay. Can I? Hello?
Yeah. Let Ogweni make that correction quickly, and then you have your comment, and then we'll move it on.
MC Olomo was never in Abuja to take over anything. We should moderate the kind of information we.
It was true. He want me to go back. I can.
The news
go on YouTube. We just type MC Olomo fighting with this state in Abuja. He even came with Togri to take over their headquarters in Abuja. What are you telling me? It's a lie.
If you stay in Abuja, first and foremost, you will know that they don't run union of drivers the way you run it in the southern part of Nigeria. In Abuja.
Okay, what was he doing? What was he doing in the union office with his stocks? What was he doing there?
I don't see that, and there are many idiots on YouTube.
Why? Okay, don't take my word for it. Now YouTube know the lie. Just go YouTube. You will see them there.
I'm always online. I check news. I follow up on news. So to say that MC Olulomo came to NURTW or RTN or the only news I saw, which was written by somebody who just want traffic on his website, was that a middle-aged man who was loyal to MC Olulomo allegedly involved in a fight because he saw one of the members of NURTW and others in Abuja carrying a passenger, and it led to an issue. There are optics being sell out there just to drive traffic and get all these people to click their website. MC
My brother, but who is talking, please? What's your name, please? Who is talking?
Ogbeni, that's my name.
Okay,
MC Olulomo
Ogbeni.
never relocated
Okay, Ogbeni.
Abuja.
I'm glad you are going home now. I'm glad, by God's grace, you go.
I'm
you
always
go home
home.
safely.
Yes,
I'm not
an Abroadian. I sit at.
But MC Olulomo is no member of NURWT anymore. He has
Yes,
severed
so
his,
what they are trying to say,
Ajele Kuku. Ajele Kuku. You know, I just said something, Ogbeni. Don't take my word for it, my brother. But I want you to promise me one thing. If you find out that I'm right, anytime we're back on this thing, even if you are home, I know you will be coming online. If you find out that I'm right, are you going to tell me, Maurice, yes, you are right? That is the only thing I want from you.
I'll tell you, Maurice, I'll tell you who is right. Ajale Koko is right. Lagos State created a Lagos Motor Park Authority somewhat, which they moved the Lagos State space out of that national space, and MC Olulomo heads that. So MC Olulomo is not even part of the national body anymore.
He was in Abuja. They were fighting at the head office of this NURU. What do they call them? Union of Road Transport. Even this man was.
Did you see that on Obid? Is it on Obid?
The one leading.
Is it on Obidati TV?
One man. I was
watching it fully.
I watched it fully. Even that man was saying nobody can come from Lagos here to take over his position. They even entered inside their office with his men. They went inside there now. I saw it now. It ran for days now.
All right, Maurice, let Bishop have that interjection, and then we move on just to manage the time.
Okay.
Bishop.
Yeah, thank you. I came in. I wanted to correct one impression. Something was being said about we don't have forest guard, and everybody seemed to concur. That is completely, absolutely wrong.
I did concur.
We have okay.
They allow me to talk. But
Okay. We have forest guards. We have 2 mandates. We have forest guard that is very active, especially in the rainforest region of the south, Calabar area towards Bakassi. We have them in the southwest. We have them in Omo. They are protecting the Omo, and they have 2 mandates: illegal logging and our forest, our games. Because we have them around Bauchi. I know we have forest guard that is heavily populated. So that misinformation is just what I wanted to correct. Number one, we have them. We have a lot of paramilitary, quite a number of paramilitary under the Ministry of Agric. I remember we have plant quarantine. I don't know if many people know. They are like counterparts to, what do you call it? Customs. They are under the military of a paramilitary organization that bear arms too. We have some that protect our waterways too, kind of a paramilitary. So we actually have a very active forest guard. Permit me to just use 1 minute also to say on this issue of Peter Obi. Permit me. It's interesting. I don't know why we dissipated so much energy on Peter Obi talks. Yeah, it was necessary for him to talk so that we move the country forward. But if he has chosen not to talk, that is his problem. We are making it look like as if it's important that he's talking. Nigeria's life dependent on his talking.
No. It's not Nigerian lives. Hold on. He's holding that because he has created this mass movement and he has energized them as well. So he's holding that space in abeyance. And if that obedient space doesn't know how to land or move forward, then it's a security risk to the country. So the country wants to know where he's pointing them to, in order then that the country knows how to handle them.
He has left them in limbo. If any one of them is smart enough to read in between the lines, especially the unspoken, they would know that Peter Obi had he chickened out when it mattered most. because we agreed here that it has become the case of the tail wagging the dog. Obi lost control of the mob. You know, it built something like a Frankenstein monster, and he lost control, and he's so afraid of them. There is nothing Obi can say against them. And so silence in this matter is golden, and silence is consent. So instead of riling them up, and instead of saying something, you know, that seems to concede the defeat, you know, there's no option. That he will now get on them angry against him in case he comes back again. He will just let the thing to die naturally. You know, with time, everybody will move on. He will make one statement here, one statement there, not necessarily coming out to officially admit. But in some spaces, I would say in several spaces, I think we're making it like it's very important that Obi speak. Who is Obi? It's one of the 18
what surprises me. My brother,
it is important that he speaks. Yeah.
I still hold the floor, not you, brother. I thought you wanted to interject. You know?
Me?
So listen, you know what I see is that with this election, I see so many. According to Obeni, will know this better. He's a lawyer. There's something they call armchair lawyers. You understand? Armchair lawyers. So you have everybody become an expert in politics and in commentary. Even mind readers, they already know. Like this.
Are you not one of them?
Last
Are you not one of those people you describe?
You just already saying everything what Obi has done and the thing where he's thinking. Everybody suddenly becomes psychologists and everything. It's just funny to me.
Okay,
Man, can you tell me the next topic, please?
No, now you don't behave like that. Now I was interjecting. It is right. It is not a privilege.
But say
Hold on. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. One man gave me the floor. I asked to interject minutes ago, and he gave me, when I was talking, somebody interjected. I gave him space. So you cannot just shut me down because you think differently. I was talking. No, listen. I was talking. I'm not asking you a question. No. I was talking when you abruptly and rudely brought in, and you were just casting aspersion on me, and you think I should not answer you. Come on, that's not how it's played. That is absolutely not how it is played. It is your opinion that your thing God Obi is all that matters to you, and nobody can talk about him. I'm not abusing him. I'm only telling you what he is. You came here and openly said he's a weakling. You said it. You said he was. You just said here a few minutes ago that he's a weakling.
So why can't we? You know what is mine.
I don't need to be a mind reader. I don't need to be. I just need to have a little bit of common sense.
Not that
you came here a few minutes ago and called the man a weakling. You know what that means? That he's a weakling. He said, what's that name for it again?
I said yes.
Stop. That is your opinion. So let me express my opinion. Let me express my opinion. So you leave my own opinion too. Let me express my. I did not talk about you calling me a weakling.
You didn't. I never heard. I didn't hear you say.
No, you will not go away with it. No, you will not go away with it. I don't care.
You know what
I've said it. You did not say your own opinion. It was a weakling.
I said it too. One man can testify to that.
No, I don't owe you. I don't owe you anything. No. You just keep quiet. You know, let people speak their opinion. Let me speak back. You speak for your own. I did not interject. I wanted to make a contribution. I'm making my contribution, my interjection. So if it is paining you, then you better mute the something and not listen to me. So why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?
Agbodonia, you won the election. You won the election. Leave Obi alone.
Will you just let me complete my interjection?
Hold on.
You don't need to listen to me. Will you just let me land my thought?
Gentlemen, please. Gentlemen, please.
No,
hold on. I said gentlemen also. Curiously enough, you are captured as a gentleman too. Maybe I'm being a bit generous, Morris. But gentlemen, please. Morris has the floor. But you have that interjection. But what is inviting you to is to land your interjection so he can continue with his narrative.
Period.
So
that was not what happened. That was not what happened. No.
Exactly what happened.
That was not what happened.
Let's not go over that.
Don't misinterpret the fact. If you don't want me to talk, fine. But don't misinterpret the fact. I was talking. He came at me, and we just heard him now. What are you talking about? We just heard what he said now. I was talking and I kept quiet for him because I don't want him to be on my floor. And he was coming out. For what? I express my views.
All right, Bishop, you still have that interjection. So conclude your thoughts, and then Morris carries on with his space.
I think it's just in a very short summary. I think we are giving too much attention to somebody that does not really deserve it. Anyway, if you want to talk, this is good luck for him. What is it that he has to say anymore? If he doesn't want to talk, good luck to him. If you want to talk to his minions and his headless mobs, so be it. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm not faced. He has not spoken 10 days after. Whatever he says now is no longer relevant. It's completely irrelevant. So don't let us give him any heed. We are asking him to come and talk, that he must talk, he must be wanted. Anywhere he wants to be, let him be. It's immaterial. It's unimportant. Completely unimportant. Thank you.
Oh, all right, thank you. I have to say that I disagree. I think it's very important for the elections to complete for Peter Obi to speak. Back to you, Maurice. Yes. Yeah, Maurice.
One man.
Okay.
One man. Let me tell you something. You know, I think it was Bishop that spoke now. I think Bishop, yes. You know, when I came back to this show, I made a promise to myself that I will be very, very, you know, civil and polite, you know, and I restrain myself because now in his statement, he said he's headless. So all of us that believe in Obi, that means we are headless. That's very insultive. But one man, let him understand that if we have to start in that, if we have to go down that route, he's no match. Bishop is no match to me, because I will tell him what I will tell him. Trust me, he will, every time he will hate me for the rest of his life. He can't sleep. So he said, "Nah, let's be civil. Let's be polite."
Kidding?
And now he's calling all of us headless.
No, hold on. I'm
respecting the show.
Are you kidding?
All right, Bishop. Let Morris proceed. But Morris can be a beast if he wants to be.
I'm 1,000 times ruder than you. Ask Ajele Koko. Ask one man. You are no match in no way. But I'm just respecting one man. It's his show. You understand me?
All right. Let me move you on to another talking point, and then from you, I'll go on to Ogbeni. He narrowed gap Buhari created. Northern Forum speak on Tinubu's appointment. So is that narrative of Tinubu trying to Yorubanize the Nigerian governance? So a lot of the funny thing actually is that the criticism against Tinubu Yorubanizing the Nigerian governance is coming mainly from Yoruba people. I think a little bit from the Southeast as well, but that is to be expected. But you don't actually hear a Northern voice accusing Tinubu of Yorubanizing the Nigerian government. But when the Northerners do come out, this is what they're saying. They say he's narrowing the gap that Buhari created, because by their reckoning, Buhari ran his administration 80 to 20. They've put percentages to it. And they are saying then that Tinubu is addressing that imbalance. So would you agree from that commentary coming from the North? And would you add an addendum that even though Tinubu might be trying to add a southern weight to counterbalance the abundance of Northerners, the southern weight that is actually adding is too pecuniary to his own clan? So what are you then making then of the Northern view on Tinubu's Yorubanization?
You know, why we even worry about where is this one from, where is that one from, is because of there's too much division and because of lack of unity in the country. For instance, if they ask you now where, like say your council, the man who is heading your council, where he's from, do you care to know? If they
you mean in the UK or in Nigeria?
Yeah, UK, where you are now.
Well, I don't care. I don't want him to be an Indian man though, because I'm not keen on Indian people.
But as long as every morning you can drive or you catch the train, everything is going on time, or the subway, or there's always electricity. Things are working normal. You understand? You don't really care where somebody comes from. Like me, to be honest, I don't care whether this one is from TV or everybody that is there is from TV. Another thing that caused also the problem, the backwardness in our country, I realize, is because of this quota system. And because of this quota system,
Can I say something real quick? Can I ask you a question?
go ahead.
Okay,
Don't
carry
you
on.
think the point you're making that you don't care because don't you think you don't care because you're not from there? If you're really from there, you will actually care about the ethnicity of who is ruling you.
No. That's not what I said. You misunderstood me. I said, I don't think anybody will really mind if someone is from Sokoto or is from Kaduna. Let's say now you're from Ekiti State and you're driving on a well-tarred road, 4 lanes or 8 lanes with drainage and traffic lights. Everything is working. You can drive smoothly, no pothole, all the way from Lagos to Ekiti. Or you drive from Ekiti to Bini or Ondo to Oyo, and everything is working well. No crack. Do you really mind? Would you mind who is the man? What part of the country he comes from that is doing delivering all that job? Would you mind, in all honesty?
Yes, you're still going to mind. That's how people are
So
wired.
if
Listen,
No, hold on, Oriola. I think Maurice may be right. The only time that people pay attention to governance is when the country is not working properly. If things are going the way most instances, that's when they pay attention.
Yeah, that's why I was citing the
Like
example.
he was saying, he was asking me who my MP is. I don't know who my MP is. I don't know who my councillor is here. Everything works around me. I don't care who he is.
Yeah, because
but one man, you know that the moment things are not working fine, like the roads are not maintained, the garbages are not removed, electricity, this and that, gas shortage, then you want to know who is the MP.
Oh, of course. So that's the point. Yeah. So
wait, but the point
that's the point
I don't
trying to
agree
make.
with. I understand your point, but I don't agree with it. I'm saying that if you're from different race and you live in that country and you were born there, you're a citizen of that country, raised not like you came from another country or your parents are from another country, you will care. The person that rule where you live right now, let's say UK for example, do you actually think the PM of UK they will vote for him if he actually go through the voting process?
You mean the Indian? You mean the Indian?
Yeah.
An Indian man is the prime minister now.
Yeah, but not via the ballot.
It wasn't voted for. But what I'm saying to you is people do care. No matter how good the nation is, people will still care who is ruling above them or who has the most chances of being or who has the most chances in whatever neighborhood you live in.
I think they're talking about the appointments, not necessarily.
Let me put it in this way now. Let me put it in this way. Will you prefer a man from Benue State that delivers and really take care of your city and make sure everything is running well? Will you prefer a man from your town that is going to loot everything and does nothing to that man that can deliver just because the man is from your place? Will you prefer that?
See, this is a normal people's sentiment. Yeah, right. If someone that is good enough to do the job, yeah, I might let it go. But when it comes to the fact that majority of people that's getting position, none of my people is there. I will have some. We just have sentiments. We either, if it's not country sentiment, we have the ethnicity sentiment, we have the color sentiment.
I know where you're coming from, my brother.
Am I dark? Am I light in complexion? It's just the sentiment.
I know where you're coming from.
We're always like that.
If there is someone competent to do the same job from your place and then they overlook that person and give it to someone else, then I'm against that. So, but this quota system, to be honest to you, this quota system makes it possible for incompetent people to get flooded there. But Tinubu is appointing, he's not just appointing favoring the Yorubas, he's favoring people from Lagos State mostly. Do you understand? This is one thing I realize. I can't say two wrongs does not make a right. Buhari did
but is he passing that competence threshold that you've just established?
No, because you know, one thing with
if the people that is appointing from Lagos State, if they are competent and suitable for the jobs, is that important?
One man, I told you a few days ago, I told you naturally I'm not an optimist. I'm a realist by nature. You know, I'm a realist. I'm not going to I get them before no be property. We have that kind of thing, adage in this thing. I'm not going to consider the people who are appointed as competent because of what they did in the past. I don't care about what they did in the past. I was not there. So I want to know what they are doing now. So their actions now would determine whether they are competent or not. So we're not going to say just because somebody did something great, let's say 24 years ago or 30 years ago, that means that person will do something great now. We can't be like, so I don't judge people, but rather I assess people.
Have they not done enough for you to form a judgment?
Well, what enough they've done for me? Listen, for example, when I was born in Lagos, from like at the age of 6, I was shouting up NEPA. And now look at my age. My son is 19 years old. And I'm still shouting up NEPA. And God forbid, my own children will also shout up NEPA if care is not taken. So look, do you know that when I was younger, when I was young, when we moved back to the to East, do you know that for 1 naira you can buy 30 cups of Gary? Do you know that there was nothing like I passed my neighbor generator? Generator came around 1983 in South East, because there was a steady light. Even if the light goes, maximum 5 minutes, the light will come. The roads were great. But now we move like, it's not every country have to move forward, but we're going backward. That is the point. So what enough have they just like you said about having a private, what do you call it, decentralized police force, right?
Yes, carry on, we're listening.
Yeah, you said about decentralized police force. Then let's look at it. It's the same thing. I can't see where the only progress I've seen we've made is in telecommunication. We've made a great deal of progress there. West-East Road from Lagos to Calabar, that road has been under construction. As far as I can remember, there's still, do you know now, you can't even drive that road. I swear to God, you can't drive it. When I was coming back, me and my driver, usually we go through Bini bypass. Before we get to Bini bypass, we had to go inside the Bini village, and it took us a whole lot of time before we came out, and we couldn't take the Bini bypass. We had to go through Sapele Road, enter inside the Bini city, waggle our way before we came out. The road is somewhat terrible. The only road that is good that you can see, but I heard that it's still under construction, but the Fashola was on it, was that Lagos Ibadan, right? Expressway. At a certain point is good. So, but what I'm telling you is that I can't see where the progress is going. Which progress have we made? Electricity, we are worse off. Before, one man, remember, when you are also younger, used to, in your house, you don't need borehole. Do we have boreholes before? You don't have boreholes. But now you must have a borehole, because water, everything went bad. It went south. So let's be honest, when we say progress, this one did this one. I don't know them, what they did. I was not there when they did it. So I would like to see, and I'm not going to judge them based on what they did in the past. We all had past. We all must have done something great or something bad in the past. I don't judge people like that. I will assess them by what they are doing now. They've been appointed now to do the job. So there's no point, since they are in the position now to do the job. When I'm in this position, I will do this. Now they have that chance to do. They have to prove to us now that that it was a smart choice Tinubu made. It's simple. This is how I say it. And then talking of the forest guard, right?
A brief commentary on that, Maurice, and then we go on to Dewale.
Okay. I don't support. I love decentralized police force, but in Nigeria, we have most policemen we have are illiterates, and do you know every little office in Nigeria? The person you appoint anyone in every little office, the person doesn't see it as opportunity to serve the people. They see it as opportunity to amass wealth and power. Even they'll go to church and do Thanksgiving, say, I don't hammer. Finally, God has remembered me. You understand me? So we don't, like here in the Scandinavia and in the Netherlands, the minimum education level you have to join the police force, to join the police, is a bachelor's degree. That's the minimum. Bachelor's degree, that's what you need. Minimum you need. So, and the training is different. Now, how can you have a decentralized police force? Look at our politicians. Look at our governors. They are like emperors. And that means that police, decentralized police, will be under the control of the governor. And then imagine somebody giving us the manner to be in charge of police. It's like giving Bin Laden to tell him to have his own police force. You understand me? So I love decentralized. I want us to decentralize, but we are not too civilized and too serious and too how would I say? We are too aggressive and we are too intimidating to have that thing under our control. But honestly speaking, I love decentralized place. But with the way things are going, look at ordinary election. We cannot even conduct talk everywhere. And imagine when you give them police that they control a whole unit. Nobody can talk again. Imagine giving Wike now a whole unit of police to control, say, state police. I support that. But I don't think we are ready for that because we are too violent. We abuse the law. Nobody respects the law. There's too much personalization. It's all about person. We don't have strong institutions. We have only strong men and very weak institutions. So that is why I don't support that.
All right, excellently put. Always excellently put by Maurice, of course. That's Maurice. He holds nothing back. So thank you, Maurice. Stay with us, Maurice. Let's take the conversation on and move it in the direction of Dewale. But on our way to Dewale, let's fact check a little bit of what Maurice was saying. So Maurice was earlier saying about how MC Oluomo took over the the transporter union in Abuja. So someone sent in the clip. MC Oluomo takes over NURTW headquarters in Abuja. So now let's see what played out there.
I need Obeni to tell me that I'm right. Oh.
The problem gogo. Ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ national union ni wá. Àwọn àdẹ̀lẹ́ lórí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí. Àwọn olórí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí. Ẹnu mọ́.
And this is what you call a serious country. Look at it.
Is that MC? You don't even know him.
We are not serious. We're not ready yet.
All right, so we go on to Dewale. I'll only say this: MC Oluomo has gotten a lot darker and a lot younger. That's just
MC Oluomo now.
Obeni, why don't Obeni? I think you'll be man enough to tell me that I'm right.
All Yoruba look alike.
Morris, you are not right. This is not MC Oluomo now.
You don't.
This is not MC. This guy speaking. This guy you are seeing on the video is not MC Oluomo. How come you are saying?
No, not in. MC Oluomo was there too. He came in later. If you let the video, he came in later.
They didn't capture him in the clip. How come that's the main speaker?
No, listen. He kept when they were going inside that this thing. I don't know what they call it, secretariat of those people. He was the one leading. I watched the whole
not
video.
there. They would have shown him. He wasn't there. You see, the issue is you guys, you obedient guys, you just pick something and you run with it, and it's so funny that you run with your narrative.
You see the funny thing. Just like the same way. Can I say something, please? The same way you say we run with it. The same way you APC people try to twist that Tinubu didn't forge his certificate, that $460,000, it was the bank account that committed the offense, not him that carried the drugs. You understand? You see, it's so funny. It's so funny. And I ask myself, how low can people go?
You see the issue I have with you.
I'm speechless.
Instead of you to simply humble yourself and say, please, I only read the headline.
I didn't read. I watched the whole video. If you play the full video, you see it. There are so many videos about it. He was there.
All right. Send the video in, Maurice.
You have in your space is a very worrisome thing for us. That you cannot own up to your mistake and say you only read the headline, you didn't watch it. It's so worrisome.
Wait a minute. It's also worrisome. You cannot owe up to your this thing when you claim that the bank account committed the offense, not the one that carried the drugs.
Are we on the bank account? Okay, let's go on to Dewale instead. So Dewale, you're up next. Dewale Obalola. All right. Dewale seems to be. Okay, there he is. Ogagba,
yeah,
Chairman.
I'm here. I've been listening.
Yes.
I've been listening to everybody. I wish everybody will have my kind of patience.
One man. Good night, everyone. Please let me sleep a little. I have morning flight.
Why are you? Why are you running? Where are you going?
I have morning flight. 6:15. 6:15.
Okay,
yes,
I'm
going to Holland.
I'm just pulling your leg. Safe trip.
All right.
Okay, my brother. God bless.
Same journey for tomorrow morning.
Okay, I'll join you. I'll join you tomorrow evening too from Holland.
All right, brilliant. Maybe you should be showing us the landscapes of some of this year so we can travel vicariously.
But your show is only at night now.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, it can be helped. People complain about that a lot.
Holland is super green. We have a beautiful. It's a flat country, you know. It's very flat. We don't have. It's not like Scandinavia.
During the daytime, make the video during the daytime and send it to woman to play.
You can if you're in Amsterdam, you can meet up with Solly. He is one of our. Usually, when people go to Amsterdam, they always meet up.
You want me to be honest to you?
Yeah.
I hate Amsterdam. If you have Rotterdam, you don't need Amsterdam. I'm not even. Right. I hate Amsterdam. Do you know that I've been only twice in Amsterdam?
Tell us why.
Too many tourists, Abby.
Because let me tell you, number one, Amsterdam is dirty. Amsterdam is full of thugs and thieves. Amsterdam is full of hoes. You cannot even find a wife in Amsterdam.
It's because there are black people there. That's why you don't like it.
No. Rotterdam is only blacks too. Most people in Rotterdam, Holland even, do you know the population of black people? And Rotterdam is even bigger than Amsterdam. Amsterdam is not bigger than Rotterdam. Rotterdam is where we have the biggest port in Europe. You know that it used to be the biggest in the whole world, but now I think the second biggest after that one in Japan. You understand? So Rotterdam is bigger than Amsterdam in geographical landmass. Amsterdam has more population. Amsterdam is about 1.8 or 2 million, but now I think it should be more. Rotterdam is about 1 million or 1 point something million. You understand? So, but Rotterdam is more. Amsterdam is old. If you like classic city, Amsterdam here, okay. Obeni is from Scotland. There's a massive difference between Glasgow and Edinburgh. Edinburgh is more classic. Those brownish houses, huge.
Yeah, true.
Right? Obeni, am I correct?
That's true. You're correct.
Yes. And Glasgow is a bit more contemporary, right?
It's more modern. Yeah.
Good. The same thing. Rotterdam is the youth capital of Europe. It's only skyscrapers. Rotterdam is a city of only skyscrapers. Rotterdam, almost everywhere is skyscraper. And when I say skyscraper, modern one, just like those ones you find in China, not even those ones you find in California. In California, you have those old type of skyscrapers they have on the that place. They have also modern ones, but just like China, that is what Rotterdam is. And why is Rotterdam like that? Because Rotterdam was flattened during the World War. Hitler flattened 85% to 90% of the whole Rotterdam. So it became a blessing in disguise. So Rotterdam became big. And another thing also, Rotterdam was designed after New York City. Don't forget that New York was a different country before. It used to be called New Amsterdam. It was Holland territory. And it was Holland that sold it to the rest of the Federation of United States for $400,000, and also 6 Caribbean countries, which is Suriname, Curacao, Aruba, Bonaire, Saint Lucia, and Saba. 6 of them that we have. We still have them till today. Only Suriname that just became independent some years ago. But the other 5, we still have them. It's still a territory of Holland.
Who's we? Biafra nation?
No, because as a Dutchman,
I know what you mean. I do that as well anyway.
So we still have them. That place is still Holland. If you are born there, what you get is the same EU passport. Though they use florin, they still use the old Dutch guilder. Yeah, but their guilder is very strong. It's as strong as the euro. You understand? So, and Rotterdam. That's why if you go to New York, you see that a lot of places in New York and cities are named after Dutch cities like Harlem, all these places, because New York was a territory of Holland. It was a different country.
New York City was never. Come on, are you kidding me?
It may be right, unless you know to the contrary.
Mike, why don't you check it? New York used to be called New Amsterdam.
No.
New York State was called New Amsterdam.
Boris,
it was
go
a
to
Dutch
bed.
territory.
Bye-bye.
All right. I think Dewale wants to take the floor.
It's just occupy the entire space.
Thank you, Maurice. Sleep well and safe journey, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, I will say good morning, everyone. It's already morning.
All right. Thank you, Maurice. So over to you, Dewale.
All right, thank you, Woman. You know what came to my mind when you started talking about Obi absence from the political
sorry, Dewale, 1 second. Oriola, make sure your microphone is switched on so I can connect you to the stream. Back to you, Dewale.
Okay. Thing came to my mind. My mom used to say, that means someone who is not up to Awawu but is acting like Oyibola. There's a story behind that. So what is the song again? Kilo tuku tioso lori to senuwuye. Kilo tuku.
Yeah, breaking up Dewale, but yes, Ajeku Yadeoje.
Orin tó kọ títí tó fi kún apá ẹ tàbí tó máa já sí apá kejì. Mo rí orin tó kọ títí tó fi sí apá ẹ.
Dewale, you are breaking up heavily.
I'm coming out the way from Dallas.
Yes, we can tell you are driving. Now we've lost you. Oh no. Dewale, let me go to Ogbeni and come back to Let me go to Ogbeni and come back to you. We can barely, in fact, we can't hear you anymore now. Are you still speaking? Let me see. No, we lost you. Can anyone still hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
Yes. Yeah, but can you hear Dewale?
No, it's breaking.
No, Dewale, connection here at all. Let me go to Ogbeni, then I'll look back to you after Ogbeni. Hopefully you'll be in a better spot of connection by then, and then you'll explain this bandage that is around your hand. I think it's dropped now. Okay, Adewale will be back eminently, but a man of equal eminence. This is Ogbeni, of course. Ogbeni, good to have your company. So let's kick it off with what you are looking at in the news today. But there is this particular storyline. Okay, tell us what you're looking at in the news today first. Then because I want your thoughts on this one, but to you first.
Yeah, thank you, Woma. Nah, nothing much today than to still be consolidating on this dollar thing. For me, I think it's still a good news for Nigeria, and I'm trying to.
So people are going to make stupid money over the next few weeks.
I try to call one or two people to understand what exactly is the fundamentals, behind that. So and I was able to get one or two things from people. Then secondly, this military yacht thing, I think I sent you a message. I sent you something about the same explanation I said some of my friends told me who are in the military was what Senator Ali Ndume talked about in his interview. And he said that it's an operational naval boat and that it's meant for specialized security gadgets. And it's just being named after the presidency as a presidential yacht. And it's an armed yacht. For me, I saw that. I called some of my friends to validate and thank them for still giving me sincere opinion, about issues and not misinformed me. That's for that. But I would like to talk a bit about this Peter Obi thing. I agree with the person who said, why do we have to give Peter Obi so much regard?
That was Bishop.
Yeah, or that popularity of looking for Peter Obi everywhere around. And I agree with the person. The reason why I said this is this. After Peter Obi lost election with Atiku Abubakar in 2019, where was he? Where did he go to? He was nowhere until he resurfaced in 2023 election. So why are we looking for him now?
Because this election will not be completely closed until Peter Obi speaks.
Well, like one of his disciples said, that is a weakling. He's a weakling, and then he expects. My reading of what he has said is I expected him to push more, probably to urge people to go to the street, and they've expected that was not coming, so they believe that he's a weak guy. But I don't see anything he can. But it sounds very hypocritical to me for maybe somebody like Maurice to come here and be telling us that why are we even looking for Obi? Obi is not a president. Why are we looking for Obi? Was he not the same obedient guys that were looking for Tinubu even while he was contesting and we was yet their president? They told us a lot of sadistic and so put us so many manless disposition, asking many questions. Some even insinuated that he has died somewhere in London. Some told us that he cannot even. There was one of them that told us that he cannot. The last time she visited,
he cannot lift a cup of tea. Oh God!
And resigned.
We've been through a lot in this. We've seen a lot. Yeah?
We've seen, one man, I tell you, I'm recently I started scribbling some things down. I want to write something down for the future generation readers to read the experience of what we had this moment, this time, so that people don't just jump outside there and be, selling some narrative 10 years after, 15 years, or even 40, 50 years that we are no more here, and they say stories that are not correct, and some generation will run with it. We need to be putting all these things down so many sadists that we have in our area, in our time and space, in the name of opposition and in the name of patriotism, coming, they want to rescue their country, but putting up so many sadistic disposition to become, a position where you only say your own narrative and you only follow whatever validates your own narrative, and you are the only one that is you are the only one that is, that's rational mind. Rational mind. Don't worry, when it's out you will buy. Rational mind. No, we want to rational mind. We will tell our story. We tell our story. We tell story. We tell a lot. We have a lot of story.
Wọ́n náà fẹ́ kọ húlágbé ọ̀rọ̀ fẹ́yìn obedient rational man. Wọ́n fẹ́ kọ húlágbé history jáde fún yín.
Wọ́n mú Tinubu ní Amẹ́ríkà, ó forfeit $400,000.
Amakosi, we'll write that. We'll write how you people. We'll write it. We'll write how you people treated the judges that they are posting their families' picture everywhere and there. All eyes on judiciary, all your posters and everything. We'll write. We'll write a lot. We'll write stories about Dati Yusuf calling military to take over in Nigeria. We'll quote him exactly. Patutomi, all those his Twitter during this thing. Obasanjo's what do you call it? Appearance on the TV on the day of election and practically calling the election to be upturned. And yeah, there are a lot of stories to write about these things. Apapa and the guys and others. So we need to keep our records straight and let the next generation understand the obedient movements, probably the rise and fall of the obedient movement or something like that. I don't have a title yet. I'm just scribbling some things down.
Ogbeni, are you going to
rise and fall of Kenny?
You guys are here today.
Ogbeni, are you going to make it? Are you going to make it right? Because you just said that Biden said that Tinubu cannot handle a cup of tea, but necessarily the statement didn't come from Obidient. But you are now referring that you're going to put it in your writing. That
no, I didn't say Obidient. So that woman is Atiku woman now.
But you didn't make it clear now. You sounded as if the Obidient. So
don't worry.
So that I said this, so you will not make a mistake, to put the things that Obidient didn't say.
You will buy the book when it's ready. Don't worry. Buy the book.
Ogbeni, are you going to include how you are in love with Abacha like two days ago? Are you going to include that as well?
Don't worry, I would try as much as possible to include, and I think it's something I should share my manuscript with people on this platform to also make.
I mean, how you were in love with Abacha.
No. Don't misinterpret Ogbeni or misrepresent.
No, he was in love with him 2 days ago. He was.
No. He wasn't in love, but he was just telling us that as bad as Abacha was, he was able to do some good things.
God bless you, Baba.
In the areas of
bad person. We don't care what good he did. And he's a bad person.
All right, let's Atale Kokola and then we go back because
human rights. If we have something, a figure that is worse than zero, that is what you will give to Abacha. It's mentioned it here. Don't let us. Try to misrepresent somebody's statement like that. He didn't say that. He didn't say he was in love with her. No.
Thank you, Baba Dale Koko. They don't want me to roll out the outlines of my book, but I won't roll it out. But at least we'll talk about Soludo's testimony, about Obiano testimony, Gige's own, Arabambi own, Apapa own, and all sorts. We'll talk about how he left Afghan and all sorts.
No. That would that be balanced? Because that's already sounding skewed. It looks as though you want to propaganda.
I'll balance it. Do you know how I'll balance it? And I promise on this platform.
Okay,
I'm not Uptown. It's Uptown that is writing book that we don't even know. You won't bring it here. I would share my manuscript in confidence with even the obedient, like Ekene and others.
No. In your forward, identify yourself as an APC person.
I'm
All
not.
right?
I'm Tinubu person.
No.
I've never.
You have said that on this platform. You said
No,
you're an
no.
APC fan.
I
You have
said
It's a
Tinubu.
Tinubu person.
I've
It's
Said
making
you are
a
a Tinubu
distinction.
person. Then we know that,
never
this
said
is
I'm
what we're about to read.
APC.
You warn us ahead of time in your prologue or whatever.
No, you can't do
I
that
said
now.
Tinubu.
The narrative itself, the book itself will either tell if it's biased or not. It doesn't have to.
But at least introduce yourself as an APC apologist or an APC Tinubu person.
Who has ever done that in a book?
So I'll now go and buy a book from somebody who is an APC person, right?
You know you get a signed copy from the author if you buy it. So
I won't put it in my bookshelf. That's just it. I just got that dust.
Okay, good.
That's it.
Good. That's enough.
In fact, I have to pick up Ogweni's first book. You've written are you happy to share your first book so that people can go pick it up on Amazon? Ogweni is an experienced author.
Yeah, I've written some books. I have some novels I've written anyway, and some inspirational books too. Then I've written some law books. If anybody has interest in it, can buy. But you see, this book I'm talking about, I'll surely share it.
That's what I know. Okay, comics. Google lawyer.
So, Wama, I think it's a very good thing. Even on this platform, we can come up with all these things and let's put it on shelf. Let's the coming generation come to read about what transpired. And a lot of things transpired under this in this space in a very short while. I only hope that Tinubu succeed in transforming Nigeria. That's just my hope, and I'm praying seriously for him. So, Mama, what else do you want me to talk about?
No, I want to take you to this space. I'm not quite sure if you heard the readout, but it's not long and lengthy. But I want to read it out again. And I want you to give our thoughts on it. Tinubu shuns Dangote over $3.4 billion collected from Emefiele without paying Naira equivalent. So this is Dangote now. You know, he's already in the media space pushing back against Rabiu. Yes, for billionaire Aliko Dangote, these are not the best of times. Recall that the president set up a team led by former FRCN boss Jim Obazie to look into the books of CBN and other organizations. The Obazie committee was said to have submitted its interim report to the president some weeks ago, and since then, things have not been the same for the head of the Dangote conglomerate. Villa sources confirmed that he had attempted to see the president about 2 weeks ago, but waited for 7 hours and was only able to see the president for between 10 to 15 minutes. The meeting did not yield the desired result. Insiders revealed that Obazie's findings indicted Dangote for collecting 3.4 billion from Emefiele-led CBN, and what he paid back was 1.9 billion in Naira value, leaving an outstanding $1.5 billion, which he did not pay Naira equivalent. The president is said to have insisted that the 1.5 billion must be paid back. Moreover, president is said to be miffed that a Nigerian could collect so much money in hard currency and did not pay the Naira equivalent to the coffers of the government. Since the first encounter did not yield any result, Dangote was said to have attempted to see Tinubu again, but was not successful. Villa sources revealed that he waited in vain, and as he could not see him in the office, he tried to ambush him during the Friday prayers at the Villa Mosque, where the president had gone for prayers, but could only exchange greetings with Tinubu and had to leave after all efforts failed. According to our source, the president has really been avoiding him because of the implications of compromising the Obazie findings. Confused and really disturbed, Dangote is said to have reached out to prominent northern emirs to intercede on his behalf. That's essentially what it is, really, on his behalf with the president, so he could be given a soft landing. So is this narrative of that sort of round tripping and that sort of shrouded in mystery sort of financing that went for 8 years under that Buhari Emefiele space? And at the heart of that, a lot of people have always suspected that this guy was the bad man in that narrative. And Obaze's findings now unpeeling just how much this guy took from the Nigerian coffers. So what are you making of Dangote and his travails?
One man, I said something, was it yesterday, about Dangote, about first monopoly, that's monopolizing a business, particularly in a critical sector in the country. That I'm not an economist, but I don't think I buy that idea. I don't like that idea at all. You don't monopolize. You now at a point in time became like someone who has almost the only person in the entire country who have access directly to the CBN, to the extent that they give you dollars without even paying the equivalent. And I'm so sure that even when they gave him this dollar, they did not give him at the official rate. They will give him at a very highly discounted rate, which should be shrouded in secrecy. Yet you find this man not even paying off for it. But at the same time, that's for me. One, I don't like monopoly. I don't know how it works in countries that use it, but I don't think it's good for our home country, because I've seen other style of market working in. I use an example of MTN the other time. MTN that we brought in Settle, which later became Zain and others, and then we brought in Glow, and we saw how Glow shares give MTN that a serious race, and we understand why DSTV is still DSTV today, because they still monopolize that business, and we don't really have competitor to push. So, and that is what Dangote is enjoying, that is taking advantage. Whoever support Dangote or is supporting Dangote on this issue should remember the kind of problem and almost economic crisis that we had during Emefiele time. But if you now ask me, should Bola Tinubu now bring Dangote down on this, I will say no. Dangote is a golden hen that is laying a golden egg for Nigeria. Dangote is a big figure for Nigeria that is giving us name outside there. We need to whip Dangote back online. I think that's what this government needs to do. And I think that I want to believe that's what this government...
Obani,
yes, sir.
All this money that is collecting freely, why is it not affecting on the price of his goods?
It's so terrible.
Because even at that, the price of his goods are very costly. The sugar, just name them. Why is he so wicked that he's getting much from the government that he's not giving back to the society?
That guy is not a patriot. That much we can say. He's not patriotic to Nigeria. He doesn't care.
He's so terrible, and I agree. He's a Kenyan, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So I agree. Why is it that with all this we don't still have this thing? And you remember that they said at a point in time, he said he's going to, did he even do it? There will be divesting, I think 50% or 30% or something, a very big percentage of his investment out of Nigeria to the US. I don't know if anybody remember that news. He said it, that he will be moving a certain percentage of his investment out of Nigeria to the US at a point.
He can't really do that because he won't get those padded up deals. They play by the rules in the US. He won't get all this phone the emir to go and bully Aso Rock sort of thing that he has been doing.
But I think he moved about $50 billion or something like that out around that time. Can't remember vividly.
Yeah, I remember.
Remember?
He's doing it for investor purpose. He's going to establish one in New York. It was an interview, Bloomberg interview. I saw there's a video online actually. Yeah, you're right. He said that.
Yeah. So you could imagine. And when I heard that thing, I think it was during Buhari time, maybe those 11th hour when Buhari was leaving. Probably it was already, the handwriting was already clear on the wall, and he realized he moved some of his investment away from Nigeria to the US and started, I think, investing in renewable energy, US, and all these things, a huge amount from his investment. And that thing for me, I had a think over it, and I felt, I'm not sure this man is patriotic. If you are moving that kind of money, there must be something secretive about this thing you're moving. Why would you emerged as the richest and you have a grip on Nigeria economy? You move your profit out and you are still having maintained that grip on Nigeria economy. But if you ask me, should this government pull him down? I would say a very big no. And I don't think this government is pulling him down. I think for me, if I'm in Tinubu's shoes, okay, you are owing us 1.5 billion USD. That's what they said is remaining. Okay, fine. If you are owing all that, then increase our shares in your refineries. Very simple as ABC. Okay, liquidate it, convert it to shares for us. So if you are presently having 10% of the shares in the refinery, now we want to have 30% of the shares in the refinery. Fine. Sign an agreement with us, increase your share capital, and give us that. I know it may sound too simplistic. Maybe Kolata will have more explanation to this, or Kolata may think, oh, I don't really know, I'm novice in that area. But that's what I will propose to my economic advisor if I'm the president. I'll call my team and ask them, look, can this thing be converted to shares in this guy's refinery, so that he will know that even in the path of trying to cheat Nigeria could outsmart you too and get that fortune from you, which will remain permanent. So in every day of your life as you are working, you are also working to put money in Nigerian pockets in our treasury. That's what I would do. And it's so funny. When Tinubu first got to the office, this was the man who went to go and bring Bill Gates to Aso Villa. And I realized I'm not even sure Tinubu really attended much to them, because the camera only beamed on them when they came here, and less than 5 minutes they're already out, and Tinubu just bid them farewell and they all left. And I felt, what exactly is it that Dangote really wanted from Tinubu? But it's playing out. We are seeing it now. So if this government want to empower anybody, they should please empower entrepreneurs that are coming up. I'm not saying you shouldn't retain all these rich men. They are important for the economy. But I've said it before on this platform. Corporate social responsibility is important. I've seen it working fine. Very, very, very fine in Qatar. I've seen it in Saudi Arabia, and I've seen it in the country where I'm staying presently. Government has policy written black and white. If you're a corporate entity and your profit is in the bracket of XYZ millions of pounds, these are the areas you should challenge your corporate social responsibility to. But in Nigeria, we don't have. They tell you Dangote is sponsoring BB Niger. They are so useless to Nigeria populace. They'll be sponsoring mortar dance and things when there are no hospital, people are dying. There are critical sectors where they should put some money. They won't put money into it. Where is the policy on corporate social responsibilities? So I think it is time. All these are rich men, Boa, and I'm not exempting any of them. Even Boa, I said it yesterday. I don't pity Boa. It's also Boa has been billionaire for how many years? What foundation did he have in Nigeria? Go to places where these guys are spending money and what they are spending money on. What foundation does Boa have in Nigeria? How many people is on Boa scholarship? How many university has Boa built, give befitting building? Even Shifabe Babalola at his own little level, he has a whole building dedicated to nuclear medicine, University of Ibadan. He has a whole building he gave to University of Unilag. He has buildings in Ekiti State University and all around. But this man doesn't even have 5% of the money they have. But you can feel this man's impact, at least within his own locality in the Southwest. Presently, he has the best hospital in the Southwest. You see them rushing to his hospital, which is world class in Afebola University. So, but where are these guys? With all their billions, our health sector is collapsing. Our education sector is collapsing. Where are they? They will be saying government is failing. But in this country where I live, it is not only government. Corporate organizations also take responsibility of the society within which they operate. We don't find Dangote. We'll find Dangote wanted in that aspect. And I think government should push him to start working. That's my point.
Question real quick. Question. So can CBN actually loan Dangote like individual money? I think they can loan individual money unless they're going into, let's say, bankruptcy or something like that. And that's one. Yeah, can you answer that? I think that's one of the questions I have.
No, from what I read, one man read, it's not a form of loan. I don't say a form of loan. So he wants to purchase. You're purchasing foreign currency, okay, to do your importations and do all your dealings. CBN release the money to you, but you did not pay the naira equivalent.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay,
that's what the news I got from there. So that's theft. That's what you even hear in Mayfield and somebody like Dangote or whoever is in his company that is doing that, some jail times. You don't do that, you are sabotaged. And you remember all the dramas that happened during Mayfield now. People dying, people suffered, people. And hey, there was a man somewhere that you're just giving these dollars somewhere without paying for it. Come on, National Treasury. I mean, I don't know what Tinubu will make of all this, but if I were him, I'll be focusing on that refinery and make sure that Nigeria is cutting enough portion of that refinery to our side.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So when it stay steady, let's bring Dewale back on board. See if he's ready now. Better connection. Dewale, are you there?
Can you hear me now, woman?
Yeah, at last. Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah, Dewale is good.
Thank God for you.
All right. Should I let me bring you in with the clip? Let me bring you in with the clip. This is an old one, but a good one. This is a narrative that still needs to be addressed. Let me play you this.
It is the turn on the Southwest. The Southwest has never been president before.
But we've had Olusegun Obasanjo.
No, Olusegun Obasanjo is an Igbo man. He came from Anambra State. His father is an Igbo man.
Do you have evidence to this, sir?
My friend, it is he who should come out and say, no, he's not an Igbo man. Everybody knows that it's not a hidden fact. His father became the Obi of Onitsha. Thank you.
So there it is. Prince Olusegun Chukwuemeka Aremu.
Someone, that man, Ashewe, is going to publish book. Was he there when his father and mothers were making Obasanjo? Was he there when Obasanjo was born? The man said, I'm from Owu. We are saying it's from Anambra.
It's a prince now. It's a prince now from Anambra State.
Conspiracy theorist, and I won't be surprised. Some people will buy into it, key into it, and believe it so deep that Obasanjo is an Igbo man. And no sane or rational mind person will believe what that man is saying. That man is trying to propagate rubbish. Even if that's where his ancestral land is come from. I don't think he's sorry.
Is that a shade you're throwing at me or what?
Well, since you've adopted that phrase, rational mind, any person with no cement in his head that has his head in good shape would not believe what that man said. I didn't even know you are on the platform, rational mind, but that's to tell you that you adopted a good phrase. Anyway, yeah, to me, Obasanjo is a destabilized Nigeria, and he has demonstrated that over and over. Even though if there's no genuine motive behind it, but he has shown that he's someone who embraced unity of the country and is trying as much as possible to harmonize the entire country. In his cabinet in 1999, he had virtually everyone from every corners of the country in his cabinet. The likes of OBS, Kwesili, Ngozi, where they shone bright, in his cabinet. And he, but you know, that was the era when we were experimenting. Experimenting in the sense that he didn't even have a choice. He had no choice than to pull those guys.
With Obasanjo having people like Obieze, Kwesele, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Charles Soludo, does it not stand accused of the same thing they're accusing Tinubu of, putting his own tribesmen in his government?
No, I would never subscribe to that Obasanjo is an Igbo man. No. His name is Aremu Okikiola, and I've never seen anybody from Owu disputing that is not from the
So
that source.
there's no Chuku, the middle name.
Man, don't listen to that man. That man is a rabble rouser. You know,
all
all
right.
these John politicians.
Adewale.
Sorry.
Yeah, I want to understand the reason most of Yoruba elites hate Obasanjo so much. Because it seems that they hate him so much, especially the Yoruba elites.
So if we are to
This narrative is there, is there. And people are carrying it
not
around.
that we don't like Obasanjo. The thing is that the man, you know, there's some attributes that every Yoruba or any Igbo man will showcase, and you can tell that this is an Yoruba man, right? What he has done in the past is to neglect his own people. He was a president for 8 good years. The road to his own hometown, to his state, let me put it that way, was in bad shape throughout his tenure. He didn't do it. So you want to call that kind of a person a true Yoruba man? And this is not a matter of saying, oh, he's been biased or something. We're talking about the road that leads to the hometown of the president. Let's just assume that he flies, well, he still has to drive to Ota, right? But it is shameful because that is not what, any Omoluabi in Yoruba, is known for. So for that man saying that is from Anambra, I don't even think any Anambrans, if I could use that word, will behave that way to their own kinsmen by neglecting them and let that road remain in that shape for that long.
So hold on. So if we were to go by what you are saying now, because he did not tie, he did not.
No, I just use as an example, a rational mind. There are some things that you shouldn't, a proper Omoluabi would not do. And that is why people, because it seems in every of his engagement, it seems or come across as someone who favors outsiders more than his own people. And he has demonstrated that time in the past. That is
How
why.
did he do that? A time came, Obasanjo said is the turn of the North, and he supported Yaradua. Even when James Ibori was there.
It's not just
came,
that.
he said it must be an Igbo man. He supported Obi. Why are they against why are they against him?
Apart from that, in his previous administration in the 1977, 79, this man was, the fact that the election that was conducted there was, not what people expected, number one, and seeing or knowing what actually transpired at that time, people believe that he did not conduct himself as an outgoing head of state. Not that because he didn't hand over to his own kinsmen, but in every angle or anywhere that he found himself, he has tried as much as possible to sabotage, if I could use that word. It come across as someone who delighted in sabotaging his own kinsmen, his own people, for the benefit of all that.
Sorry, there's something called, there's a syndrome to that I guess in America, amongst I guess the black people would say, a thing called the only Negro in the house. I think that's
they call a house
right?
Negro. House Negro.
Well, I think it's a little bit. Well, I guess you can put it that way also because.
All right. No, sorry. Yeah, carry on.
He wants to be the only shining Yoruba person that's doing good, because just like he did oppose Tinubu in a lot of ways. and it doesn't tend to support the Yoruba agenda, if you want to call it that way. It's more loyal to the Northerners and pretends towards the Southeasterners. I don't even think it likes that. It's an
You know,
opportunist also.
okay. You know, when he was the head of state,
Sorry,
it
can
was
I?
during his tenure that the mother of Fela Anikulapo Kuti was thrown from the balcony of a house. This man could not even find or apologize to uh, this particular woman. He found it difficult to apologize to her for what his errand boy did to him. And this is an important personality in Yoruba land, even in the entire Nigeria. So he has antecedent. He has a lot of things that he has done that makes Yoruba to disparage him. You
Can
know,
I
even to the
quickly
point
add
of
something?
destroying him if possible. Okay, but not that
Can
is.
I quickly add something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think one of the things, one of the reasons why some Yorubas don't also regard Obasanjo was because of MKO Abiola's travail and how he
Yeah, that's one.
treated MKO Abiola family after he became the president. Everybody believed that he took benefit of MKO Abiola's struggle and death. When MKO died, everybody believed it was Southwest, turn of the Southwest. And in order to compensate the Southwest, the Obasanjo and the likes look for somebody from Southwest to give to allow to become the president, which Abiola would have become. And that happened to be OBJ. But throughout OBJ's tenure, he never for once recognized Abiola. Even when the Southwest governors, who were Alliance for Democracy guys, then declared June 12th as just mere public holiday to be observed at the Southwest level, Obasanjo kicked against it. No single monument, no single national edifice in Nigeria was named after that man that he took benefit of his struggle. And he never for once recognized that guy. Not until Buhari got there and Buhari recognized that man. So for some Yorubas, they believe that he was just pretending to be a national guy and he never liked their race.
That is true. As a matter of fact, you can count on our fingers how many streets been named Obasanjo Street in Yoruba land, but it's been named several places in the entire country. But in Yoruba land, hardly you will see a name street being named after him. But I don't believe that the man is an Igbo man. I believe he's a typical Yoruba man from Owu, and there's no doubt about it. Uh, he has sisters, he has family members, and I mean, you look at his tribal mark. It's not possible to carry somebody except if someone kidnapped him when his mother gave birth to him and decided to put that mark on his head. And there were people around that witnessed when he was growing up. His story when he was young and he came from Owu to Abeokuta and all that, all the way to then he
Hey,
joined military and all
Adewale,
that.
are you sure? How come it behaves like Pansat or
I
the other way
mean,
around?
except that was a theft case. I mean, look at it. See when he was born. Thank God there was a stamp, permanent stamp given to children at that time. That's why you have the tribal mark on his cheek, right? So, except somebody committed a theft and stole him from his biological mother or, I mean, parents that are from Igbo land. And I don't think at that time the population was this much. So, I mean, everybody knows everybody. Yoruba land has a way
Question real
of,
quick.
of knowing things.
Sorry, before you answer that question, can people who have not clicked on the like button, please click on it? Is unusually low, even for how low it usually is. But yeah, carry on.
Okay, so that's what I will say about that. Let me quickly move to
Wait, let me
Obi,
ask you a
then I
question
will.
real quick. Let me ask you a
Okay,
question real quick. Sorry. Do you
okay.
think his name would outlive him? Meaning that when he's gone, do you think we would even care that he ever existed?
just like
I mean,
Babangida now. Nobody really cared that guy is alive or not. Do you think his name will outlive him?
I want to believe so. Even before he came back to become a president, civilian president. I mean, his name was in the consciousness of every Nigerian. Even the kids that were born after he left office, they know who Obasanjo was and is at this time. So I believe the name it would live. You know, when you are in the history of Nigeria, his name will continuously going to be mentioned because of the importance or historical uh, position that he occupied when Nigeria was at the crossroad of making a huge decision whether to continue with the military ruling or democratic system. So that alone would imprint his name in the consciousness of Nigeria. And history will be kind to him. Why do I say so? Is because history has a way of forgiving past leaders. Even the likes of Abacha today in his hometown is still going to be celebrated. It's only in the south that seems that it's been that resentful feeling towards it. But tomorrow, I mean, the people from Kano will not tell you that Abacha was a strong man or so.
Adewale, please, before you go on, I want to ask: did anybody know his father lineage? Because people only talk about his mother from Owu, but I've never really seen people put stronger argument about his father, where he really came from in Yoruba land.
Is a prince from
So,
Anambra now. If
so
you
I really
already
want
knew.
to know: did anybody have a strong
Ekene,
lineage of
Eke-
his father's
Ekene,
background? Yeah.
Ekene. When somebody give you a bonus soup, please don't call it okra. He has said that he's from Owu and he remained Owu person. He has sister, he has family members. As a matter of fact, in his book, that was when he was coming, he didn't know that he would even attain the status that he attained today. He wanted to, all he wanted to do in his life was farming, according to his book. And then he was sent to one of their family members in Abeokuta. From there, he started going to school and he was doing very well. So it's not something that is hidden or somebody did not witness when he was little or when he was young. But all these abracadabra trying to manipulate history and other, when the man himself is still alive, look, there's a certain stage you attain in
No,
life.
Adewale, you see, when it comes to family, there are sometimes some daughters of the family will make some mistake, maybe go outside, got pregnant, come inside and give birth to the child. Anybody that is not familiar with
I,
that, we recognize that child as the family of that child, unless if they tell you the story.
so
Do you understand?
what about his sisters?
They are his sisters now. So anybody born into that family is his sisters. The same name,
Have you seen
surname.
Obasanjo one on one? Have you seen him one on one?
I've not seen one on one, but I know what I'm talking. I know what I'm saying. A lot of
If
family
you
are
see,
like that. I have a lot
okay,
of.
Ekene,
I even have a friend that is very rich. That when you come to his
Ekene,
family, people don't know that they.
if you see
So
All right.
Obasanjo one on one, you won't mistake him for an Igbo man. That's what I will tell you. Anyway, so let me quickly.
Let Dewale move on just to manage the time. Back to
Yeah,
Dewale.
I can't. The one thing I won't do is to continue to, all those conspiracy theories stuff. I don't do much in those things. Anyway, the OB has been, said on this show that he hasn't said anything yet. Like I think it was Ogbeni that said, look, no, I think it was Bishop that it's better that he remains silent because saying something now perhaps to aggravate his people or against the government and all that will rub them the wrong way. So it's better that they keep quiet. And Babajide Kuku said that it's important he need his voice in the discussion of moving Nigeria forward and all that. I will not dispute that because he's a Nigerian. But when it comes to an important or big voice in terms of having his input, I don't think it's consequential because he's not occupying any position. It's just like a regular Nigerian as of now. So I would love my heart for him remaining silent, because what else is he going to say? Uh, One thing is that he hasn't learned how to be an opposition. It's different from when you are wanted to be the head, but being an opposition is a very huge task, and not everybody can, execute such task. The likes of Atiku has been an expert when it comes to being an opposition and also being in power, so he knows how to balance both sides. But Atiku still, Obi still need to learn how to be a proper opposition with, not the kind of movement that is, he has behind him right now. So him keeping quiet or leaving the limelight or leaving this political scene is a good thing. But I think it will come out of, like someone said on this show, some speeches here and there will also, people will be able to know what is in his mind and all that. But nevertheless, the country is moving forward. There's no need for him to heat up the politics
Adewale,
for now.
Adewale,
Yeah.
Adewale, I think Obi will speak, but the only space you'll be expecting him is on the Twitter space. I think they are
But that
organizing
would be a
some.
shame if that is the only place he can operate from. There's no
That
need
is where
for that.
that is where you find his followers now.
No, see,
Most of his followers are abroad. So, and I
I
know
will
that
be
he has a date. He always have a date with them anytime he wants to come to speak to them. So,
no,
and I
no.
believe that
So
will
those
be.
people that
I
voted
would
for
be
him
very, very highly disappointed
in Benue
if
State,
that is the
those
method he's
that
going to
voted for
adopt.
him in what the other state, Plateau State,
Bini.
that are not in Benin, that are not in Twitter, they don't matter.
He visited them some time ago. He even visited Bini, I think, a few days ago.
You know
hold on,
how it can
Ekene,
remain in the consciousness of
Ekene,
Nigeria is to continuously
Ekene,
appearing on the television, in granting
Ekene.
interview, not on the Twitter. Twitter is for the Gen Z or those who are
They are
let's call them
abroad
backward
people.
For those
yeah,
people that have
those
not voted for him, people that don't vote, those are the one on the Twitter. But the real voter that gave him 6 million, they are not on Twitter. So, Ekene, so what you are telling us is that this man now, for not speaking, there's nothing wrong in it, and that if he should not even speak at all to the people. Do you think it's good for over 2 weeks for a national leader of a party not to speak on?
Well, I think it's good, Ajani Koko.
It's good.
Reasons that yes, because a lot of people want him to speak so that they will capture a few things to make their headlines and also use it against him, all that and all that. But
you tell her.
so, and then him not speaking, I think he understands that that position very well.
Babajale Koko.
Whenever he speaks, people want to join issues, bring that together. They want to use against him. Because you will not find his opposition.
No, hold on, Ekene. That's not really anything. That's not unique or peculiar to Peter Obi. Any leading politician, anytime that they speak, the people that are in favor of them will spin it one way. The people that are against them will spin it the other way. Peter Obi must speak because he's spoken a lot to build.
You know the funny thing, Woma, even if he's trying to speak up now, that voice will be drowned by the presidency because he has a larger space, all right, to speak louder than opposition. So, and Obi, like your Kenneth said, that he has Twitter. Twitter is not big enough to project whatever he has to say. He hasn't learned the rudiment of being an opposition.
It's almost like a form of cowardice. What he's doing.
Ojuku did not teach him how to be an opposition, and Atiku didn't teach him how to be an opposition. He still needs to learn
Obi is just a normal politician now.
All right. Can I let the Wale flow a little bit, just because we are deep in time and so many people have still not spoken. But
yeah. So he still needs to learn that rudiment of being opposition, because even the likes of Showore understand what it takes to be an opposition. Constantly, speaking up in every opportunity that he's got. But Obi being quiet shows that he still has a long way to go when it comes to Nigeria politics. That's what I would say about that. But quickly, let me jump to another story that you to Twitter earlier about the mining police,
Yes.
mining policing, which I found very, very ludicrous. That we are going to create police for, to safeguard our mineral resources. So if that is the case, that means uh, petroleum resources also will have its own police, and what else other resources that we have, and that would be so ridiculous. I think what we can do, but right now our Nigeria police force, we don't really have much. I think it's over 200,000 or 250,000 police force uh, personnel. But what we can do is that we can go both way if that is the route that the federal government want to adopt. Number one, trying to be digital, and at the same time also, uh, you know, have personnel, because no matter what we do or any method that we apply, the that human being factor, that Nigerian factor, where everybody is for themselves. Even if you like, put all the Nigerian police, recruit new police, they will also want to take care of their own pocket, smuggling and all that. I mean, Nigerians, that's uh, but what I would say is that there's a way, just like Aramco does. There was a documentary on YouTube where they showcase where every drop of crude, being extracted from that country is being monitored up to the refinery, right? So, and everything has been digitalized, and they can trace, they can track, and that is the method I want Nigeria government to adopt, whereby even the illegal mining that is being trying to incorporate and bring them in, there's a way that they can make them accountable in such a way that reduce the illegal mining. I mean, look at the here in America, the coal miners, you can't just join the union. I mean, join the workforce and say you want to be mining coal. You have to be trained. You have to be licensed. You have to have your badge. You have to be accounted for at any time. So every time you go to the site to mine, you have to, certain way you clock in so that we know that you are there. So if that is the case, I mean, the way the federal government want to go, it shouldn't be limited to just the policing, because even though they employed police, that police also might be corrupt in some ways. So they could also do the application of both policing and then application of digital and software solutions, so that they can be accounted. Everyone involved will be accounted for. I understand that federal
And
government
so,
recognize that
so
we
digital and software cannot be corrupt, right?
it can be corrupted, but at least it's traceable. All right, not something that you can take flight in the middle of nowhere and
Says
the plane
says
will land.
who? Says who? If you hack something, it might not be traceable.
See, it depends. Okay, well, Ola is into
The problem
tech.
is the leadership. That's what I
No,
think.
no, see, wait. Everything is not all about leadership. If you are a good leader and you have corrupt-minded people in charge of things will not work out. I will continue to blame it on leadership.
That
You may
means
have
that
the
means
best.
you're not a good leader. If you're a
Look,
good leader, the people
listen. In
that work
banking,
under you will not be corrupt.
Oriola, I'm not saying my solution is the best, but what I'm saying is this. Let's give an example. In banking, there was a time in Nigeria they said, well, internet banking is not going to be possible because of a lot of loopholes, a lot of uh, avenue for hackers to get involved and all that. But today now, most of our commercial banks are using internet banking. Correct? I'm here. I can operate
Yeah,
my
but
account
it's
all the
bad.
way.
But it's still bad. A lot of people will send money, they won't get their money on time.
But you see, that is different from when the money just take flight and you can't trace it. Okay, but now everything you do is timestamp and you can trace it. You see whose login was it, who transfer, who does this or what. So even though it's not absolute, but it's still traceable, it's still manageable, and it's still economical. So I want the federal government to go that route. Apply that and see how far it can go, so that at the end of the day, even if you still want to create mining police, which I still don't see reason why they should be doing that. But if that is the case, are they going to be harmed? Are they going to be? What I want them to do is to identify those illegal miners. I mean, in my hometown, every time Dick and Harry is mining and digging hole anywhere they find, like, it doesn't matter as long as money exchange hand, they go there and do what they got to do. But federal government can identify these folks and then bring them in, just more or less like bring them to be a partnership because we need them. And then if you need experts that will help you, because most of these minings are causing environmental degradation. You have houses being collapsed, lands that is not going to be useless for maybe centuries. So, and it need proper planning and adequate, compensation for those who own those land. And those are the things that I want the lucky to look at, not just creating a police department or police force if it is going to be forced. That will be, I mean,
If I may add, I think the main problem is the fact that I said this already. I said it before, but some people said I was wrong. But very like I saw there was actually I'll post the news to the chat section. So basically, Nigeria doesn't know the location of all the resources natural resources in Nigeria. So they have to. We don't have the technology to determine where all our natural resources are. So as of recent, I think it's like
where you getting that from?
I'll send you the link. 6 days ago, they just sent they put together a contract with one of the Germany company to help them trace it. We don't have satellite to determine where all the location of your natural
Who told you
resources
we don't have
are.
satellites?
We don't.
We have about 3.
But it's not meant for that. It's not meant to determine where your natural resources are. I will send you the link now. I said it like some months back. People said, "Oh no, that wasn't true," but it's true.
We
I'll
don't,
send-
one man. We don't.
We've seen countless pieces of detailed breakdown of the resources in every state. So I'm not sure where Oriola is coming from, but
that's what the white man told you. You don't have
the white man.
Yeah, that's what the white man told you. You just believe it. So we don't know. Even you the gas and the what is it? The crude oil that we actually extract from the seashore and whatever location in Nigeria. It's not even being done by us. It's being done by Shell and ExxonMobil, which just because they came to Nigeria, we only own part of it. It's not by our people. Whatever they tell us is what we believe. So that's some of the problems. I'm going to send you the link now. They just signed a contract with them. I think it's about $400 million.
All right. Let her Dewale bring it home, and then we go on to Bishop.
All right, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Wama. I'm not saying my position is sure banker. That is, that's what I want federal government to adopt. But there's no crime in exploring social avenue or that kind of method, because having a police alone is. I mean, are you employing Chinese? I mean, sorry, Israelis, or employing FBI retired officer or something that would not be biased or something? It's still Nigerian. Nigerians are only looking for their own pocket, and that's it. So I want something that will bring technology and together with humor, so that we'll be able to have um, safeguard what we have, for our benefit. But the Iraqi should look more, not just about the police, because if that is the case, police itself needs to be, what do they call it? Look into, because the Nigeria police that we have, the structure itself doesn't comply with the modern policing methodology.
Do you know a few sessions ago, sorry, Dewale, a few sessions ago, we were reading through some storylines, and they were telling us that the Nigerian police force, it has not been reformed since 18-something when the British handed it over.
Yeah, I mean the same structure when you have one head in Abuja controlling, the structure of 36 states, personnel of over 250 something thousand. Some of them are handbag carrier to politicians. I mean, where do you see that in the modern world, where police officer or police personnel are the one carrying back, opening doors? Even a common governor in America, and I know for a fact that we will never see that kind of a thing in Europe, where police officer is the one carrying bag, opening doors, and all that. Our system is archaic, and it's better we start looking into it. If we want a society that is, that is modern policing compliant, um, there's no reason why we should have a centralized policing system. No, because it gives room to inefficiency. Because you say you have commissioner of police that's not answerable to the chief executive of the state that is domiciled, and all those things needed to be looked into. The Nigerian Police Commissioner, what do they call it, should also give a recommendation or have maybe have a think tank that will security experts that can point to the direction of where Nigerian policing of modern times needed to go. We can't be as of now, the domestic security has gone beyond having our Nigerian police to take care of. Now depend on the military, and the military is not even doing very well because they too also have been compromised. So we have a long road to go, and I think the government has a lot in their plate, but they are likely need to think more deeper than just proposing that we have a police force or department, which I don't even know. America doesn't use force. They have certain division in the department that is into applying force if there's need to. So we did like need to do more so that he will really need to want to succeed in that ministry.
All right, brilliant.
Is there any other topic you want me to deal with?
Yeah, there's several other topics, but Dewale, I need you to hold steady because I've got so many people still not spoken. So I want to try and quickly make sure all voices are. You know how we can get when people have been hanging around.
Go ahead with all that.
Yeah.
I'm good. Go ahead with all that.
All right, hang steady. I was going to go to Bishop, but Bishop, let me go to Ekene first.
Please. No, please. I've actually been waiting because I need to go and do something. Please, if you don't mind.
All right.
Thank you very much.
I'll come to you, Ekene, after Bishop. Yeah. I think it's about to run out of battery or something.
You told me I have 21%. But by the way, let me just.
All right, to you.
Thank you, but don't rush me out, please. Now, good evening, everyone. Please, like Woman said, help us to click on the like button.
It's unbelievable how people don't click on this like button. Sometimes we get close to 200 thereabout, and you see just 10 likes. It's a marvel, but there it is. Yeah, but carry on.
Please help us to click on the like buttons. I actually insisted I wanted to talk because I wanted to correct something that Adewale said. Now, it's a misrepresentation of fact that we don't have a whatever mapping of our natural, solid mineral resources. That's not very correct.
It is not me, it's Oriola.
Oriola, sorry. I don't know why your name is sick for my mouth. Any other, by the way. We actually had one recently, very recently. And I wonder when people say this, the $700 billion you are quoting, it's not from this administration. It was from a report that was presented sometimes maybe late last year or early this year, because we conducted that geomapping. I'm trying to remember, maybe around February or something last year, a little over a year ago, and the report was submitted. And it was the woman who was the director of solid mineral, whatever. I'm trying to remember her name, that gave that report. We had 44 minerals, solid minerals, very, the recent most prized ones. So I don't think we need to reinvent. It is just for this president, the Alaki, to dust up those reports and continue. We don't need.
Woman, can you look at the link I sent you?
Yeah, I'm having a look at it, but I'm not sure that it gives the information that you are looking to put across. But
we conducted a whatever for solid minerals, and the report was submitted, and it was that report that said that we had about 44 because I was interested in that space. And I can't remember the name of the woman. She's a northerner that was the director of Solid Mineral, whatever. And they said that was where they estimated that it was worth $700 billion, not million. Somebody was saying then you were trying to correct person. It was actually $700 billion worth of solid minerals under our grant. Several names, beautiful things, solid minerals. So two things. Number one, that they just want to give another contract to somebody to come and map it out. I don't know why they are doing that. It will be a disservice. As much as I support this government, there's something is not right if they are going to do that today.
May I add to what you just said? So
yes,
doing a mapping is different from having the technology to determine. And when you're doing the mapping, sometimes the mapping will just focus on the type of mineral that you think
exactly.
that is available. No. Let me land, please. But when you have the technology, you have the satellite. The satellite will actually determine any type. So now you just mentioned that we have about 40. But the thing is, what the satellite would do with the right technology is basically whatever we have in ground, whatever, it doesn't matter. So meaning it might be more than 49 or 40. That's what I think they're trying to determine. Because what the Chinese are doing now is this. They have the technology to determine anywhere in the world where they have technology. And they can go there and bribe people. And people will know what they're digging for. But they know it. So I think that's what they're doing. I'm not saying that we didn't have the mapping. I'm saying the technology to determine what we have in ground. What I'm talking to.
Okay, I'm struggling to understand. What I'm saying is this. If we have been able to identify that we have 44, then we know what is there. We know the quantity of gold, the quantity of bauxite, the quantity of whatever titanium, the quantity of, we know what is there. We don't have the technology to mine it. We have not decided what is the commercial quantity, but there was what do you call it now? A whatever survey that have been able to identify what mineral we have under the ground, where those minerals are, then the commercial viability of those minerals. Now we have cleared the first step. If we now want to say, okay, we want to pick on this number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 item and explore, that's a good thing. And it was that same report that gave us the commercial value of those minerals we have. What I'm just trying to add to it is that if it is true that, like I said, we are going to sign a contract to come and use whatever to discover again, then I don't know what they want to do with that. It has already been done. We can take it up from there and say, okay, we have identified, let us sign with miners and let us come with an agreement that we include very efficiently value addition, not just some people who just come and mine and carry it away. No, that's not what we want now. We need to have a kind of agreement that will put value addition, that will maximize the kind of value we want in this country. We cannot be going back to reinvent, to do what they spent hundreds of millions of dollars, because I know aircraft were involved that were flying, that cover every inch of Nigeria, and they were taking, critical imaging.
The link that you sent, Oriola, is to do with exploration and exploitation, not not scanning. I don't think that's what I've read.
That means we are on the same page. That the next phase now is to now explore and exploit. And we know what is there. We know where they are. We don't.
No, that's not what it is. It's to search and locate.
All right. Let me just read it out.
To search and locate.
All right. This is what Oriola sent in. Nigeria's Germany signed MOU on solid mineral exploitation. It says the Nigeria Solid Mineral Department Fund and Geoscan GmbH of Berlin, Germany, on Sunday signed a memorandum of understanding on solid mineral development. The agreement was formalized during the visit of German Chancellor Olaf Scholz to Abuja, Nigeria, on Tuesday, 30th of October. Signing the MOU were the CEO of Geoscan GmbH, Oliver, whatever his last name is, and the Executive Secretary and CEO of SMDF, Fatima Shinkafi, representing Nigeria. An MOU on solid mineral development has been signed between Geoscan of Berlin, Germany, and Nigeria's Solid Mineral Development Fund. Following a Federal Executive Council meeting, the MOU was revealed by Solid Minerals Development Minister Dele Alake at a news conference. Highlighting the significance of the MOU, Mr. Alake said it is expected to advance solid mineral exploration, exploitation, and judicious use of the revenue accruing to the federal government. The minister described Geoscan GmbH as a great achievement in the field of mineral exploration, since it has state-of-art equipment that allows it to explore mineral reserves up to 10,000 meters below the surface. So it's exploration and exploitation, not to scan to discover what is under the ground. That's just what that's telling us.
But what are the last sentence you just read now? Say it can detect up to 10,000 feet. Is that what it said?
No. Not it can dictate. It can explore. That means they can drill up to that space. So if the minerals are 10,000 meters down, then they have the technology to go in there and get it. So it's exploration.
If you look at the news from what is that, right? I sent you 2 links. They mentioned locating, and that's the thing. Why would you need a scanning company to exploit your natural?
The minister is telling you what they are commissioning them for now: exploration and exploitation. It says here on this article you sent in. Exploration.
Exploration. What does it mean about exploration then? If you want to explore something, what are you doing?
Fine, right?
Yeah, so fine. Yeah, you're finding something.
To explore is to find now.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Can I have my space? If anybody have access, you can just check it. Maybe in 2021 or 2022. If Nigeria
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm sorry, sir. I'm not disagreeing with your points.
Okay.
The point is this: you're saying we have they determine 40, but 44. The thing we're saying is what they're trying to do now is to make sure that we don't have more than that. We don't have more than those.
Why, I would say, honestly, it's not a bad idea, but I would say, why don't we start with the exploration or the exploitation or the drilling of that 44 first? Why are we going back to do what has already been completed and the report submitted? That's what I'm saying. I'm very happy that we developed that. Is my floor? I have the floor back, right?
No. Yes, I'm just asking you to carry on because I'm not quite sure that there's it says what exploration and exploitation. So
what I'm saying is that we conducted a geoscanning about a year or 2 years ago. A report was submitted. We don't have the financial capability to start the exploration. Now let's bring people to come and begin to explore the one that have been identified. Somebody came up with that 700 billion, and this government is using that 700 billion in estimate, and they are still mentioning magnesium, all those high. So we cannot start all of them at the same time. Even if it's only 2, we want to start. If it's only 5, if it's only 10, and we can bring different companies. Okay, you be in this sector. So, but if I got it wrong, that you actually mean that not that they have not, because the way it sounded was that they have not done a geoscan before. I'm saying they actually did.
Bishop,
and on the issue of
Bishop,
please. Yes.
Can I quickly interject you?
Go ahead.
I think I agree with you what you just said. Whatever we've had, let us pursue that first. But you see, where I feel it is necessary for them to really geomap everything and know where these resources are is because if you remember, some of this, there has been illegal mining going on. That even some of these resources, the Nigerian government, they don't even have any clue as to where they even exist, or if they even exist in our territory. And some people are sneaking in from different countries, like we've been hearing in those parts of Borno, Yobe, close to the Niger border,
Zamfara, and
this area. So they don't know where these resources are.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to say.
Geomapping everything, we can know where all of them exist, and then we put the necessary security in place or satellite, drone that will be flying ahead, that will be monitoring all of these things. If we have this amount of billions or even trillions of resources, we could invest the technology into that, because we're going to make money from it. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yes, I get
I
you.
agree with you that the
I
ones
get
we
you.
get, let us
What I chipped in is this. I'm not fact checking anybody. What I just chipped in was that yes, we actually did carry out a geoscanning. Geoscanning revealed, and it was every inch of the Nigeria, and the geoscanning revealed that. In fact, one of the announcements then was that they were announcing in some local areas that when you see some low-flying aircraft, don't panic. They are just doing some mapping. That was the announcement then, that if you see some low-flying and continuous going up and down aircraft in certain areas, they will announce that people should not panic, that they are doing a geomapping now. The sentence I'm putting is that we actually did a geoscanning. We discovered that we have 44 solid mineral, very valuable solid mineral, and the estimate of those solid mineral comes to some, it could be more, but around $700 billion. One, it was not this government that did that geoscanning, it was the last government. It was not this government that came up with the summary or the estimate of the 400 billion. Whatever they are doing with that information, I want you to add value to Nigeria. I'm not arguing that I'm right. No, that's not what I want to say. I'm just saying that we are now moving to the second stage. After that first stage, that is the fact out there. Now back to the issue of the policing. I think I agree with. I think it was Adewale and whoever said, I don't think we need to set up a force just solid, mainly because of that. That means every other thing, people, they will be sending up arm bearing force. I was one of the few one of the people, many persons that said when they wanted to start arming security, civil defense, whatever, NCDCS or whatever, when they were asking to be carrying arms, that we don't need them to be carrying arms. We have the police that is supposed to be a Nigerian police service, just like Obeni was saying earlier on. And we have the Nigerian police force, which kind of alter, their mode of operation. So if we have a civil, I will make it to be many, community-based civil defense, that at least they will be the first contact of the person. Not every time you have to contact somebody, it will be one AK-47, ill-trained, ill-manner, what again? A policeman that is confronting you for the simplest of reasons. So I don't support that we should, create another. It will just turn out to be like what do you call that? You mentioned the name that you called them one name earlier on when you started in your intro, what is that name? Anyhow, it should just be like creating another military or warlord gang, because whether you like it or not, if they are going to recruit people, there will be, it can be misused. Yes, if we can reform the police to make them to cover, it is not every time we have a particular problem, we say the solution is create a force that will deal with it. Before we know it, we'll be having maybe 100 different forces for every little problem. When we have a headache, we create a police force to deal with headache. When we have a foot, whatever, we create a police department. I don't think I agree with what they can keep police in every area. Every local government has police department. Let them have the police department. Yes, Nigeria police department. Let them create a department that way. And if we have that cover everywhere, then we should be able to do that without necessarily creating another what do they call it now?
Security force.
Yeah, the security force. Yeah.
So how come they can't use the bush and forest security force? They carry arms.
Yeah,
how come they can't use those?
But forest is that because it is not everywhere we have forest guards. We only have forest guards. Most of the north, where those things are, we don't have forest there. They are mainly savannas. They are mainly savanna. They are not forest. So we don't have forest guarding savannas now. We have forest guarding forest, especially except in the area that the savanna is rich in some wildlife, that we are guarding the wildlife against poaching. So like I said earlier on when I interjected, the two reasons why we have forest guard is one, against illegal poaching and illegal logging. And mainly it is in the forest region of the south. The one we had in some parts of the north in Borno is illegal elephant poaching. And because we used to have several serious heads of elephants in that Borno Yobe, as is from Bachi Borno Yobe. I mean, there was even a satellite image that captured some about 500 elephants somewhere around Borno recently. So, and people were really hunting them down for their tusk. Really, really. So that was something we were trying to guard against. That I don't know how far this, but in one of our best forest region, what did you call it? The Teak. What's the name of this forest? It's in Calabar. It's in Cross River, where we have some of the most exotic animals, even in the world. There are some animals that are there, and people were, almost finishing them because of poaching. So we have forest guard that are doing those two. But if we now have to expand them, say, okay, go to this area and map that area, then we need to be a little bit more technology, apply more technology. It may, because the bandits, the warlords that are covering those spaces are not just they are not just great. It's not like we want to drive birds or pigeon and you just say shoot to them and they will go. No, they will fight back. They will really fight back. So it's an area that we need to put our thinking caps on, so that we take over these ungoverned spaces from these bandits. And when we take it back and we consolidate on it, we cannot set up, or expand. But I don't think it is necessary to create another security outfit just because of that. That's why I say I agree with Adewale.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Bishop.
Thank you. Are you saying I finished talking? I finished my. Is that what you say?
All right. Is there any other topic? Do you want to speak on the
topics now? Give me the topics now.
Bring your voice down a little bit. Yes. Hold on.
My voice is not anywhere.
Yes.
Give me topic now. What do you mean?
Okay. Hold on. Let me bring another topic. Good news for passengers as Nigerian airline Air Peace secures permits to fly directly to London. So I've been looking to bring this one up. So you come at it then. That is essentially good news. And the anticipation then is that it should crash flight tickets because Air Peace somewhat has a reputation of offering fair deals. And if you're able to fly directly via a local carrier, then that should really and by the way, his license is in time for the Christmas rush. So another good news space for the for the Air Peace space.
Well, unfortunately, I don't know much about that space. I've not read this. I know that they were trying to, so I really would be the wrong person to make contributions on this particular topic. I don't know what I mean, the agreement at least that led to this. I don't know how it started. I know, so maybe I should just
I think Falana spoke a little bit about this in one of his because I think BA and Virgin, in fact the British government or the British whatever their own equivalent of our OFAN or aviation ministry was trying to not to license Air Peace from flying to London. So Falana said that if they refuse, that Nigeria should also do this reciprocity issue.
Yes, you know that reciprocity rational mind is a narrative that has come off the back of that debacle that we had with Emirates and the Dubai space. When they were looking to completely take over our airspace and not give Air Peace any joy within their space. So I think it's actually this new foreign minister Tugar that actually came up with that phraseology that the bilateral arrangements that we have with a lot of this country has to now have elements of reciprocity embedded within it. And I think that's what's playing out in our Air Peace's favor.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. That's it. Bishop. That's all.
Question. Don't you think because the Air Peace, I don't know, I'm just saying, Don't you think the airline, because it's not really brand new, according to some people, maybe that's the reason why?
What's not brand new?
Their planes.
They are. What do you mean? They have the latest planes possible. They are always
Well,
buying
like I
planes.
said, I don't know. I just
No.
I heard that. I heard it, and that's
Yeah,
why
they have the best. In fact, in the whole of Africa right now, besides Ethiopian airline, I think
are they brand new? That's the point.
Has a modern fleet.
They are brand new.
They have
so it would make
modern
sense.
fleet that are airworthy, that can go international and both local and also regional.
Yeah, so if they are brand new, so I don't see the point why they can.
They actually had to pass a series of tests before they were able to be allowed into the European space.
Do you know that they now repair airplane in Nigeria now? Airpeace has made that possible. Their planes are now repaired in Nigeria. Like if they want to maintenance and all of that, it's done now in Nigeria. Which this is what we're talking about.
And that also provides a hub, by the way, for that West African.
Yeah. And again, this hard hand forest that we're looking for. Some of them will remain. Like, okay, look at it. We're owing Emirates, we are owing BA, we are owing all these international airlines. CBN did not release that dollar to them, not knowing that this idiot that was there before was giving money to Aliko Dangote. And these people were crying, asking them. That was why the Emirates, I think they did? I think they stopped the airline from coming to Nigeria because they could not remit their funds back to the UAE. So if that chunk of money, we can be maintaining it within our own Nigeria, our Airpeace, if that can be granted that license to fly to London, that London route alone, do you know how much of billions of, if not millions of dollars that could be trapped back into the Nigerian space rather than we giving it to these airlines? So I think
it would depend on how many trips they can actually do, though.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. At least a chunk of it, at least a bit of it will be.
I think they will be able to satisfy any amount of slots that they give them, because that London route, London to Lagos, is probably one of the most lucrative flight routes in the world.
It is the most lucrative route.
I'll just say that whatever it is, let them be able to manage it well to the benefit of Nigerians. I've not read. I know Airpeace is trying. They have a lot of new aircraft, and if it's about capability, I think I believe they are capable. All they need is the support and the push of Nigeria, and let them maintain the standard so that we will not begin, and those people will be looking for any opportunity to downgrade or say, you see, we told you they cannot do it. Now they are proving us right. So that's all I want. I don't want them to rush into it when they are not ready. When they are ready, honestly, I will be a very proud Nigerian for that.
I think they said they've actually already taken off a flight from Kano.
So that's beautiful, but I don't have much information about that space yet. If I stumble on anything, I will read. Kulata is asking a question on the super chat that how did they calculate the? I mean, everybody saying that Nigeria. I'm sure our current proven gas reserve. Don't let me talk about the crude oil in Nigeria. It's about 200 trillion cubic feet of proven gas reserve. How did we arrive at 200 trillion? Proven gas reserve that puts us in number 7 or number 8 globally with gas reserve. So there are ways they measure this thing, even though it's an estimate, but it's
an estimate.
It's an estimate, but it's a very close estimate. At least I can tell you about the petroleum sector when we do geochemical analysis.
That's the technology for you. That's the technology they're using just to know how big and how wide. And that's what he read. What man just read, the exploration. They want to know how deep, if the technology can go like 10,000 deep to see if you have anything down there. So it's technology that helped them to be able
technology,
to
definitely it's technology. Even in the gas, there's a name that we used to call it then. I mean, when we do a hydrocarbon mapping and the rest in the oil. So there is a way they measure it. So just like they measure gas and they can tell us, estimate, and the percentage of error is maybe like 10% or thereabout. Plus the minus. So if we are able to say that confidently that we have about 200 trillion, it might be a little bit less, just fraction less, 200 trillion proving cubic feet of proving gas reserve. Underline that word, proving. It could be more. You know, but if it's less, just minor, and that's the ones that they have discovered yet, they could still be going, especially in the basins. We discovered that a lot of our basin, the Lokmanta Shale, the Anambra Basin, the Benue Trough, and have a lot of proven gas systems. Some of them have not been captured. There are some they call associated gas. Associated gas are the ones that, you know, in drilling oil, you can actually chance stumble on them. It used to give us a lot of problem in those days to be able to distinguish it. What are you actually looking at? Is it gas or crude? But I think the new technology now, I've been out of that space now for almost 15 or 20 years, but I know very well that this is a technology we used to know that, okay, this is the certain amount just by doing some analysis. You do GC and simple Leco analysis. We give you, and it's just by carbon mapping. There's something they call carbon mapping for people that are geologists. If you are here, or geochemists, they will be able to answer. But we can they use something similar to determine the amount of solid mineral that we have under the ground. Thank you. If there is nothing more for me, okay, you put something else up, Wama.
Yes. Yes. If you do not correct your lopsided appointment, we will not be able to stand by you. People are laughing at us as Arido Kubo are sounding yet another warning to Tinubu to open up the CBN vaults for him.
Yeah, okay. I mean, let me just say something on that, because while I agree to some extent that sometimes ago, and I did say on this platform that I was not really happy about some of the things because of the optics. But at the same time, do we want the optics to favor us, or do we want the man to be to succeed and take responsibility for his action? If Asari Dokubo is calling the president out because maybe he felt he is entitled to something, then I have a problem with that. It is not everybody that supports the government that would definitely directly get something if what we are struggling for is good governance. Yeah, for the office, and because you need to, because the kind of diversity in Nigeria, it has, I mean, I was a little bit torn in between, okay, is it right? But I did say here that I did not support something because the office is not really good. It's because somebody made the mistake earlier on, or because some people have made it, does not mean you should make it. But I said, and I've said it severally or here, that I would defer to the choice of the president, because he is the one that me and I believe millions of other people are going to hold responsible. So if he will have to come and explain what he is doing at some point, or the results will speak for themselves, because the president has no reason whatsoever to fail. If he fails, he deserves to be stoned on the streets, to be stoned to, don't let me mention that word, to be stoned to buy, So yes, if he fails, I'm telling you, because we have invested our life in this, and that's the truth. So I support everybody. I salute everybody that calls him out when he falls short. But it's just that I don't like extremists. Now, if this man is saying it from the point of view that he was expecting to be accorded some special something, or to be given that, okay, we give you one slot, go and bring somebody to be minister, then I think he's overreaching himself. That's my thinking. I might be wrong, but if he's actually out of concern, then if he has access to this man, I'm sure he can call him, I'm sure he can talk to him. Then maybe he has made an attempt after the last one that he went to Aso Rock and he was given a red carpet. Maybe he messed up and they say, okay, maybe that door has closed and that's why he's now crying foul. Because I'm sure if he was able to go to Aso Rock, I think he was in Aso Rock twice, and he was given, he was granted audience, and is now making video skits, call it skits deliberately. That is going to be what will solve the problem. Then I don't know where that was. So that's my take on that. The president can do better, but not necessarily because Asari Dokubo says so.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you, Bishop. So, Bishop, let's go on from you to Ekene, who hopefully is still with us. Megida, how far?
One man.
Oga Kwata.
Thank you, one man.
Another weekend is gone, Abi Ekene. Yes, thank you, because thank you for staying, because I was hoping you would come so I could attack you. There's something I've lined up to use to attack you. So yes, this is it. Lagos seals popular Ogba shopping mall over filth. So what do you say to that?
Well, this government is new, Shia. They're doing everything to look good. I'm not against them trying to clean up Lagos State, but the issue of my space was that everybody that comes to Alaba knows how Alaba is, and that is why I brought it up. So that even today, I saw them. I think I went out yesterday, being Sunday, so I saw them on the street. They are destroying all those Aboki kiosks. Those Aboki kiosks that is along that under bridge, Trade Fair. They're destroying those things. They're parking it. That they don't want all those roadside sellers to be there again. So they're even on Sunday. I still saw them. They're doing some sort of cleanup in Lagos State. So, but my only concern is the common man, the way things are in Nigeria now, how they are going to feel. So that's my only concern.
I agree with you actually. As much as I want Lagos to be cleaned up, if these people are earning legitimate income from roadside selling, then you cannot just go and be smashing it up without, especially under this economic climate. And then when there's a spike in crime, you'll say there's a spike in crime. So what are you asking them to go and do? What will be the consequence of that? Is really the question.
Yeah, that's the only issue. I don't know how they will cope because a lot of them have stayed there for many years, and some people are legit. Many of them are legit. Most of them are selling okreka. They just spray the okreka there in the evening. They're ringing their bell, all those stuff. Many of them, those roadside vegetable sellers and all that. I don't know how they will cope, but let's see how government wants to handle that. Because the economy is too harsh to take any legitimate income from any citizen from Nigeria now. It's very unbearable. But let's see how they go about it.
All right. So what are you looking at in the news today? We're still searching for Peter Obi, who has gone into hiding. Man on the run. It don't pick legs. It don't go underground. It don't dig hole. Look at that. After all the noise making, it's just. I feel embarrassed for him. After all the noise making, and then he goes and hides away.
No, don't feel embarrassed for him. The only thing that will make me feel embarrassed for him is if Tinubu performs very, very well the way he claims he will do. That's the only way I might feel a little bit embarrassed for me. Yeah. So when I see that performance coming in, when I see Tinubu doing things he said he would do more than, as in beyond my expectation, that is when I will say, hey, I'm feeling embarrassed that I supported Obio, not knowing that this man can really do something good for Nigeria. So, but for now, there is no embarrassment. There is no embarrassment. Yeah, that is the only way I will feel embarrassed. So, just that, Tinubu is still coming. We are still expecting him to come. He has not started. So they're still playing politics. That's still trying to.
What do you mean by Tinubu is still coming?
He has not started now. Let him start. I have not seen. The engine has not started now. They're still placing a political appointment, all that and all that. The other day they were accusing him of appointing somebody that headed Abacha route. I think Atiku Bagudu or something like that. Somebody that headed Abacha route. He appointed him in some strategic position. So they are saying, what goods are these people going to bring to Nigerians? This kind of appointment. We are talking about Abacha route. you still appoint somebody that headed that institution to siphon Nigerians' money out of Nigeria. So what is Tinubu up to by giving such appointment? So all those optics are there. Then you talk of Asari. I was just watching Asari today. I wasn't surprised that you didn't play that video. You just showed the headline.
No. I played it on the Asari Dokubo one. I played it now.
So, but I don't know the kind of appointment Asari Dokubo
all
is
right.
looking at our government.
Let me play it for you. Since you he wants to chop he wants to chop from the national cake. This guy is probably I'm not sure that there's anybody more ridiculous than this guy in Nigeria.
Appointment. Even we who are his hardcore supporters will not be able to stand with him. It's up to you. If you feel that you are comfortable now, things are going to be easy now. They tell you that you can do whatever you like. You can do what Buhari or worse than what Buhari did. It is one-sided appointment. So you too can do your one-sided appointment. You are not Buhari. No, you are not. Buhari had a cult followership. You do not have that sort of cult followership. If there are cult followers, we are your cult followers. Those people who are now around, benefiting, making appointments, taking decisions, they were afraid to stand by you. If they were not afraid to stand by you, they will not go and be contesting for House of Rep and so on. If they actually believe that you win the election. They wanted a bird in hand is what more than Ahmed Bola Tinubu is traveling on a very dangerous path. And if he does not correct it and change some of these appointments, even we who are his
all right. The quality is very poor, but I think you've seen it already, and I think a lot of us have. But yes, to that.
Yeah. Yes, it's just that when all these sort of people are giving you some support, you need to be somehow worried as a president. When these kind of people are the people that propel you to that position to become the president, you need to be worried because these are the people that will also bring you down when the time comes. So I don't see Tinubu leaving this man alone. He must give him what he wants, definitely. Because
hold on. Hold on. Oh, you forget when they were having the court procession, proceeding rather. You remember how he led his Niger boys team. And they were fighting the Obedient and they were
Obedient in Abuja.
Yeah, so I mean, do you think that he did that for free? And all the Agbado people were coming here and they was like, yeah, he did it right. Then he's supporting Ashiwaju. And I mean, now you see, when we say people just land, I just say wait, make I can't talk my own.
The issue is that if you expect if you know Asari Dokubo very well, you don't expect to just leave this man behind when you have become president and not give him what he wants. You must settle him because he will be the first person to pull your government down.
Wait, where does he say he has to be settled? That video that I watched, he never mentioned anything about.
No, you said it.
What do you think he was talking about? He was asking to be said. He was asking to be settled
now. That the people that's most of his people are laughing him. They're laughing at him. All this your gara, everything you did for Tinubu, Oga waiting come out, nothing. You just say that they look. They have almost finished all. They are giving all the appointment there. Waiting come out, Oga.
I thought what he was speaking to was the fact that people that voted for him, he's expecting that all his appointments should just be people that voted for him, not other people. And Tinubu is not doing that. He just wants someone that's capable, and he doesn't care if you vote for me or not. If you're capable, he's going to choose you. I think that's what he's speaking to, from my
No,
understanding of
that's
what
not
he
what
said.
he's speaking to. You
That's
don't
that's not
understand him.
that's not what he's
That's not
speaking.
what he's speaking to. He was speaking about appointments that he has just did like Buhari. That let him warn him, he's not Buhari, he's not Buhari. That Buhari had cause followers. That his cause followers. So let him bring this appointment to them. At least, even if it's not him, at least he must have somebody that comes from him. They need to share the money. They need to share the national cake. The thing is not coming to him, and you see the man is maybe running out of cash.
You see,
So
he's starting to lose weight, and he doesn't.
Yeah.
So far,
and I think Tinubu needs to look into this Asari Dokubo issue, because this man has a loose mouth. My problem is that he has a loose mouth and he doesn't know how to keep secret. So the time will come, if Tinubu didn't do the right thing, he will begin to expose how they win the election. You see him already saying that Tinubu don't have cult followers. Maybe
no, but they
still
can
have
just
something
pick him up now. You know that Asari Dokubo is not far from being picked up. You know the way he's always. I think he may overplay his hand this time around.
I don't see Tinubu as picking up somebody anyhow, the way Buhari is doing. I don't think Tinubu will go that. I see Tinubu as somebody that likes to keep quiet, even if you see him say, I no longer go to Facebook. I no longer go to social media because they abuse the hell out of me. So I don't have time for all those social media stuff. He always closes. So I don't see him as somebody that is interested in picking up people. The only thing I will see him do is to maybe, if this video continue to come up, he might call him from behind and say, Oga, just wait. So time, maybe this appointment is coming to you. Or because I think the only position he may be looking at now is that Tompolo position. That position that Tompolo is holding now. Because to guide the oil theft in the Niger Delta region, I think he wants that contract, because that is why he's just shouting. So for me, Tinubu should know how to settle him more, because this will be his downfall, especially from the south. This Asari Dokubo issue. So, and the problem, and another problem is that
Asari would be Asari. What does he even have?
And by the way, rational mind, where were you when Dopsy was having a session?
Yeah, I saw you guys. I heard you guys. I just woke up at that time. I saw when you guys were going back and forth, and Mike and everybody, and our guy from Finland, Remy, all of you were talking. So, but I had some other meeting that I have to be in at that time too.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, so that was why I could not join. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, carry on. You were about to say something.
And you know, Wike is enemy to this guy. Is a very big enemy to him, to this Asari. And you see Tinubu giving Wike Minister of FCT without recognizing Asari. There are two of them are not friends. Two of them are two enemies. And you think Asari is relaxed with that position that he has given to Wike. Asari wants his own appointment now, and they must give him his appointment. So that's what I'm expecting. There is nothing much to say about that. This is the second video. Maybe the third video will be mind blowing, because he's good at that. He's good at that. So I'll be watching him one man. So another thing I want to say, Obi issue is not an issue one man, unless people want to make it an issue. I think
suddenly Obi is no longer an issue. For 18 months,
no, it's not an issue for people to be asking why he wouldn't speak. No, people want to make it. We want to make it a very big issue, because the only thing I see Obi doing now, I see him attend many organizations now. That's what he's doing. He attended. He went to honor Abure, the national chairman, a few days ago at Benin City, which was a very good outing for him. So he did that, and he's attending some lectures and all that. So for now, why are people want him to come out and speak? You want him to say that he wants to set the country on fire, because that's what the APC people will do. Once he come out to speak, people like Lolenton or she will write a very big essay to direct DSS to go and arrest him. Is that what you want? Is that what you want, one man?
No,
Because
I want him to show leadership is what I really want. But
no, he's already showing leadership now. It's just that you people want
running
him
away
to.
and hiding.
No, he's already showing leadership. It's just that you people want him to come out to say, yes, go to the street, my followers, all this and all that. Everybody can know. He has his style of own leadership. I just told you the other day, he knows his core base is in Edo State. So he still go back there a few days ago to acknowledge the national chairman of the party that comes from Edo State. And the many Edo stakeholders were there. They recognized him. They gave him all the honor he needed. He gave his speech. So what else do you want him to do? And I believe he will continue to do that. Maybe going to his base, trying to hold some meeting with them if he has gone to a Benin City. So you don't necessarily need him to come out to begin to shout on Arise TV. At least now that the government is settled, the Supreme Court has given their final judgment. As a Democrat and as somebody that I know that loves the rule of law, I would not see Obi coming to the national TV to begin to disturb or saying things that you people will say that he's trying to inflame the country. So the only thing I see him doing now, yeah,
una go defend this politician. Una go defend them. You do defend your own now for bad thing where they do. People for Tinubu go can't defend them too when they did bad thing. Hold on. You they defend indefensible. A leader must speak when it's expected of him to speak on national issue. This matter, the people that voted for him, he gave them assurance that we won the election and I will win. I will go to court to reclaim my mandate. Now court don't say, get headway. Why you no go fit talk? Make it cool in people, the followers, make it cool their heart, make it cool them down.
The followers are not fighting now.
They are not.
The followers are not fighting. He said,
I can cool down.
Yeah.
The followers are not expected to fight, but she be able to give them that hope that is still there and tell them the direction that is taking them, because this is no more Enugu, is no more Anambra leader. Obi is a national leader, and he have people across the country that gave him 6 million votes. It's not you, Ekene. It's not.
I mean, you see.
Look at this. Look at this full name.
Hold on. Look at one. Just listen to one man. I got A1 in English. You can't be corrected by Yoruba. Forget it.
Look at this guy.
Let us go.
So
hold on.
This,
I gotta go. You see,
yes.
This narrative of you people who not wanting to leave this guy unknown. You, I gotta go of all people. You are here. I've heard you. I can go and bring many of your past submissions you've made here. Often you say this guy should keep quiet. should keep quiet.
What? Keep quiet on what? Okay, tell me on what?
Hold on. On issues that
on what issues? On what issues?
On issues that could inflame, that could pour petrol into the whole issue. You just want him not to talk. The other time when he was talking about the certificate issue, you were here talking that he should not be talking. I don't know what you people want.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, this is the
he went silent. But you see, guys, I saw a woman can have a title for discussion here, right? Is that what we're doing here now, right? Is that what we're doing?
You see,
let's leave this guy alone. Tinubu is
this is the emotion now.
Let's move on.
No, hold on.
Why the fixation on
But
this guy?
Ajari Gogo, are you afraid that? Are you people afraid that he has not spoken?
Hold on. You rational mind in the country that you live in, this America. If Obi happened to be a presidential candidate of another party, of one party in America, and another party defeated him in election, and he took that party to court, and the court rule, are you telling me that candidate in this America where you live will not speak within few hours after that election?
Yes, Trump.
After that ruling,
Trump never called Biden.
No, hold on. Are you telling me that leader will not speak? I'm not talking about calling Biden. Speak on the issue. On the court ruling.
The one that Atiku spoke. What did we all say here?
Well, forget about Atiku. I am giving you. I am asking you.
Rational mind. Hold on, Ajale Koko. When Atiku spoke, he provided closure to the PDP narrative. So we know where the PDP's presidential race landed. With Atiku's, but the Obi space, his space is still open-ended. Even more so,
we don't want closure to our issue.
So you just want to be every day to be still banging. You want to be banging your head against the wall for 4 years.
We want closure, but not the one that you people will dictate for us. Hold on, I can let you continue. You people want to dictate for us.
Who will provide that closure? But who will provide it?
Hold on. I agree with you.
No, he asked you a question.
Hold on now. Make answer your question now. One man and I get it. Obi should do. We want closure, but you people will not tell us when to make this closure. At his own discretion, at his own time, in due time, he will do it when he wants to do it. So, because I know one thing is this, you people want to.
No. Rational mind. Hold on. Rational mind. If you are to be in America,
we are
in this country where me and you live, will that candidate not speak within 24 hours?
I understand most candidates will speak.
Okay, you understand most candidates. Why is Obi's own different?
Hold on. We understand. The nature, you need to consider, you need to factor in context.
Oh, context. No, this is what
context.
Every time you want to say, let's look at the context. Context.
Yeah, we have to look at context.
No, this is indefensible. What you are doing is
most
indefensible.
Things are context, because this election was the most controversial kind of election we've never had in the history of that country. Maybe up to 1979.
More controversial than June 12.
Wow. Maybe, possibly. Let me say since 1999. Let me just say 1999. Let me take it back. Since 1999 is the most controversial one we've ever had. Now, let me just quickly say this. Yes, here it will be a different thing. They will address, because they will not have gone through the kind of crap that we went in, because their own system here works. So I will not. That's why I'm saying we have to put context to everything. You here. Hold on. Now, when Atiku said here, you people were finding fault with everything the guy said. So now you are waiting for him to come and say something.
So why is he afraid? Why is he afraid to talk?
No. You. That's what I'm saying. That's why you need to understand what I'm saying.
Ajari Gogo is not afraid to talk. If you want to listen to his,
he should say it. It doesn't matter. He's not going to die now. We are not going to kill him. We want to hear from him.
Platform and start attacking him, right? Is that what you're?
He should speak. He should speak. Is he afraid of us? Is he afraid of one man went to war? Is he afraid of one man went to war?
Me too. I want to hear from Sowele, because it has been long I see him active. ever since
You
this
want to hear
election.
from
So Ray was on the
It's no longer active
it was
again.
on the news yesterday.
Don't mind them. Chorore
I
speak
didn't
all
see
the
him. Oh.
time.
I
It's
didn't
your
see
leader
him.
that is afraid of one man. Your leader is afraid of one man where to mow. He doesn't want to speak. So, so people like us he's so scared of us because he knows that we will expose him.
It's just that
lies.
one man. It's just that one man is being one-sided. If one man is not being one-sided, he would have invited Obi here. No way Obi would not come.
I've invited Obi when it's not going on the obedient platforms. Why would they come on a space like this? Yeah,
There is nothing that I have seen Obi in many little platforms.
No, Obi
even your platform is so big. Those platforms are not big as your platform.
It's not the size of the platform that I'm talking about. I'm talking about the nature of the narrative. Obi only goes to hallelujah spaces where they will tell him how wonderful
there
he is.
There is nothing like that. There is nothing like that. Obi tell you he wants to speak to oppositions. So maybe you have not heard him very well say that.
I've tried to reach out to his surrogate. I've tried to reach out. Even his surrogates won't come. Never mind. But don't worry. Maybe something will happen.
Even Kenneth Okonkwo, you can invite Kenneth Okonkwo.
I wouldn't mind that. You just be him and I.
What are you have all it takes to invite.
Maybe I'll deal with him the way I dealt with that Franklin the last time. Yes.
So I don't know what Obi is not afraid to speak to anybody. If you have ever listened to him, so I don't know where that word "afraid" come from. It's just that he wants to be civil, and he will be the last person to call for destabilization of Nigeria, because the last speech that he made in Benin City, he made it clear that Nigeria is a very good country. Or that he still have Nigeria, he still speak good about Nigeria. He said everything he said concerning our landmass, all those things, all our natural resources, the things we need to put together to make Nigeria great. We have it. It's just that we are still looking for a perfect leader. That's the only problem Nigeria have, and they still believe in that. And that is why I said that the only thing that will make me be ashamed of supporting Obi is if Tinubu did exactly more better what he said he would do. And time is running out. Time is running out. Honestly speaking, time is running out. We are just heading towards 2025. The 2026 is campaign period. 2024.
Are we going to skip 2024? Okay.
That is 2024 is the only year that he needs to show his capacity. Towards 2025, 2026 is election campaign. So, and that is why I said that the man has not started. To me, they're still trying to find solution to the naira. So I just want to know how they will stabilize it.
I recall that almost every time you come, you complain about the dollar. So what's the situation now?
The situation is they're still trying to find the position to hang it there. But,
are you not going to tell us that it's improving?
It improved a few days ago, but even today, that is Sunday, there is no business activity. I'm afraid that the thing just added some money. What will it happen on Sunday? On Sunday, that even if dollar is rising every day in the week, on Sunday there must be a reduction. But today being yesterday being Sunday, there was a few increase in the dollar. So I'm afraid what will happen? What happened that made the dollar to add some money on Sunday?
Maybe dollar decided to go to church today.
I don't know. So,
but then let me ask a question. How about the food inflation in food and prices?
Food inflation is still where it is now. The price of anything has not dropped.
What's the point of the dollar? The dollar rising and
nothing. It has not affected the food price in the market. Honestly, it's just like when we are talking about it, we are talking about the dollar. Just it's still above 1,000 now.
No, it's not.
It's still
It's 950.
No, it went above.
No, that is it's above 9,000. One man, I'm telling you.
It went
For a
above
fact.
1,000. I'm following it.
You are talking about those bank issues. I'm telling you what is on ground.
No, it's not the bank issue. The difference between the CBN and the parallel market rate now is about it's no more than 100 naira.
It's above 1,000. One man, I can send you the, because I receive the rate every morning at least 9 a.m.
Do you trade FX?
So
online.
Yeah, I trade. I won't tell you what I do. Don't let me.
Okay, fine. You don't have to go there. If you go
but
on,
I'll tell you privately. Privately.
Yeah. If you go on some exchanges like some of these Nigerian exchanges or OBX and the rest of them, some of these crypto exchanges, you see that quotation when they quote this is a Tether, USDT Tether. Sometimes they peg it to the dollars. So when you see the equivalent in naira, then that tells you what you should expect in the black markets.
Sorry, Rational, let me just say one thing. If one man will permit me, and
before you say that thing, you see people move very quickly on this platform. Let me show you this. Just as we were speaking, Kenneth, somebody just sent me the latest now dollar something. It is 987 to this is at this moment now, and that there it is on your screen. So you have to be careful what they say, because as I often say, as we talk, people are
this is when you people talk online stuff, I begin to laugh at you.
This is it now.
This online now. You just because I'm telling you what is in Alaba, what is in those Aboki's Aboki stuff in Alaba there.
This is Aboki stuff now. This is
not Aboki. I'm telling you, this is not Aboki stuff.
Right.
This is not Aboki stuff. Aboki stuff is still above 1,000. A little, just a slight margin above 1,000. So I'm not talking about you people, because if I go to those Aboki now to buy dollar, there is no way they will give me this amount. It's impossible.
All right.
That is what I'm looking at.
All right. I think Bishop wanted to come in. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Just briefly. Ekene, you say if you go, but you are not gone, so you cannot talk authoritatively. But that's by the way. That's
what I receive every day now.
Hold on,
I just said that by the way. That's by the way, because we have reasons to send people to go change dollar. We know there has been it's not where we want it, but there has been a lot of improvement these past few days. And you can agree with me that at 1,300 a few days ago, I don't know the magic. I cannot explain it. But on Wednesday or thereabout, Tuesday or Wednesday, Fitch released a new rating for the financial outlook of Nigeria. And even though it's still at B- from BB-, but very impressive that it was stable. And they made some predictions in the coming year. And it was not just only Fitch. Fitch is very well respected. I wish I can get the report, the report I read. Other rating agencies said they gave Nigeria a positive and stable rating. It does not mean that we are out of the woods yet. It simply means that the government of the day have taken some steps, and investors' confidence is being restored at a speed that is greater than what they expected. Those were their words. If I can look for that report, I will send it to one man. So if Fitch said that we are doing something, and those things technically has a way of affecting our what do you call it, the rating that we are talking about, because these are not just us. So let's admit, when there are little improvement, that in this past week, both the dollar, the economic outlook, the REMI, the ratings, the prediction, the forecast favored Nigeria. There are about 4 or 5 things that favored Nigeria in this week. So when they boggle up, let us stone them. But when they do some of these little things that even global rating recognize as positive, and they are even, I mean, they are even going to. I read one that is suggesting that they are going to reevaluate our what do you call it, growth for this year and next year, 2023 and 2024. That instead of the 22.9, they are looking at 3 point something GDP. So invariably, I mean, they did some few things. I don't know how, but we did achieve some milestone in this last week. Thank you.
All right, brilliant.
Hey, one
Can I bring
interjection,
it to Oman? Then we go on to Prince Daddy. Oh, I was going to say we'll go on to Prince Daddy if he's still there, but you're still here. So yes, Prince, let's hear from you.
Yeah, I think Ekene may actually be right in his submission, actually, because, for example, on Friday, someone was changing the dollar at the local airport, right, for 1,040. By the time the person is ready, they're willing to sell for 1,000, exchange for 1,000. But right then in Surulere, at the Ogunsoya area, they were changing it for $900, $100, discrepancy or variance between the two. So yeah, online may not necessarily be the actual going rate, and it's quite clear that it depends on what part of the country or the state that you get a better exchange rate.
Prince Daddy, are you on ground? Are you in Surulere?
I'm not. I'm connected, man. I have people.
But you said right here in Surulere. I was thinking you say, are you in Surulere?
No. All right.
Okay,
that's what I want them to understand, because this online stuff, many people use it to judge a lot of things in Nigeria. But we that is in Nigeria know what is happening. When you bring out online stuff, I don't look at it. I only go to their bookie, ask him how much are you selling. So once they give me their price, that is what I take. So it's still a little bit above 1,000, and it is not that doesn't mean that there was not some level of improvement. There is, but what I'm expecting is sustainability, because dollar selling for 1,000 is not my issue. My issue is sustainability. How are you going to sustain that rate so that the thing don't continue to jump up and down every day? The thing will begin. Let's have sustainability. That you are selling dollar for 1,800, 900. It's not an issue. It's how are you going to sustain it? Once you sustain it at that position, at least for a period of 4 years,
stability.
5 years,
You mean stability?
Yes, stability. At least for a period of 4 years, 5 years, it will make a lot of. The only thing it will take businessmen is just maybe a period of 6 months, 8 months. They will come up with that level of stability. Business will start to move on again. But the problem is that when you want to stabilize it, maybe at the rate of 1,000, maybe you do some business before the business return, the rate has jumped to 1,100. It's a very big problem to business people. Do you understand, one man? So that stability is a very big issue. If they're able to stabilize it at least 1,900, 800, let's say yes, this is where we want the dollar to be at least for the next 5 years. It will not have any issue to the business people. It will only take us at least 6 months, 8 months to come up to that level again. So we have a lot of issue in Nigeria. So when they're able to put it in that position, not all this jumping up and down economy that we are practicing in our country, then at least, because the inflation is still there. Price of this thing you are talking, it does not change the price of anything in the market. The price of the bread, everything, it has not changed it. In fact, things are still going up, because 1,000 naira a dollar to naira is very high. If you calculate it to our local currency and the things we export and the things we even produce in terms of production, you still need to export some materials to produce some things. So that 1,000 naira is still very high. So it has not affected the price of anything in the market. So that is it, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you, Ekene. So thank you. Let's go on from Ekene to Prince Daddy, who's also with us. Prince Daddy, hopefully you've been following the conversation. So come at it from whichever entry point interests you the most. Prince.
Yeah, hello, woman. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Do you want me to line it up or do you want to free flow?
If you don't mind, just line up a little bit. That would help.
All right. Let me take you to this space. He narrowed gap Buhari created. This is the Northern Forum speaking on Tinubu's appointment. So they don't really have the room or the scope to be critical, and in all fairness to them, they are not being critical. So what they are saying is that Tinubu, that Buhari was so biased in his appointments that Tinubu necessarily had to counterbalance with his appointment. So they somewhat endorse the Yorubanization that people are saying Tinubu is doing because they actually gave percentages to it. What they were saying was that Buhari's appointments were 80 to 20 biased in favor of his people. So they are arguing that Tinubu necessarily had to counterweight this. So are you surprised by this narrative coming out of the North?
Not surprised. I mean, so are you saying they are in support of what Tinubu is doing?
Yes, yes, they said they had no choice. Not so much the urbanization, but that at least the southernization more to it. Yes.
Well, if that is true, I mean, that's a fair analysis. The fact that they show numbers to back it up, not just talking, just to pacify certain people or region. That's good. Yeah, it's fine. I thought more so. My sense has been like I think that the Northerners, especially the Fulanis, are kind of a little bit apprehensive right now, thinking that Tinubu's maybe trying to displace them in the power struggle in Nigeria. But the fact that they mentioned that is fair analysis, because they tend to. That's why if you ask me to categorize or put in an order of hierarchy in Nigeria, the Northerners, they occupy the top spot when it comes to leadership or how to play the game of politics. They understand that politics more so than the rest of us, especially in the South. The Yorubas, they do too, but there's always those people they call their funjas or whatever in there that always trying to think they're liberal or trying to balance things. In so doing, they make it hard for the Southwest. But the Northerners, they understand power, and they know how to get it, and that's why they remain in there for such a long time. Yeah, of course, they don't do everything right. They are equally as selfish and greedy as the other parts of the country, but they understand how to get power and maintain power. So therefore, I do respect them for that a lot.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the space, Prince. So Dele Alake, he wants to set up a mining police force to combat illegal mining in Nigeria. But you would think that on its own, that space needs to be tackled. So there is no question about that. But the way he wants to structure it is what has somewhat got people somewhat confused. So what he's proposing is to set up a specialist police unit within his own ministry that accounts and takes direction from him. So essentially, he wants to set up some sort of mining militia service. As much as we want that mining space sanitized, is this the direction of travel, do you think?
If you ask me, that the fact that it's thinking out of the box is brilliant. If you ask me, and I think him suggesting that it's a good thing. I think I heard earlier somebody said we don't need a special police or policing for mining. Well, they could be right also, But we know when it comes to policing or securing our borders, even protecting the citizens, is not, we, overall as a nation, I don't think we've performed that greatly. So him suggesting this special police force or policing force, I think it's a good thing. Actually, it's a good thing. And if you look around, apart from Dele Alaki, I think the people that Tinubu has around him shows that he is employed people that he wants them to think outside of the box, to do something more creative. And a good example is Dele Alaki. So yes, I do agree with him. See, we don't. One thing about us that we don't tend to explore a lot. Not only that we don't do it as a people naturally, but when it comes to leadership, also we don't tend to do that. What is suggested may not work, but nonetheless, the fact that it's suggesting I think it's a good thing. I don't think it's going to be, and it's going to cost a whole lot of money. I could be wrong. To provide that security he's talking about, because I can't give the exact number, the ratio of policemen to the number of citizens in Nigeria, but I think it's abysmal, if you ask me, from what I've heard before in the past. So there's no doubt that what is suggesting right now would not be something that we should applaud, at least for right now. Again, so I'm totally down for that. I think sometimes what we need is leadership. Dele Alaki, I think his background is what in journalism or the media, right? But we need
Yes,
thinking
a lot
people.
of people were quite against him when he was appointed, just because he doesn't have a background in that field.
I wasn't. We need thinking people. We need thinking people and people that have the ability to organize. I would say that on the show, and that's why a good way of organizing is that police force is talking about, to organize what it's trying to do. So to me, it's shown leadership so far, and it's thinking out of the box, and which is good. Um, you look for leaders, people that have those qualities you're looking for, leadership qualities that can help you execute things that you want. Yeah, it may not be the expert in this field because of his background, but he can absolutely provide leadership in this regard. And I think so far he's doing great.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space, Prince. This is somewhat of a good news story. And it does say good news. Good news for passengers as Nigerian airline Air Peace secures permits to fly directly to London. So that's almost a license to print money for Godfrey Oyema.
Yeah, I think the owner Oyema, right? I think is a savvy business person. I think he's a brilliant person. Um, I had an issue a few months ago, I think before the election, right, or right after the election, where um, when they were trying to revive or create this Nigerian Airways, right, and they had to go contract or do some shenanigans with people from Ethiopia to get it done. And I suggested that how come they didn't involve Oyema and Air Peace to be part of it or even take it over? Because I think the man is doing a great job. If the government can support him to, invest more money in his business or some kind of contract or whatever, to get him to infuse more capital into his business. The airline business, the margin can be really thin sometimes, or many times for that matter. And you just need that frequency to operate, to be profitable. And I think Oyema should be supported at every point. I think. So if that makes him more profitable, that is great. One thing we don't, we always think like the Wall Street people, our politicians and leaders, they short-term gains and short-term kind of a solution that they always think about. They don't think about long-term. So I would like to support him if that helps him to be profitable. That is great. In the same line or breadth with that, also be the issue the other day we're talking about, some Innocent Motors, right? Innocent Motors. They Um, the issue with innocent motors is that people were concerned about the quality, which is fine. And I think it was Colata that was saying that um, which I think Allah was pushing back that look, if you support innocent motors, they can create jobs and this other benefit that will come from doing so. And Colata was like, it's the job that's been created is minimal or a minimal job. It's not going to make any great impact on the economy. And I was actually taken aback by Colata's response. I'm like, well, what does that mean? If that was the case for many countries or many nations, like Ford Motor Company, like Hyundai, where would they be today if they hadn't gotten that support they needed from the onset? So we have this shallow way of thinking. I can totally agree that I don't own an innocent motor vehicle, but I can guarantee well, they don't make maybe the best cars right now. I think Colata uses a term called I say CKS. I'm not sure what the meaning of that is. I guess meaning that they don't really manufacture or produce all the parts themselves. Maybe source from China and all this other stuff. But we have to look beyond that. Perhaps if we invest as a nation, if the government's like sign a contract for I don't know $5-10 billion with the innocent motors for the next 5-10 years to be the number one provider of vehicles to government agencies, that would be great. That would be great for the country. That would help infuse capital into his business and improve its quality, hire more people, build more service stations across the country, and it has all this auxiliary, chain effect that will help the
Prince
country
Daddy,
as a whole.
Prince Daddy, there
Yeah.
is the way Nigeria is right now. We don't have the technology. Nobody, we're not that really high-tech, industrialized kind of country. So let me give you an example. You know John D, the tractor
No.
manufacturer here in America. They are moving into Nigeria now.
John Deere?
Yeah, John Deere. Okay, sorry, I'm talking about the dam. Yeah, John Deere. Sorry, John Deere. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Look at that. They are taking us to dangerous territory.
No,
I
no.
was wondering,
Hold
look
on,
at this guy.
hold
Okay,
on now.
carry
Hold
on,
on.
carry on.
We have a dam close to us here. It's called John Deere Dam. It's okay. John
all right.
Deere. All right. So I mean, John Deere. Yeah, they are now assembling tractors in Nigeria. When Shetima came to America, that's one of the things that brought him to America. That's even below the rank of a president to be doing that kind of thing. Just send a minister to do. So my point is this: no car manufacturing company that will move into Nigeria right now that would have the kind of technology that they have here, whereby they can produce so many things. Most of their, if not like a fraction or like 30% of what the local raw materials will be sourced locally. But we don't have that. So what I'm trying to say is that whatever the guy is doing is whatever he's able to do right now because of where we find ourselves as a country technologically. But then, no, even if you bring Toyota into Nigeria or Hyundai or whatever, they will only assemble their product there. They cannot do everything there in Nigeria. At least they cannot even do like 30% of the raw materials being sourced within Nigeria. So they always assemble. That's why I brought this issue of John Deere. They're moving into Nigeria now, but they are doing assembly plants. They are assembling tractors. So that's why I'm bringing that. So don't criticize him for not being able to meet up to the standard. I don't know if you watched this this Nord guy, his interview with China some few days ago. He also explained why they had issues with that. So we should patronize our local made.
Well, actually, I was actually in support of innocent motors in Yemen. I was at one, whatever. I was actually in support of him.
Praise Daddy, rational mind. A lot of people are peddling fake news about innocent. I thought, have anybody watched the man's interview saying that the man don't assemble motor? This thing baffles me a lot. Innocent is 60% made in Nigeria. 60%. Why do people don't want to listen to the man very well? Even his last interview, he said that on ground that he have everything, as in to produce about 500 units, that the materials are here. He have it on ground. He only produced based on.
No, it cannot. Well, let me not say. I can't speak for it, but I don't think that is actually true. You cannot say you have all the raw materials. Nigeria does not. Nigeria is not industrialized. How many plastic companies that makes all those parts?
Rational mind. Let me tell you.
Assemblage is done in Nigeria. I can understand that. But
Let me tell you. Rational mind. Let me tell you. Rational mind. Let me tell you. In terms of tire, rubber, of innocent, I know they are made in Nigeria. A lot of even all his shoe brakes are made in Nigeria. The last time I spoke here about some factory in Nnewi that are producing shoe brake, battery terminals, all that and all that. These are just local factories that are producing that shoe brake. Even some boat parts, all these flying boats, they are producing some parts in Nnewi there. These are local factories that when you see those products, you think it's Chinese made. Then you are not talking of innocent. Those things, most of those things are locally made.
Yeah, I've seen some of the manufacturing.
So why are people saying that? I'm telling you that innocent is 60% made in Nigeria. Those shoe brakes, those tires, a lot of products, those iron, everything are Nigerians. The only thing you will tell me that maybe is important is because he said that he have some specific company that gives him the engine of the vehicles, and he gave them his request. So those things are the ones you said that he sourced abroad that is important to use to fix his vehicles.
Okay, Innocent Motor is not unique in that sense because even these big manufacturers, these large manufacturers, they do import even small parts as wipers from other countries.
No, it's not that it's not important. Prince Daddy, don't get me wrong. It's not that it doesn't import some materials. I said it's 60% locally made.
I'm on the same side with you. I'm saying that it doesn't matter if he imports because even the big automakers also they import parts from across the world. So it's not a problem. It's not a big deal. And in regards to like if he doesn't have maybe rubber or this and that, if he has enough capital, right? He can always engage in vertical integration. He can do that himself. The reason why maybe there's not plenty of rubber for him is because we don't have that large manufacturing base when it comes to automobile parts in Nigeria. So if he has that capital again, he can begin from somewhere, start gradually, and eventually other manufacturers of vehicles or other kind of vehicular products can begin to source from him or buy from him, just like Amazon did. Amazon AWS came about because Amazon found a need to solve a problem in its company. And in so doing, AWS became a separate entity in Amazon that's bringing in billions of dollars. I'm not even sure what percentage. It probably constitutes about, I don't know, 20-30% of Amazon revenue. Huge, huge. So Innocent can start the same way also. All it needs, I believe, is support. I think the man has the leadership. It needs the support. It needs, people to patronize his product. And we can't continue to use this lazy excuse that his products are not they're not quality. Quality can be achieved. In fact, in automobile, to achieve quality is perhaps the easiest thing to do when it comes to manufacturing because manufacturing vehicles or automobile, that the technology and the know-how is so uh, um, prevalent out there in the marketplace, in the business space, because the technology is not that unique unless you're manufacturing maybe electric vehicles. But if you're doing your traditional manufacturing of vehicles, that technology is out there. For him to achieve that critical mass of quality, you'll be surprised in the next 5 years or so, people will be talking about innocent cars as comparable to Toyota vehicles. It's not rocket science anymore. Manufacturing vehicles is not rocket science at all. If you have the money, a facility, you can begin to manufacture vehicles. The technology is out there. Uh, Non-proprietary technology out there to help you do that. So I think we went from Oyema to Innocent Motors. So him too, the airpiece guy can also in his support. If whatever policy the government puts in place is going to help him, I'm all for that. I think they provide a great service. I've used their service. I think they're great. And just like most of our businesses, they need support. They need support from the government and the consumers. But we, the consumers in Nigeria, we're so abused. It's amazing. We're so abused. We will prefer anything foreign than anything local. That's just the way we've been programmed. And at the end of the day, we like to point fingers at the other people, the white men or the Europeans, and it's our problem. Most of the things that happen to us is our problem, but we refuse to solve our problems, and we like to blame other people. We can do it. We can absolutely do it. Not just someone like Dangote. By the way, I know I'm not sure there's a topic on Dangote, but what Dangote is doing right now. I'm not against Dangote, quite frankly. Is not doing anything unique. What it's doing is what most industrialists would do. Most people, they like to monopolize whatever industry or economy that they operate in. Is nothing new. Cannibalization, businesses do it. Build a small, branches around. It's an attempt to monopolize the market. So Dangote can only do what he has power to do, right? He has connections. He's providing service to the Nigerian economy. If you ask me, it's net positive what it's doing in the Nigerian economy. Nobody wants to go out of business. It's just territorial. Everybody wants to control whatever they can control. So Dangote is not unique in that regard. I know people are looking down on him. Now, when it comes to him being favored, if we want to call it corruption, just like the woman was saying earlier about borrowing money from 3.5 was 2.5 billion from Nigerian central bank and returning 1 billion in naira notes. It got so much largesse, like free deal, pretty much, because that $1 billion dollars in return in naira, I can guarantee is no more than $500 million dollars at the end of the day. So it's getting favorable situations or conditions in the marketplace. Therefore, it's not unique to him. Anyone that has that opportunity will take advantage of it. So it's not even strange that someone like Rational Man also would attack Tinubu for trying to monopolize Lagos. It's a human thing. So let's look at the positive also that Dangote brings to the table, not just the negatives.
All right, brilliant. I'm not sure if you want to comment on the absence of Peter Obi's voice, because I think you are somewhat getting irritated by that space, Prince. It's just it leaves a sense of unfinished business, doesn't it? For as long as it doesn't actually come out to give closure to his space and really to round off that 2023 elections. Do you think it is necessary for the elections to be officially over for Peter Obi to make a public pronouncement?
Wow, one man. I was gonna say, actually, I already forgot about Peter Obi. Actually, I already forgot about him.
Yes, he's still hanging around like a bad smell,
Well, at the end of the day, yes, the obedience or his pace, his followers, they made the most noise, the loudest noise, but the man came third. I'm not sure ever in politics that people spend so much time on somebody that came third. It's amazing. It's really amazing. They're selling all this fake, I don't know what they're even selling, but it's just not real. The man came third. Yeah, sure. Chimamanda Adichie introduced him as the president of Nigeria or of her village, I think. It doesn't matter. People are free to express themselves. Okay, but it was a shame that she did so on an international venue. But that's a prerogative. That's okay. But Peter Obi came third. Of course, I don't expect. I've never really expected much from Peter Obi, quite frankly. And I think if his boss Atiku tells him to go out there and give a speech, even then he would do that. But Peter Obi is not, to me, is not a person that has that initiative. Is not that if you're consummate leader. Yeah, I don't think he is. So if he comes out, if he doesn't come out, I've moved on a long time ago. right after the election. So even I was surprised that people thought that there was going to be a different outcome in the court.
And we're pushing through now, so let's
Yeah, I'm surprised that there'll be any people are thinking there'll be a different outcome in the court when they went to the Supreme Court and appellate court. We all serious people knew the answer to the whole thing right after the election, that Tinubu would never be removed. I mean, and they came up with frivolous reasons why it should be challenged, but never on the counting of the votes. So yeah. So if Peter B comes out, it doesn't come out, I've moved on, and I think Nigeria should also move on. And if you want to be a patriot, it can come out. And I don't know if he supports or if he says something good about Tinubu, Chief Tinubu would help. But if he pacifies his base,
they've not degraded him from chief to Mister. They are now calling him Mister Tinubu. I mean, anyway, I don't know. It's just like you said, we really shouldn't be. I think it's just a comfortable go-to. At least you are guaranteed a conversation when you say Peter Obi. But really, nobody. What can he say that will affect anything? He can't say anything. The only people I feel sorry for are his space. It's left them in animated suspension, and they're hanging in the air somewhere. They don't know where they're landing or they're flying up. They're just suspended in animation, and the guy just and the guy just. And the guy just walks away and is in those state chasing an error and whatever, chasing babes.
People are just looking for somebody that you use as scapegoat so that they can start to sending DSS after him. And you see, just let this guy rest. You people have gotten the validation you wanted. Let this guy rest. I don't know why you people are just always talking about let him go, let him be. I mean,
so long as if it doesn't surface now, if it never surfaces again, then but it cannot now anyway. Prince Daddy, that guy is a character.
He is a character. Is a fodder for the political space. That's why people talk about it. And I'm serious. I forget about Peter B. I didn't even know he existed. Really, quite frankly, we're done a long time ago. We're truly done a long time ago. The whole core thing was just a drama to entertain certain people. Though the judges, the Supreme Court judges, they did excellently in that appellate court or whatever tribunal. They did very well.
It's funny. Rudolph came here just the other day and he was saying, "I'm surprised that I was expecting you guys to be celebrating." Firstly, we're not to know where, but the elections actually finished on the 25th, and that was when victory was taken. So all of these things are just fodder for social media to talk about. So there was nothing to celebrate now. The elections ended in February,
No, you're absolutely right. There's nothing to celebrate. And also, I'm not going to say if I'm disappointed or not, but when Tinubu was in India, the G20, I think it was G20 summit, right? When the tribunal gave the verdict, I think should have used that opportunity to address Nigeria in 5-10 minutes or so, and not jumping around. People, his minions around him, prostrating and singing our mandate. To me, that was just trashy. Come on. And in the final Supreme Court decision also, he should have said 2-3 minutes of a speech and move on. But I'm always careful about people around me, and these people are always bowing down and kowtowing to Tinubu. The man already won. He has a job to do. Jumping around him and celebrating our mandate, just to me, it's not like what obedience would do. I was quite disappointed in that.
All right, brilliant. Brief commentary on this, and then we go on to rational mind. Asaribro Dokubo angling for a payout. Do you think this guy, speaking the language of lopsided appointments and really trying to amplify that space, which a lot of people really are understand to mean that he's actually angling for a payout. So do you think they should just pay this guy off and just keep him quiet so that we can, another one that needs to be settled?
Yeah, in less than a minute. I'm not sure. Yeah, listen to people saying that he wants to be paid or settled. I haven't paid too much attention to this guy. I think this guy vacillated a lot. I think it's unstable in a lot of ways, quite frankly, if you ask me. Nonetheless, it's a good tool. It's a good person to use. A good leader knows how to use people and things around him. So it's a very useful tool. But to me, Atari Dukumbo is quite unstable. It vacillated a lot again. And if you want something, I think it is good. It can offer a lot to Tinubu when it comes to politics. And if that's what he's looking for, I'm assuming he doesn't want a ministerial position. But if that's what he's looking for, I guess Tinubu knows better. He has a relationship with him, so they can do whatever they want to do and settle the guy. But yeah, that's all I have to say about it. Thanks, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the excellent Prince Daddy. So thank you, Prince Daddy. Let's go from Prince Daddy to a man of equal excellence. He should really have an IR before his name, but he insists on being Rational Mind. Rational Mind, you are up next.
One man.
So I should be rational, right?
Oh, you got that. Yes, what's up?
One man, before you go to Rational Mind, I want you to post a topic to Rational Mind about Oseni Rufai, the library he built for his community and about 20 teachers.
Which
So I want you to refer that to Rational Mind. I want Rational Mind to address that.
I saw the so-called library. Yeah. It looks like
anyhow it looks like
it looks like a book. Like
I just want you to refer that.
Trust the Agbado people never recognize this guy.
I know they will not appreciate it. That's why I want you to speak about the Rational Mind.
So is it even in his place to even be building a library when you have
training teachers? So he trained about 20 teachers. So
you have five states in the southwest that are governed by okay, let me not say maybe 5, maybe 4 for now. We used to have 5 that were governed by APC. But what did they do? What have they ever done? Did they know that social contract, when we talk about social
Rational Mind,
did you know that the whole essence of social contract between when we the people give the sovereignty to these idiots in the place of the president and all these people that support him and all these people in his cabinet and the ministers and the governors, that they are to in turn make our life easy. Give us what we want, those things that will make our life easy, like water, education, and good roads, and libraries for our kids. But these idiots, when they get there, it's all about how to make money for themselves and to make money for their cronies. Look at Tinubu, the Lagos that is saying, you people are saying he built. What did he? Tell me one thing that the common man is benefiting. BRT you're talking about, the road. It's not for it's not for just for the running of the business enterprise that he has set Lagos State to be. You're telling me that somebody just decided to go and a common person in the street, just a person like you and I, built a library, and then people were all making issues out of it. For me, I don't know what with this Agbado people, what will really satisfy these Agbado people. They will always look for one thing, just because he doesn't buy into your politics, and then you must criticize him. Well,
and he's just a journalist, too. How much is he earning?
How much is he earning? I mean, it's not even in his
Rational Man, you are a biased person.
And you people cannot afford it.
You won't let me interject. You let the Kenya interject, but you won't interject. You won't let me interject. And all these, what do you call it, obedient people? See, what is the essence of a library that's not even half completed, but it's already been put on the social media for propaganda? Yeah, it's not even yet equipped. It's not even started training. The whole place look like I don't know who donated cement and block to him. We want to find out. You need to account. And already,
you know why he did that? People like you, Ledoche. People like you, Ledoche, come on national platform to begin.
I beg you, Gary, it's all about propaganda.
The one that has not even done anything in his own community. he didn't do anything. So he need to put it out there to know that he's better than the people that are criticizing him.
Leave that kind of thing. That propaganda.
You know what that guy did is one of my pet peeves. I cannot abide that sort of behavior. When somebody does something nice or does somebody a favor, and then they go around trying to amplifying it, you know, that takes the goodness. You know, it's not actually it's not a selfless act. When you act to either in charity or generosity, and then you go and amplify and broadcast it all over the place.
It is yet to be completed.
Look at me, pat me on the back. Am I not so great? So there's no
the project has not even completed.
There is no public good in that. That's just self-interest, self-aggrandizement.
It is self-glorification. What did they say? But the likes of Rational Man and Ekene will buy it. Who can sing? Oh, he has built
it. My man, I don't want to forget that one.
Adewale, you tell me which one has Abiodun or the one in Ekiti or the one in Ondo? Tell me which one have they built? Tell me.
Let me tell you one. Let me see. People don't build hut. Hold on now. People don't build hut and call it a library just for a self-serving purpose. No. What that guy is doing silently in Ekiti, people appreciate what he's doing. Not something that somebody will build a hut in the middle of nowhere and say, "Oh, see what I'm doing for my community."
But there are books there, right?
Which book? Does that look like a completed building? Does that look like something project has been already completed and already been plastered on the social media? Oh, see what Rufai is doing. If I were him, I would not even let it.
I agree with you. Adewale is that you see
he leaked it to the media. He wants the self glorification. He wants to take credit.
Adewale, do you know what it takes to build a system in Nigeria today?
People. See, it's not a matter of what it takes. It is the motive behind it. I detest people like that. You don't know how many people that gives arms and they don't post it on the social media or make themselves look like they are the second born of Jesus Christ. Fine, he's a journalist, right? Like you guys claim, and he's trying to give back to the community. Complete it, and let this already, let the center achieve something.
You know what it's about?
What is that about?
Hold on. You call this thing a hot. Just look at what this guy just showed us now. I mean, dude. Hold on.
One man.
Yeah.
I know the obedient people will say, "Oh, this is the best thing that could ever happen." If a governor built this kind of a thing, we will say, "What does he use all the money for?" You see, let me tell you something.
You know how much this is going to cost?
It shouldn't be more than 5 million.
Who donated cement and gravel to him? Somebody must have donated some of these things to him. Let me tell you something. A common photographer, Buhari's official photographer, is from my home state. That young boy, in fact, barely 30, built a complete classrooms for students. He didn't even go to school in Ekiti State. It was his father that was born in my hometown. But guess what? He built classrooms with his own hard-earned money, not government money. You see, he was already completed when he invited the governor to come and commission it. So tell me, this place that look like a well destitute, destitute cannot even sleep here. I beg you. All this.
I don't want to be sounding like this is about you and I.
Rufai is a propagandist. It's not different from Moreno or Mokri.
Adewale, I want to say. Let me tell you something.
As a matter of fact, we need to investigate. It looked like Obi might have given him money to build this thing. We need to investigate.
Almost certainly, Obi paid for it.
Possible now. Yes, Daddy. Yes, that is possible. We need to investigate.
All right, make that point, Ekene, and then let Rational Mind take the floor.
I purposely bring this topic up to stir up some Abadorians here, and Adewale has just wired up. The anger in him is showing now that somebody like Oseni Lufai can really give her something to the society. For me, it's a big deal for me. This is not a small, so even if you say it's 5 million naira, how many people can afford 5 million naira in Nigeria today? And the journalist just gave out this.
Yeah, but that's chicken. That's chicken change from all of the money that Obi is pumping into his pocket.
You know one thing,
What I say chicken change. But
You
I've
know
never
what, the
seen.
woman.
I've never seen.
You know that Obi paid for his mother's funeral or something.
No, father.
His father's funeral.
Whatever Obi did for him, at
That
least
is
I know
not
that.
even.
People
There's nothing
will not
wrong
say
in
that.
that anyway.
I think this Ogun State, Abi, Ogun State, one of the community in Ogun State that Oseni Rufai came from, that he did this, and the community are very happy. I saw the chief and the purpose in this room when they were jubilating, thanking him for what he just gave to them. So if you people are not happy, I think the community is happy with him, and he is just a journalist. Being able to give back to the society is one of the things we must recommend, and we must commend anybody that does that, because we are quick to. Why I said this, and why I want Rational Mind to talk about this, that we are quick to attack this guy whenever he wants to speak truth to the power. You people are very quick to attack him.
Hold on. Do you think it was right for him to put it out in public that he did it?
Yes, it's very right for him to do that, because
it's
a public thing, and you people has been attacking him publicly. So he needs to do it so that you know that at least if you don't recognize him, he's valuable to his community. The most important thing is, see, Adewale, let me say.
All right, Kenneth, land it quickly so that Rational Mind can take the floor.
You must be able to give something to your society, even if your family, your community, to be called a man, not just to come on social media, marrying two wives, coming out to criticize somebody that already done something for his community. As from today, I respect Oseni Rufai so much. He's a hero, whether you like him or not.
All right, brother.
Hey, woman, before you go to Rational Mind, real quick, the house he's living in Nagaleki, is this his own house or is renting it? Want to find out. Two, wait.
Does he have a home?
You know what I detest most in life, woman. What I detest most in life.
Me.
Ooh, you know, on this show, I won't mention names. A lot of times I will keep quiet and I will be listening and watching, right? And some people fall in love with their own voice. They just want to hear themselves talk. There's nothing wrong in that, but sometimes it's not necessary, because too much of not saying much is emptiness. You know, when people are trying to more of showboating, you know, you've done what you need to do. Stay too long make you a nuisance. You see what I'm talking about? What Rufai is doing is to use his platform to make himself look as if it's much more important. When somebody is trying to make himself like all-knowing, my view is the best, my view is right. How many times have you watched him engaging his own co-worker, own colleague, argue blindly, as if his way is the right way, no other ways? People that does that, they lack confidence, but they want to project themselves as if they know it. They have the confidence. And at the end of it all, you realize that they are nobody. They are empty. And that is the kind of way I see Rufai. Yes, it's being glorified today. He's been, being a champion of some people, the obedient. But I tell you what, behind those gra and all that it does, yes, you pick one or two topics that you want to challenge the people and all that, and making them feel jittery and all that. But beyond that, it's nothing, zero. If the topic go into something more deeper, he will have nothing to contribute. I'm not saying that what he's doing is not okay, but you don't come out and start projecting. There's no reason putting this on the social media enforcement. Complete it. Let it achieve its aims, helping the community, training the teachers, equip it with books. If I thought you needed more books, people would donate books. I would donate books if I have to. But halfway done, and you are now saying plastering on the social media, give me a freaking break. It's not different from Reno Mockery. Next, Rational Mind.
Yeah, you see, it's very
one man. Because I came purposely. Let me just allow me to speak about. I'm busy.
You have to be very brief, because we're now.
Yes, I'll be very brief.
All right.
I know what they do. Oh, the rational time. That's what they start making. They know.
Let me say something. Let me say
National man, they
something.
want to kill your morale
No,
before
no,
you
no.
start.
Ekene, please. Yes, I think, yeah. Let it
Okay.
up.
Yeah.
Zita is still there.
Good morning, Rational. Good morning, Rational. Good morning, everybody on the platform. I just want to say this. You know, Ekene, the way people portray you on the platform, they see you as somebody who actually very that say the truth, that come with facts. But the way me, I don't have that mind with you. I'm very sorry to say this. It took one man some time today to draw your attention to the falling, the appreciation in naira against dollar. You at the end of the day, you waved it away as nothing. To me, if we are patriotic to our country, whenever we see bad thing, we can bring it up, and when we see good thing, we're supposed to also praise it. You don't do that. Then this one of this Bufa saying that you are bringing up, do you know how many people are doing more than that in their community that people never hear about it? And you just bring something that doesn't worth 10 million naira, and then you are saying that it should be prison and be jubilating about it. Come on, you have to be above all this kind of thing. So that's what I just want to say. There is nothing that so many people, even we cannot be blowing up. There are some people on this platform that have done more than that for their community. So what are you talking about? Then if you look strictly, how did he get money to do all those things? I'm very sure it's one politician or the other that donated those things for him.
It's Peter Obi now. It's Peter Obi. It's Peter Obi now.
Obi gave him money. It's the leftover from his father's burial. I use it to build out.
It's okay. It's okay. I don't expect any of you to speak.
Simba.
Let me say
okay, I just wanted to respond to him on what he just said.
Don't respond. Let Rational Mind speak a little bit. Let him speak a little bit.
You see, I most appreciate you for bringing up this. You see,
this Potaka bin.
No. It's. I mean, look at it now. Look at the structure. It's the structure by the Nigerian standard. What you just need to do is just that grading.
It's not a Potaka bin.
Hold on. No. This is. I mean,
it looks like Ileosha.
Yeah. Well, it's up to you. I mean, if okay, give me an example of one of your library within Nigeria that looks like this. That has this kind of
there's one old library in Bariga, Shomolu Bariga. I used it even before I came to America.
What was that?
That library is still in Shomolu Bariga. It's there.
That library you're talking about, go and see the library today. Go and see what
come on, man. It's still serving the community.
Rational Mind, speak to a couple of topics that interest you. And gentlemen, let him have their free flow to.
See, for me, we just need to appreciate people. Well, if he says he's carrying me, he's doing feferity, he's doing calling me or whatever you call it. Everybody notice me. Well, you can say that. But one thing I know about NGOs or people who have, what's it called? They call them their own organization they run like that. Usually they advertise it so that they could get donors to come and support them. Maybe that's another thing he's trying to do. Have you also looked at it from that angle? Maybe what he's trying to do is, okay, look at it, or look at what I've done so far. But people could see that the grading around it, the ground around it needs some kind of grading, like it needs some, how do I call it? When I get to this hour like this, I start losing my
German floor.
No. Well, maybe like put some tiles on it and make it look grading. I mean, grade the area. I mean, they don't really grade that area, those ground around it. I mean, it needs money. So if it shows to people now, say, okay, this is what I've done. No, this is what I've done so far, and people look at it. Oh, okay, I can see this guy has done this thing. Okay, why can I support him? I think that's those ground around there need some grading. We could bring in landscape architectures there to come and do a survey there and see how they can plant good trees around it. And because anyway you call it a library, you need a cool, quiet environment. So you need some kind of like trees around it whereby people will feel, when you read under a tree, it's different. The ambience is different from when you are elsewhere that is noisy and that is hot and all of that. So you need some kind of, so I could say, okay, I call Rufai tomorrow. So Rufai, I saw something you posted online. How far with do you have any people helping you with the grading and the landscaping and everything? I'll support you with that. I'll bring in my boys, or I will give some money out. That is it. Maybe that's what the guy is trying to realize here. But because every time the Agbado people go on his network, he will challenge them to their views. Don't get me wrong. I would say Rufai sometimes appears to be combative whenever he's in front of his guests. That's why I've said many times on this platform. I said he needs to tone it down. He needs to avoid being seen as being confrontational with some of his guests. Even though that's what sometimes I see that they try to instigate him. They start to, I'm looking for that word now. They try to like, sometimes even when it's not combative, they will try to like, because already some people have some biased mind. Like the last one, I think one of the last one he did with that guy that was just saying Tinubu did not remove subsidy. I mean, what has look at the way he was gaslighting him. Even though I know maybe the way he approached him, but he has not gone too far. But you were saying this small boy, this is small. I mean, like, what kind of crap is that? You see, this is what the Agbado people do when you don't have any idea. You always look for one thing you go personal on the people. I don't get it. All because of this guy that is sitting there in Aso Rock. I don't even know where his origin is. I'm from Iragbiji or whatever they call himself Tinubu. And all of you will come here and you just, the other guy that was saying that the other time we talk about the what's it called, the bullion van that went to his house when he was lying on a rice. that very day, do you know what they did to him? They sanctioned him. They said they punished. I mean, what was they said they disciplined? That was what I think. That was what they said they used. They disciplined him. So have you ever seen the guy that was the former Amuwa Dolphin chairman of local government during the Tinubu era? So that guy was disciplined because he was just spewing crap that they never told him to speak, and he was just lying for. He was caught red-handed. Look at how the guy disgraced himself. He has never been seen again on any platform because they knew him as a liar, saying that Tinubu was there. He was there that very day.
He was appointed for this signing Lagos State.
Appointed, I'm a full appointment, but
no, he already got that appointment before he appeared.
Did you hear what they said? They disciplined him.
Yeah, but they are already taking a new appointment, so there's no point,
whatever. That's my point is this: when people lie, they come kuro and lie to the world, and they want to defend the indefensible. That's when they look stupid, and that's what people do. Everybody that does that for Tinubu. But I know this guy, maybe because of his leaning or where he leans or whatever he supports. You people come to his TV network, all you have is preconceived idea that this guy, I know he's not a Tinubu person. He wants to fire me. He wants to talk about Tinubu failing. I mean, you come with that biased mind, and then any little thing just triggers you, and you just want to say things that will even trigger him more too. That's why I would, if I see him one-on-one, I would tell him that, please, all right, tone this thing down. Just don't look combative. Be sincere. All this your kind of. It's good to see you. Those kind of. It doesn't look sincere to me sometimes, even the way he said it sometimes. But what I'm just trying to say is that what he has just done for me is a good thing. If you call it feferity, if you call it carry me, notice me, or whatever you call it, it's up to you. But I feel that what he's showing here, he's saying anybody that runs an NGO or that runs an organization sometimes wants to advertise. If they don't have the money to complete whatever they are doing, they want to tell the other people that look at what I'm doing. Can you help me? Can you assist me? Okay, I can see now that that place needs some grading, some landscaping. Can I put some trees there for him? That's it. That is what I think the guy is trying to. But now everybody will have to say, it's because of this. He's doing the. Come on, guys. It is not even in his place to even build a library, to train teachers. That is the work of the government. Because invariably these kids are going. These teachers will be going to teach in government schools and other schools. So it's the work of the government. Why should he be doing that?
It's just a deliberate use of language saying he trains teachers. What essentially he has done is he provided scholarships to some people, which is laudable, but is not out of the ordinary. If he's in a position to do that, a lot of people in positions to do that have done that, private citizens. So if he's provided scholarships to a few people, then well done. That nothing detracts from that, but it's certainly not taking on government work.
Yeah, well, I don't know. If not, like you just explained to me that if maybe he sponsored people. You see, when people have NGOs, I've seen people who come online, they advertise their NGOs. I mean, here in America, we see people that will have some kind of things they get going in maybe in Africa, in maybe in Uganda or in Kenya. They will come here and start asking for donation from people. Like, okay, we have some kids that are starving. I don't know those guys. I know some of us here we have issues with that. To come and show us pictures of kids that are starving in Africa. I don't know where they got those pictures, or maybe you're just some artists trying to fake up and then come and sell it to us, and then we will give them money. Even I've seen some Islamic Muslim people too. They come, they advertise, talking about people what they are going through in Yemen. So all of these things, it's part of the thing they do. They advertise to tell people that we need donors, we need people to support us, our cause or whatever we're doing in social country. We're helping kids build classroom for them. That's what they do. So if that's what he's doing, I don't want to question his motive here. It might look like he's doing noticing me or he's doing whatever. So, but the point is this: even in his place, it's not even in his place to be building library for kids or for people. But if he does that, there's no problem with that. And if he's asking for people to help him by showing it here, there's no problem. Let us not see things from every angle of okay. Well, I don't know. Everybody has their opinion. Let me just leave it at that one, man. Any other topic?
Yes. What about the mining police? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah. You see, I've listened to everybody here, and I think everybody have a point on that. Do we need a mining police? That's a very good question. You see, I would say I want to go this way, and I'm not saying I'm right, but just because the question just came to me right now, although I've been thinking about it, brainstorming it, everything we've been talking about it here. But for me, I will look at it from this point of view that going by the kind of system we are practicing in Nigeria, which is the U.S. system of federalism, which we're not really practicing it in the way they practice it here. That's why we're not getting that result that we should get to springboard us to that prosperity, to affluency, that maybe not at the level of America, but at least to some level. That's why we're not getting it, because we do our own kind of federalism or the kind of system that they operate here, which is different from what they are. So what is that system? Is that one of those things that we're not doing right in Nigeria is the state police. Yeah, they have forest guards here, they have coast guards here, we have all the kind of police here, even some schools. My school, when my kid was still going to high school, their school have police. So they have, colleges have police. Even we have transport police here, like the port police, we have them here, seaport here, they have police. So, and you see, they have all kinds of police. So the point is, if we are following this kind of, and it's not centralized, besides the FBI that is under the FBI, the DEA, and maybe the CIA that is under the federal, they are all fed workers. But other agencies like the police is under even to the county, even to the city, even smaller town that is not even up to like the whole of maybe the whole of how do I say, the whole of maybe some part of maybe should I say Coca in towards Coca there for there when you're going towards my 2 or my 2. Was it my 12 or my 2? So it's not even up to that side of that Coca, the whole of Coca, or maybe Orile Gomo, those kind of areas. But then you see them, they have their own police with their own police chief who does not take order from the governor, who is independent on his own. Even the mayor does not even control him. Depending on the kind of system they run in that locality, it could be that even the mayor is the sheriff himself. Who knows? But I think mostly is the sheriff is different from the mayor. So he acts alone. Even some locality they even elect this police sheriff to head the police department. He's being elected. His name is on the ballot to elect him as to be the chief head of the police. So you see, when we not practice this kind of system, that's why we get the kind of result we're getting. It's until we say, okay, we don't want the US system, we want to design our own system that really work for us. Let us now sit down and map out that system. But when we're copying something, we're not copying it right, then there's no point we're going to. So for me, just answer that question you're asking, I wouldn't mind if they have some kind of police that would monitor what they are doing. But as somebody said here, I think maybe technology would be the best route to go. If you were sitting on $1 trillion kind of natural resources.
I say that.
Okay, so yeah. So if we're sitting on $1 trillion worth of resources like that, why can't we invest, even though it's $1 billion, into technology for it? JB said when during his what's it called election, employ 50 million youths into the army and recruit us. He said that he did not say that.
And feed them agbado.
So go and bring
cassava.
And cassava and gare and wheat and the you feed them, Abi. And that's consumption. And that's demand as consumption or whatever to do with all this crap. Yeah. So the point I'm trying to make is that, yeah, I mean, but recently I heard that they were employing, they've been doing some kind of employment into the, I don't know, maybe into this police force and the army recently. They've been doing employment. So where's that money coming from? So if it would help that they can bring in people. Another thing I want to say is, you see, we need to start this background checking that we need to do and drug tests. So, we need to start putting in place some kind of things that would start deterring criminals from joining the force. I mean, if you work, let me give you an example. If you work for the Fed here, when you are applying, they will do a real stringent background check on you. In fact, every level of clearance you're having, they'll be doing background check on you. Even though you've had previous clearance for some kind of clearance, if you want to move to the next one, they will do another clearance on you. So, if we have all these kind of things, it will.
I should not mind every 6 months.
Yeah. So it will deter you from abusing the system. You will know that you are being watched. So you see, we need to put in place. If it's $1 billion, let us take that. Let's borrow that $1 billion and invest it properly, because we know that we are sitting on $1 trillion resources. Why not? Because we want to make sure that people do not steal it. Like Obi was saying, the problem with Nigeria is allowing people to steal it from the government. That is why we're not reaping the dividend of that democracy in that country. That's why we are not getting the masses should be getting.
So Obi is an anti-corruption crusader now.
Hold on, one man. He said.
Do you want us to open that Pandora box again?
He said he's not a criminal. He's not knowingly done anything bad. But that is he a saint? That is not a saint. But that is not a criminal. Yeah, he said it. So, and I want to take him by his word. And he has shown to me to some extent that.
But if Tinubu says it's not a. Anyway, let's leave that. All right. Okay.
That is campaigning after election. So, election is done. So, but I'm just trying to refer to what he said. So, the problem with Nigeria is the criminality. People who steal from the government. Those money they are stealing is enough to bring about our health sector, at least to put into every local government at least one health center. But then these people are stealing this money and they will use Dangote and siphon it, come to America, go to other countries to go and invest. Look at Dubai there. You know how many Nigerians have properties in Dubai? Those properties, those money, they bring into Nigerian economy. You know what that could create? In fact, the question we should be asking is, how did that money even move through the central bank into these countries in the first place? Just to tell you that these people are not there for the masses. They are there for their own pockets. So for me, one man, I would say, if necessary, that we have to invest, because like he said, 50 million youth, right? Employ them into the army, and so if that's where it was, put them into that area and monitor them so that they don't start becoming corrupt and collecting money from all these Chinese all these fake companies that are coming and mining our gold and our lithium and our whatever, and they go through the backyard and take it out, so that these people, they can be monitored. I mean, whatever it takes for us to invest into this thing, because we know we're going to get the money tenfold, even not 1,000-fold. So let us do that. So one man, for me, anything that will help at this point, that's what I'm for. Either we employ more guys, either we call them forest guard, or we call them mining guards, or whatever we call them, or police. Fine, because the system here, they have virtually every police for everything. That's what I'm trying to. That's why I began with this the US system here. All their system here is that they virtually have police for everything here. The schools, they have police. Their transporting system, they have police. I mean, they have police. Even this road, they call them USDOT, US Department of Transportation. Even if you are going through the airport, they have what they call TSA. So they are kind of police on their own in the airport.
Sorry, rational mind, but this police that you're talking about, they cost a lot of money. It costs a lot of money.
Good. But how did US? You see, this is what I was saying. I was saying this on one platform. You see, we need to start that's what I'm saying. We don't even know the kind of legislators we have in that country, both in the national and in the state level. Let me tell you how the system works here that I've discovered. They enact laws to create jobs. They will enact some kind of laws or some kind of how do I call it? And I'm looking for that word now. Like laws or like some kind of things, institutions. They will create some kind of institution that will bring some kind of that will create an economy of its own. Like say, for example, they can say, okay, in the health sector, we want to create this kind of law whereby, okay, like the Obama or the Obamacare now, the Obama something, we have caregivers who, do you know how much, do you know billions of dollars that even Nigerians are making from this caregiving here in America here. Some Nigerians, they have caregiving homes where they collect contract from states.
Also, majority of them are in jail too.
Well, you see, this is what we're talking about. We know people. We know. Hold on, I understand that
people exploited that system.
I understand. But it's creating job. It is creating job for people because they created that Obamacare, that health system that whereby trickles down, whereby people can be employed. Can we also replicate the same thing in the construction industry in Nigeria? You can create certifications for people. Like somebody was saying here, why don't we kind of the people that are mining, before you can mine, you must get mining you must be trained as a miner to go into mining. But any Tom, Dick, and Harry just go there. That is money for the government if they kind of create a school for that, and you go and get license from them. Even not even the mining company, even the individuals mining, they can put a tag on them so that they can know who is mining, where are you mining, where are you working the next place. They can put a tag on you. So you see, it's not rocket science to govern a state. We can just take a leap, take a cue from other states, other countries that have been doing it. But when we do this is our half-baked kind of federal system that we create in Nigeria.
Rashomai, another quick question. What is the number one source of revenue for these states and counties you're talking about?
What state and county what are you talking about? I don't get
Generally, what is the number one source of revenue?
I give you an example. Mississippi, Tennessee, and the other states, they're very poor. They don't have anything like some other states, say like California or say like Alaska, that is even maybe by some standard is not even as, but the cost of living there is just insane. Even like Hawaii too. That is.
It's a self-inflicted wound. To show you know, rational mind.
You say what?
Those states that you mentioned, what they are going through is a self-inflicted wound.
Well, I don't want to go into all of that, but what I'm just trying to say is this:
because it's a conservative state. So, for example,
let's not go into that point.
No. Hold on 1 second. They have a dry county where you can't even buy alcohol. You can't even sell alcohol, and in other counties they are selling and they are raking in taxes, right? And their kids are going to the best school. That is why I said it's a self-inflicted wound in those states that you just mentioned.
Okay, fine. Well, my point is this. Let me give you an example of Tennessee that he was asking me about.
Right, but use that to start to bring it home. Yeah, Zita has been waiting for a very long time, and I'm surprised that she's still with us.
That some states like California and the rest of them have. But look at it. If you talk about the world capital of country music, you talk about Nashville, Tennessee. Do you know the billion-dollar industry? It's just like that's another Hollywood of Tennessee, because people goes there. I mean, I have people who come from Italy, from all of that. They come there for this annual whatever they do, a country music festival. They do. It's huge. Some people even go to school there just to learn country music.
Grand Opry.
So the point I'm trying to make here is this: think out of the box. What can you create within your space? So don't tell me because of say what do they have no. You can. Even my own little small county here. What do we have?
Quickly, it's called taxes. Taxes. You didn't answer the question. Do we collect enough taxes? Do we collect enough taxes to pay all this projects you're talking about?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But how can you tax when you don't have people working in the first place? So you create that law that will make people to be able to work. Make the law. Get certification. If you don't get certification as a bricklayer, you need to get this certification. And you have to be regularized. If you're not, how can you put a tab on them that, okay, this guy is working now, he's been working, so we have to tax it. How do you do that? You cannot tax people that are not working. So that's the point. So you need to put what you need to put in place first before you can start taxing. That is what our lawmakers are not getting right in that country. And by extension, the one that is there that is calling himself the strategist of Nigeria. We don't even see what he's doing. Even the one he did in Lagos, was it not because he wants to build the Admiralty so that he can be collecting money there? He can be making BRT lane so that they can be making money for the. I mean, what has he done for the people? Common water that we used to have way back during the Marua time when I was in Lagos. pipe-borne water was running to our homes. But where are the pipe-borne water today? Everybody's drilling borehole. You have to drink pure water. It keeps dishing out millions of naira to these water works in the Jora Causeway there. What have they done? If not just just party government that is running in Lagos State, and you're telling me that he's fit to be a government. See, well, I don't want to debate that anymore. He's now the president. But my point is this one man that let them have police if they want to have police. Yeah, and if it's technology they will use, let them use technology. That's how I put it, one man. Are you there, one man?
All right. Excellent. Great. Thank you, Rational Mind. Hold steady. Let's hear from Zita, who has been with us for quite a good while. We've not heard her voice yet, so hopefully she's still there. Zita, are you with us? The Iyaloja of Oslo, or is it Zita? Zita? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
All right. I think Zita may be taking a moment. So let's use that moment then to hear from Enigmatic Hondi. Enigmatic, latecomer. Enigmatic. Alpha.
I'm okay. How's the weekend?
Yeah, it's going good. It's over now.
Yeah, I mean, thank God. It's been a very, very busy week, and then quite cool weekend for me. So yeah, thank God, and I appreciate the opportunity. I would probably change the course of the conversation a little bit because we've been focusing on good governance and then how to do more for the people. There are a couple of people on this platform who are probably opposed to of that, good governance, doing stuff for people, cost of governance, bureaucracy, and stuff like that. And that would take a lot of people. We'll be talking about the federal government. I think we should be looking at the state government, the subnationals now. And I think you should try to do that on the platform so we can speak more on the state governors, what they are doing with the funds and what they're actually doing in their various states. We've had new governors now who have been there for 5-6 months. We need to start beaming the searchlight on them. We already know what the federal government is doing. Of course, a lot of people, especially the opposition, the most loquacious ones among them, the obedience, there's nothing that will actually make any sense to them from the federal government, even when the Naira is coming down. When the Naira was up, it was almost on a daily basis of a conversation. Now, I'll go to Abia State now. We have a governor in Abia State. It's been a while that I reported about Abia State. And in the course of the week, maybe 2-3 weeks ago, budgeted and the status sense, they started releasing some few data from each of the states back to almost 15 years ago, bringing it forward to 2023. And then if we still have a couple of obedience on this platform, I believe if they are very conversant, they should go and check what each of the states were able to do between 2003 to maybe 2014 or 2015. And they will see the capacity of each of the governors, those who were lying and those who were pretending. I don't know if we have anybody on this platform who said Anambra was left with no debt. That was a lie. It was very clear and became a topical conversation on several platforms over the week. It was actually very clear that it will be left almost $45 million in debt. That's in dollar amount, and in Naira amount maybe some billions. So a couple of stuff. And when it comes to education, Anambra was ranking 13th, the highest for the whole period. Rivers State did exceptionally well. It was usually Lagos usually taking first in almost all the categories and all the metrics of evaluation. And Lagos, surprisingly, Rivers State. So seems that Rivers State during Amechi did some exceptional job. And then Enugu State was the flagship state in the whole of the Southeast for the period. So this is why I say, what did actually Nnamani, what did he do? Or Sullivan Shimon, what did those guys, what did they do for them to receive so much backlash and hatred, while their states were actually topping the whole of Southeast for almost 10 years, back to back, and then Rivers State topping this whole of South for almost 10 years. So the numbers were there because I was checking all over, I was looking at the data, and it was very clear to a lot of people that, when we say this guy is a graduate, he was just a reformed graduate that was brought to the political space by influencers. So the numbers cannot lie. Now the same thing is being repeated in Abia State. As we speak now, Abia State seems to be the most, the state that is run at the highest level of, at the highest cost now of governance. By the numbers we have, they've been compared to Ebonyi State, to Abia, to Ebonyi State, Enugu State, and then Benue State. So I will check that of Benue State. So far, and I think there was a man who was speaking yesterday, maybe on a rise, one man from Anambra, from Abia State. He said he's been sending petition. How is the government spending the money? So Alex Oti seems to be the most profligate governor so far among the new governors. The IGR of Abia State is 3.3 billion, as against 8.2 billion of Benue State, right? The revenue, excluding the borrowing now in Abia State, is 25.2 billion. It's 49.7 billion in Benue State. The cost of running the governor's office, I want you to listen to this. Cost of running the governor's office for 5 months, that's Oti has been there in Abia State, 5.32 billion, 5.3 billion approximately. In Benue State, 584 million. So 584 million, right? 5.3 billion. That's in. So that's the cost of running the governor's office alone. And I need people to start understanding this, because tomorrow when they want to start lying about what
Sorry, which two states are you drawing parallels in between?
Benue State and Abia State.
Yeah, Benue State is a dusty backwater something now. Abia State is a busy, vibrant state, so it needs more.
Are you serious?
They are educated people in Abia State who needs to be paid educated wages. The people in Benue State, they're just a bunch of downladdies, I mean, what do they need?
Okay, look at the revenue excluding the borrowing. In Abia State is 25.2 billion, right? Revenue excluding borrowing in Abia State 25.2. Benue State 49.7. And then when you come to the governor's office, the running cost for the governor's office in Abia State is over 5 billion, and it's less than 600 million in Benue State. The security votes, how are the governors spending their security votes? In Abia State, the guy has spent 2.8 billion on the security votes, as against 703 million in Benue State. So, and then even when you look at the running costs of the governor, the deputy governors, those are the things that actually became a topical conversation through the week. I'm kind of surprised why you didn't catch it. So then, by the time when you flip it to, okay, let's say, like you said, Benue State is a backwater state or whatever you say. But when we go to Southeast itself to compare that state with some other Southeast states, for instance, like Ebonyi State, and even maybe Imo State that they usually want to escalate being a profligate governor. When you look at the states, right, in Abia State, you will see the numbers. We have a new governor in Ebonyi State, in Wifuru, right? We have a new governor in Enugu State, Mba, and then we have a new governor in Abia State, Oti. The three of them, Q3 so far. Revenue, excluding borrowing for those three states. In Abia State is 25.2. In Ebonyi State is 23.3. In Enugu State is 32.5. Then I want you to look at their IGRs now in those three states. For Abia State is 3.3. In Ebonyi State, 3.2. And in Enugu State is 9.4. Then look at the cost of running the governor's offices. In Abia State, over 5 billion. In Ebonyi State, 85 million. Can you see that, one man? Over 5 billion in Abia State as against 85 in Ebonyi. In Abia State, in Enugu State is 3.3. Okay, let's assume even Enugu State being a more cosmopolitan city, right? And the governor too, one of the most flashy in the Southeast, and probably a young guy. So how come we are having most of the funds, because I'm saying this because some people have been coming to the platform every day talking about cost of governance, but we have a governor who should be the flagship, right, for the apostles of those people coming over here to say this, but they won't reel out all these figures. So what is the point of having to look towards the federal government every time, not holding the governors? And this is the same governor that actually commissioned maybe 6 kilometers of road for over 30 billion, almost 25 billion the other day, when they called him out eventually. So people are not beaming their searchlight on Abia State, and I wish people would start doing that now. It's the only Labour Party governor we have, and Labour Party, they promised us, and they're obedient. They said they're going to do something different. But
that wasn't even a mistake, or you said it deliberately, and then try to
So I mean, we have, and then we have the Labour Party House of Rep members, Labour Party senators, right? As we speak, none of them we've not heard. Maybe we'll hear tomorrow, Monday, that some of them they've gone to return their vehicles, they've gone to block their accounts, their emails, the financial emails are not going to their emails again and stuff like that.
You mean those prayers that Akpabio has been sending to their accounts?
Those prayers. So when we say they want to badge, these guys they don't badge all of them. They don't do badge for them. They should just find a way to easily crawl back to their PDP and just continue to do their PDAPC and share the money. Because as we speak now, from all indication, I don't see anything that is special in Abia State. Abia State cannot say they are staying on the same level with Enugu State or even Ebonyi State. And these are 4 different states that I've been able to make a few comparisons now, and you can see the cost of the cost of running the governance in there. Even when you look at what he budgeted for certain ministries, for instance, look at the education. Let me use this for an instance. He has budgeted 737 million, right, for education in Abia State. 737 million for education. In Ebonyi State, 1.5 billion. In Enugu State, 5.9 billion. And this is the same governor that has spent over 5 billion to run his office, while 737 million is being budgeted for education. For health, 1.1. So almost every agency and department under his government receives less allocation and budgeting, one man, than what he spends to run his governor's office, his own office, right? So when you look at even the total recurrent expenditure for him is over 10 billion already. Over 10 billion. And then this is the person that they want to say he's doing something great. How do you want to rationalize that? So this is what I'm saying. We should start looking at the governors. They've been receiving funds for the past 5 months. They've not shortchanged them. They've not had any issues. In fact, they've been receiving beyond, right? As against what happened in the last 8 years, the past 5 months have been Christmas holidays for these new governors because they've been having excesses and they've been having surpluses so far. So you need to look at the number of aides, SSAs that he has hired. Maybe I'll come to that when I have time next time. So like I said, I'll be beaming he's the only Labour Party governor that we have until maybe he moves to PDP or APC, which I know at a certain time.
What's the situation with him? It was in court, but I thought he got a minor victory like a week or so ago. Is he out of the woods or is he still under the cosh?
The Labour Party lost a senator today, Senator Nwokosha, Darlington Nwokosha. They lost him to a PDP guy. And then
Rufai will be so happy, enigmatic.
That guy, man. Yeah, that Nwokosha, yeah, he's
with
gone.
fisherman hat that is always down. He will be so happy wherever he is.
Yeah, Rufai and father now. So that one is gone for good. But unfortunately, Labour Party, Abia Labour Party, in their typical and characteristic manner, they came out to say they are proceeding to Supreme Court, and they reminded that, are you guys actually under the woods, or are you coming from some crazy place? Everything that has to do with legislative, tribunals terminates at the appellate session. What are you guys saying? That they would not take it? It's of course, whenever they lose cases, Nigeria judiciary has done them wrong. But last week, when they reversed Oga, there's a guy who, the current Minister of Employment, Minister of State for Employment, the minister that came from Nyeji Osha, right? That lady from Abia State. She won a tribunal case, right? She won a tribunal case at the trial level, but when they got to the appeal level, she lost to that guy, that Oga guy, that guy that was praising Tinubu that time. That obedience went hard on him, so he won at the appeal court. So when they win their case,
did he bribe the judiciary? Enigmatic. Did he bribe the judiciary?
Yeah, when that guy won last week, the judiciary did not end Nigeria. But when they lost this weekend, judiciary ended. Those people. So their hypocrisy is top notch, and that's why I'm trying to beam searchlight on this guy in Abia State. The guy is fleecing them seriously. He's stealing them blind in Abia State. But they will not speak about that. When you bring it out to them, they will say, they always find an excuse, right? But the governors that did not do anything to them, like in Wifuru now, look at the way he's judiciously, and other governors. When you see a governor within 5 months that has expended almost 6 billion naira to run the governor's office, and these are the same people that will cry to the highest heaven, right? When they say they are budgeting some certain fund for the State House in Nassau Rock, as if the president and his wife is the only one that will spend the whole amount. They are not talking about the legislative visitors. They are not talking about the foreign visitors. They are not talking about every other thing that needs to go into it. And of course, I'm not saying I'm not trying to say that, but we should start focusing on the governors and what they are doing with the funds now. So you should check more on what is. They are releasing a lot of stuff now about the ex-governors from 2023 to 2015. You will see the rot. You will see the governor that actually, when you look at Zamfara,
is this part of that Jim Obaze portfolio? Is this where all of this data is coming out of? All this unraveling of
the budgeted and the static sense, right? I think there is a shift that is going on now. I think they are trying to look at some things that happened in the past. Like in Zamfara State now, they found out that the ex-governor Yari spent 7 billion in 7 days for Quranic recitation program. It means on a daily basis you were spending $1 billion naira for just Quranic recitation. Even in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, I saw that in the news cycle today. Was it 7 billion thereabout?
Yeah, 7 billion
for a 2-day event. Was it not? Yeah.
For just even if it's is it possible that Saudi Arabia will spend equivalent of 7 billion for Quranic recitation? Just like Bible recitation, you are spending that amount in a state that is probably one of the poorest in Nigeria. So a lot of things when I even look at some state, I was so shocked that, for instance, Ekiti State was doing way better than some state that I was shocked when I look at Ondo State. When Mimiko was there almost 4 years in a row, it did better than Kano State. It did better than Kano State in almost all the metrics, in the IGR, in the education funding, health, and everything. So maybe when I see this thing, of course, we don't want to go back there because of people already know that they already have in their mind that, and this is why I always ask them, when they talk about this guy, my first question is, have you actually been to that state before? The state you are talking about being the best. So that thing actually opened a lot of things, and it brought out a lot of conversation. Like I said, it was a topical conversation through the week. People that did not actually see a lot of them were actually saying, okay, why is it that the influencers, the influencers were doing their job, they were paid, right, to rebrand somebody who was basically a mediocre, to be a national prominence. Everything was out, one man. Everything was out. There was no hiding place for all the governors, all the state governors. Then I saw Amechi, River State. Man, River State, River State, what other state? Like I said, Enugu State was the flagship state in Southeast for almost 10 years during that time. And that was the time that Nnamani was there and Sullivan Shime. And these guys, they never mentioned them as achievers. They never even mentioned them as achievers. So when you look at the statistics and the data, you understand that the worst governed state, right, in the whole of the Southeast is actually Anambra State. So in all spheres of the metric, and I will leave it at that. Now they are starting with Alex Otina. That's why I'm bringing these figures to you. Alex Otina, by virtue of all the governors in Southeast State now, is the worst performing governor. By virtue of almost 7 states put together, new governors now, is the worst performing governor, and is the one that is actually spending more than every other governor so far. So as I just highlighted to you, and that's my report from Abia State. So do not let nobody, let me use obedience English now. Do not let them gaslight you, and don't let them, trying to lie about this, because we will not take the branding of this when the time comes. They say we should cut costs, but this guy has spent almost over 5 billion already in 5 months to run his governor's office alone, excluding the deputy governor's office. He ran his deputy governor's office with 252 million. When Ebonyi State is running his deputy governor's office with 47 million naira, and in Enugu State, he's running his deputy governor's office with 7 million naira. Can you imagine that? So even the previous governor of Abia State, the one that they really hate a lot, though we know that one too is an if we didn't do anything. Ipiazu ran his government, right? Ran the highest that he ran his governor's office was 2 billion for his 8 years. 2 billion, the highest. Now this guy is there for 5 months, right? He has already spent 5 billion. 5 billion. So,
but then hold on.
We can put the figures together.
Enigmatic, hold on.
So
this figure you are just dishing out and whatever. Have you find out what is this all money was for? Because
I just told you what I just told you now.
Hold on. Because this guy, Ikpeazu that left there, he left a rot.
Oh.
So if this guy comes in, if he came in and he saw a lot of this rot, mind you, I know I don't subscribe to those camera kind of thing that he was doing, going everywhere, showing that he's walking and all of that. But now you're talking about, he running the deputy governor's office with that amount of money. So have you seen a breakdown of what he did with that money?
Okay, let me answer that quickly. If you are laying the claim on the ex-governor, running an abysmal government before he left, of course, I would like, of course, I know it's not a popular thing to you, but I would like to take the words of Tinubu. He has taken the liability and the assets, right, of his predecessor. Yes. So let me use that thing again now. Don't let me go to Ebonyi State, because Ebonyi State is is APC to APC. We can say that. In Enugu State, it's PDP to PDP. But let's go to the same state that was badly run by Otom. Nobody knows. Everybody knows Otom is one of the. Is on the class of Yaya Bello, Ipazu, and all of them. But let's go to Benue State real quick, and that will simply answer the question that you just asked. Let me go straight to Benue real quick.
No. What you're doing is you can't do the comparison. All I'm asking you is that, have you seen the breakdown?
No, if you are talking about breakdown, what breakdown would you spend 5 billion for in 5 months?
You don't know. That's the question.
Hold on now. Okay.
Spend 5 billion.
Let's go to the breakdown.
What he has spent 5 billion on.
No, I'm not.
What he has spent 5 billion on.
What you are doing.
We're not doing comparison here, because each state
we are not doing comparison, but we are trying to create excuse that is excuse.
No, it's not excuse. You are the one trying to make things look differently from what it is. I thought
probably you are the one listening like that. I'm not trying to.
I'm not reasoning like that, because I'm going by what you said. Everybody
I'm reading for you.
He came here. He said this number, this number, this number. I was expecting to hear this is the breakdown of what I saw.
Okay, let's go by this. You want to hear about the breakdown of what he has done with 5 billion, right? Is it fair to say we should go by the breakdown of what Tinubu will be going to spend in Aso Rock, because that will become a topical conversation? That, okay, let's see what you want to do with this amount to run Aso Rock.
Of course.
Okay, let's see what you want to do with your vice president. But in the same state that a governor ran for 8 years, right, to the highest tune of over 2 billion, and you've been there for 5 months, and you've already spent over 5 billion. And in another state that is, I can bet, right, poorly, that's probably one of the worst.
Are you factoring inflation into all of this thing you're talking about?
Those are all these things you are just.
No, you see, we should be objective when we want to criticize.
But you are not being objective now. I've given you 4 states. I've given you 4 states.
Because 5 billion, when this guy was there, these people we're talking about, you were there, 8 years of repairs or whatever, the rate of dollar to naira.
Oh, now you know that.
5 billion now would be like a billion or 2 billion naira by then.
Okay, now you know
that.
But
you need to factor in all those things.
That was the reason I used new governors like him. In Wifuru is a new governor.
That's another thing you're doing. You cannot compare. You can make that comparison. We're talking about the same state.
Okay, what do you want to spend the governor's office alone in your own office?
That's what I'm saying.
Let me tell you the composition.
Clarify that matter.
Let me tell you the composition of governor's office.
All right, go on.
You have the governor's office. You have the chief protocol officer, right? I mean, what are you spending 5 billion for? And then look at what he has spent on his security budget alone. Is Abia one of those insecure? It's not a state in the north that is badly or probably having Boko Haram issues. And people I've told you that folks from Abia State already, right? They've been writing petition that how is this man spending almost 11% of the budget on his governor's office alone? That he had almost the highest number of SSAs so far in the whole of Southeast. There's a guy that he hired. There's a guy that was in Lagos State. He used to be this Omojua, JG Omojua's friend. That guy is his assistant chief of staff, right? The guy was almost on Twitter every time talking about why talking about all these things. People are not doing politicians are not doing stuff for people. Guess what, one man? When the guy got into office, the 2 vehicles that they bought for him cost almost 80 million, both of them. And people were telling him, don't you have the morality to return these vehicles? because you are the apostle of people saying politicians are, swindling money, they are spending too much, they should consider the people. But now you have 2 exotic vehicles at that rate, and look at your office and stuff like that. So what we are saying is, I know he's a governor, right? He needs to run his governor's office. But when you are running your governor's office, but you are probably amassing the most cost so far. How do you want to define that? I mean, I've just given a breakdown of like 4 different states, and all you want to do is why
No,
do I have the breakdown?
You did not give any breakdown. You only said
I don't. All I've given you so far.
You're not doing what you're not doing it. You're not doing
okay,
it.
you can go do it yourself if you are not fair.
No,
if
you're the one who
that is
brought
not
it
good
up.
for you.
No, listen. I'm not being confrontational.
Like I said, I'm not trying to be confrontational. Okay, look at Benue State. One man, look at Benue State, right? The governor's office so far for the same period, 584 million, 1.2%, right? In Abia State, 5.3%. I mean, 5.3 billion, 21% of the total revenue. You spend 21% of your total revenue in the governor's office. While in Benue State, the governor has spent 1.2% of the total revenue in his office, 584 million. So how do you want to break that down? You can go and break it down. I'm not going to do that kind of nonsense to start breaking stuff down. And then I gave you again the state that are even closer to Abia State, like Ebonyi State, like Enugu State, right? And I just gave you what they've spent so far within the same period. So in Enugu State, again, I'll go back to it. To run the governor's office in Ebonyi State for the same period of time is 85 million naira. In Enugu State, 3.23 billion. That's on the high price too, but still quite lesser and lower than 5.3 billion. So now you said Ipeazu, who was his predecessor, 2 billion. I don't know how you explained it, that 2 billion by dollar rate or whatever. But do not forget, a governor left office too 5 months ago in Abia State. I mean, in Ebonyi State, Umai, right? And the governor and the incumbent governor now has just spent 85 million. And the incumbent governor was the speaker for 8 years. So you cannot say it does not have taste, or it's not stylish, or you cannot say Umba in Enugu State is not stylish or does not have taste. I want to believe Umba was a billionaire before he became governor, because I know he runs an oil company in Lagos. So these are the things we are saying. As you are hearing me now, I'm just reading out. I'm reading, and then when you look at the budgetary allocations to each of the departments of the states of the ministries, the lowest so far in education, he has allocated 737 million in Q3 for education. In Ebonyi State, 1.5. In Enugu State, 5.9. In health, in Enugu State, 2.3. In Abia State, 1.1. In Ebonyi State, 387. Now, environmental sanitation, 393 million. In Abia State, 20 billion. 20 million in Enugu State. Right? When you talk of personnel costs, listen to this again. Personnel costs in Enugu State, in Ebonyi State, 5.1. In Abia State, 4.3. Right? It means even the personnel costs to take care of the welfare of an agrarian, maybe civil servants, is even lower than the budget, than what he has budgeted to run the cost of his governor of his office. And then in Ebonyi State, where the governor has spent 85 million for his office.
The problem is a lot of these governors, they want to live like emperors.
God bless. That's what I want to listen. Look at Ebonyi State. The guy has spent 85 million, right, for his office, but the personnel cost amount allocated to civil servants or the welfare, 5.1. Then the same thing in Enugu State. The governor has spent 3.2 in his office so far, but he has expended over 12 billion for the welfare of Enugu people at least the civil servant, let's just leave it like that. But look at the state again, in Abia State. It means everything is about you, but not Abia people. Because the numbers I'm calling now, they are not manufactured by me. These are the numbers that just got released last week. So when you say I should break it down, what more do you need from all this breakdown? So let me go back to and do not forget these states, right? They had governors before these governors came in, before they came in. So it means the office was quite functional. It wasn't that they are building a new office. The only thing they probably change is maybe you want your own aesthetics, your own style, and stuff like that. Maybe your official vehicles in a certain way, your convoy in a certain way. So what is the breakdown that we need? That your expenditure on yourself is higher than what you even expended on Abia people. So I will leave it at that, and people can make the judgment. So we should understand this.
Prince is asking you, it says, enigmatic, please, what of Dancing Senator State, also the Akeredolu State? Please update us. So it is essentially accusing you of pointing too directly in one direction.
But I've said it. I'm focusing on we already know what.
And to be fair, to respond a little bit to your Prince, Enigmatic is a designated Abia State correspondent. So, and that has been the case for months.
Yes, thank you, one man. I want to answer the question for that. I have one man, Oshun, Oyo, and Ondo. Those are my places, family and everything. No reasonable person should be expecting anything from Ade Dancer. Ade Dancer will dance like that for the next 3 years. I think it's already 1 year now, almost a year. I don't think Ade Dancer has constructed not toilet now. At least toilet is a fancy name, right? Restroom is a fancy name. I don't think he has constructed a latrine, a public latrine so far. Ade Dancer is just there on the vacation, and I think I wish people well in Osun State. That guy is on a frolic of his own in Osun State, so it's it will be a nebulous conversation to be talking about expectation from Ade Dancer. I will just leave it at that, So if you are trying to know what Ade Dancer will do, I'm focusing on Ebonyi State because it's the only state that we have as Labour Party, and I've designated myself to be the focus of Ebonyi State of Abia State. Alex Oti, from his background, we expect him to do better than Ade Dancer 10 times. So comparing even Alex Oti and Ade Dancer is quite an inanity of a conversation that we shouldn't even have. But from the figures I've read out now, you will see that no, it's not about persecuting Alex Oti. It's about reeling out the numbers. So the office has been functioning for years. We've had almost 4 governors in the government. It's not that they are just building the number. So that's just the numbers that are just read out. Just that people should be careful how they come over here to speak that Nigeria should cut costs, but their own Labour Party is probably running the most expensive government so far.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's enigmatic. That legal training never wasted. So that's enigmatic. Hopefully, we now have Zita. Zita, the Duchess of Oslo. Zita.
Oh, one man, how now?
Now wow, we don't call you Sote, you don't tire. We thought maybe sleep had rescued you from us, but no escape. So how are you?
I'm good.
And na long night they do today. It should be about 6 a.m. where you are now.
Yeah, I'm about to leave, sir.
Tell to head to work, Abby. Okay, so give us a few words. What are you looking at in the news? What's caught your attention, or even in the course of these conversations?
Actually, I thought you people were about to set a panel, or put a panel for Obasanjo and all he did. I didn't know he escaped it from you guys. we need to set to put a panel on Obasanjo, honestly, sincerely speaking, because
there's an inquiry going on about that Obasanjo space, and a lot of things are coming out. We've got some records, so let me show you some of the records we have.
It is the turn on the Southwest. The Southwest has never been president before.
But we've had Olusegun Obasanjo.
No, Olusegun Obasanjo is an Igbo man. Came from Anambra State. His father is an Igbo man.
Do you have evidence to this, sir?
My friend, it is he who should come out and say, no, he's not an Igbo man. Everybody knows that it's not a hidden fact. His father became the Obi of Onitsha. Thank you.
So it's slowly coming out, the unraveling of Obasanjo, who knew that he was from Onitsha. The Obi is a prince, Prince Chukwuemeka Aremu Olusegun Obasanjo.
That's not even what I'm talking about.
Okay,
he was quick to put up a panel when he took office against he called it reconciliation. Bringing out all the deeds of Abacha. And I asked, the other day you guys were discussing it. I was chatting on the private chat. When we want to condemn something, we should condemn it in totality. Whether it's A that is doing it or it's B, it's bad, it's bad. We just say it's bad. No excuses. I always ask people, do you think what Obasanjo did in Nigeria is not enough to call panel for reconciliation? You think he shouldn't reconcile with some people before he died? Or you think we should
Are you talking about the people of Bayelsa State, the OD community?
Not only people of Bayelsa State. I remember, I think somebody was saying there was a testimony in Oputa panel and confessions by eyewitnesses. Or you think if they put something like Oputa panel or Obasanjo, we won't hear confessions and testimonies about him and his deed? Or are we waiting until he dies so that we do such panel? Anyway, that's by the way. What's the topic for today, woman? Please tell me.
No, we were talking about the Minister of Mineral Resources or Mines wanting to set up his own police force. That's Dele Alake, just really to tackle that banditry narrative. We were also talking about Godfrey Onyema Airpeace being granted license to fly to London, a direct flight to London, Airpeace, local carrier. And really, that's a real boon for him because, of course, probably, I'm not sure that there are 5 more international flights that is as busy as Lagos-London. It's one of the most lucrative,
Yeah, good for him. I hope he will not mess it up. You should fly well. That's all I can tell him. Because...
and then we were also... Yeah, carry
on. I believe that... should I even say this? Let me
say it now. You can't tease it and then not say it now. You can't tease it and not say it.
You see, when people complain about disenfranchisement and displacement and not being given an opportunity, it will be very bad if those opportunities are being given to them, because those opportunities will be given to them as a trial if they don't know. When they fail, they are going to be worse down when they were not given opportunities. I want to say this because I am a black woman. I know what is going around for us in the world now, because over the years, we have cried for inclusiveness, diversity, giving us opportunity to show who we are in several ways. in opportunities that never was a woman being there, not even to talk of a woman with the color of my skin. And today, after so many years of crying, screaming, raising our hand, the world is like trying to give us that opportunity. But for somebody like me, I know that it's a trial. I'm making appropriate use of my own. And I want to tell Onyema to make appropriate use of his own. That's all I can say.
All right. Let me take you to this place, Zeta. Actually, let me take you to this place instead. I'm sure you've heard, because we've discussed this severally, the Jim Obazie special investigation into Nigeria's finances. Are you aware of that?
I am aware.
Yeah, so it's been unraveling quite a few things. He submitted an interim report, and then in that interim report, it's been alleged that Aliko Dangote has been caught up in some rather shady $3.4 billion deal. So he's collected the money under whatever arrangement that he got, they had with Emefiele, and it was meant to pay the Naira equivalent, but there's a $1.5 billion missing. So now Tinubu now looking to reflect on what actions to take, and Dangote chasing him all over Aso Rock, Tinubu giving him the cold shoulder, and Dangote now approaching emirs to go and bully Tinubu to say to forget $1.5 billion. So what are you making of this Dangote character that just keeps on fleecing the country?
He's not a character. And I wouldn't use such words for such a man. That is one. Two. One man, Dangote doesn't have the key to the vault in Central Bank. He's a businessman. And he's doing business. And he is one of the few entrepreneurs Africans can boast of. What is business? Giving goods and services to make what? Profit. What is a businessman? A businessman is someone who looks for every avenue to make profit at all costs and maximize it. He is not the CBN governor. He went into business and they did that business. And he profited from that business. And I want to beg everybody, including Tinubu, to stay away from that guy. They should leave him alone. Next time when you want to do business, do it well. But
we should forget about our $1.5 billion.
He should go. Yeah. You people might be surprised I'm saying this. But if Tinubu think what he wants to do is to chase Dangote around Africa, I wish him luck. But he should do more in looking for innovators in Nigeria and empower them. The way, according to you people, you said Obasanjo powered Denugas and the Dangotes and Bills and this and that. I think Tinubu should look for his own entrepreneurs and empower them instead of chasing Dangote. That's not right. I would never support that. He's a businessman. And when a businessman go into business, you bring him to the table, he's gonna make sure he cut it as much as he can for his profit. You fall for it, you fall for it. You shouldn't be chasing him around, embarrassing that man. Nigeria should be proud of. I don't understand why this drama all of a sudden. I don't get it. Tinubu too is a businessman. He has done businesses of those he has been accused and still being accused of. Nobody is chasing him around. And I wouldn't support any government to wake up tomorrow and say the business Tinubu entered in Lagos, he should be chased around because of it. No. A business is a business. I give you the service, I give you the goods, I make my profit. I'm going to make my profit anyhow. So what is all these stories about Dangote and Tinubu? It's ridiculous and it's irritating. I leave it at that. But if I have anything to say, I will advise Tinubu to stay away from Dangote. I rest my case. Next topic, one man.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this. Let me take you to the narrative of the Naira Zeta, which now seems to be rebounding and gaining. It seems to be bouncing back just as quickly as it fell. So, what are you then making of this yo-yo exchange rates that we have? That almost in minutes it loses and gains as much as 50 naira. What are you making of the Naira narrative now exchanging for the 900 and something to the dollar mark?
Woman, I don't know if you have heard about buying stock in WeWork. I don't know if you have heard about it.
Buying stock in what?
WeWork. Have you heard about that?
I've heard about buying stock, but you have to educate me on the in WeWork bit.
There's a famous company called WeWork.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah.
When you stock started at almost $500 per stock, it fell boom within 2 years to $1. So that's exactly what Naira is doing. You see, I want to ask you a question about what Tinubu said about the Naira. Maybe I'm not following. I want to know whether he has changed. He said he's going to float the Naira. Has he changed that?
It's still floating.
Naira is not floating.
Right.
No, it's not. You see, there are only two types of currency regime in the world. And they say float and fix. Under that fix, people, government of different countries manage that fix whichever way they want. They call it soft float, tight float, hard float, pegging, junking. They call it all manner of things, but it's still called fix. Why? Because there is an interference. The other one is just float. It just float, no interference. So when he says he's floating the Naira, when you're floating a currency, you are not supposed, no strong currency has any business beside it. So as long as you keep pegging Naira with the dollar, you are fixing the Naira. And that's exactly what Nigeria has been doing over the years. Supposed to work, but it's not working. They've turned it upside down, soft peg, fixed peg, hard peg, pegged, jumped peg, rolling pegged, and it's not working. I will advise Tinubu to stick to that floating. Otherwise, it's going to be WeWork. Floating. If you give me an opportunity, I will explain to our young Nigerians what it means to float a currency. If you give me the opportunity.
Of course, the floor is yours.
Because all of us here do go to World Economic Forum. I don't know the sessions you people go to, but the session I enjoy is the currency regime. I love going there because I love money. Always want to know the one I will keep, the one I will spend. See, float floating simply means when a government come out to tell you that they're floating a currency, they just told you three things. Number one, the financial institution where that currency is being kept, which is the CBN, will not put any policy on top of that money, underneath that money, beside that money. They will allow it to spread its wings as far as its strength can take it. Number two, the ministry that moderate the policies of that currency will not put a policy on top, beneath, or beside that currency. They will allow it to spread its wings as much as it wants. Then comes the government, the administrators. They will not put policy on top, underneath, or beside. Any way to weigh the money down or to help the money go up. Then a young Nigeria will ask Mazanzista, then what happens to the currency? Simple. The currency is in the hands of those that use it. Before a currency will get value, you should first of all get strength. When you float a currency, what you are giving the currency is the power to get its own strength. I think that's what Nigerians need now. Allow Naira to build its own strength. And he's going to get that strength from the users. And who are the users? They are Nigerians. And where is the kingdom of the Naira? Nigeria. So how will Naira get its strength? Every business transacted in Nigeria should be transacted in Naira. Nobody is going to pay anybody in Nigeria in the money, in the currency the person wants, but in the currency that Nigerians have. And that currency is the Naira. Then what happens to the Naira? The Naira will become a beautiful bride. The demand will be more than the supply. That way, it starts spreading its wings. And until the government of Nigeria is ready to do that, those payments in dollars, those payments in pounds should stop. Pounds, the kingdom of pounds is not Nigeria, it's Britain. The kingdom of the dollar is not in Nigeria, it's the US. Leave Naira to operate in its kingdom. Its kingdom is Nigeria. Everybody working in Nigeria should be paid in Naira. Let the person go and change it to the currency they want. Even if it means the currency is equal to $2,000, pay the person in Naira. Let the person go and change that $2,000 to that one of that currency he wants. But if they're not ready to do that, you see this thing he just did? It's called the we walk stock. Next topic, please. Hello? Hello?
We can hear you, Madam Sita. We can hear you.
Sorry, Zita, I was speaking, but I did not even know that I'd muted myself. Give us brief commentaries on this. This one here is Kenya actually brought this to the fore. Arise TV journalist Rufai Oseni built library and development center in his village. So now it is not some intrepid journalist that went on an investigation to discover this. It is Rufai Oseni having somewhat of a humble brag on Twitter. So today I am humbled. I started the Oseni Center, a library and development center in my village to impact the next generation. Next target is to do more. I also helped train over 20 teachers and started them on the 1 million teachers platform. So this is Rufai Oseni. Is this acceptable? So well done to him for whatever it is that he has done. But is it form? Is it form for somebody to do something and then take the megaphone and go to the public square to start to make noise about it? So what are you making of the boastful little man from Arise TV?
One man. Did you hear the story of the lizard? I'm sure nobody told you the story of the lizard growing up as a child.
Well, you're about to tell me now.
You see, lizards, sometimes, if you are somebody who likes sitting under a tree, most times in Africa, big trees, sometimes you will see a lizard, quite unnatural. It will fall from that tree. I think it hurts. And then the lizard will look like, according to people who told me the story, say, if you don't praise me, I will praise myself. Well, that is his own way. There are so many people, maybe including you, that sponsor NGOs that go overseas for people with some funny diseases in Nigeria, spending big money, when I mean money, in dollars. They don't even make noise. Maybe the NGO knows about them. But this is his own way of telling the world he's doing something good for him. I won't say somebody who spent money should not say he spent money. It's a kind of a personal thing. Some people might want not to be loud about it because they feel it's a free will. Nobody forced them to do it. And they're doing it for real help and real charity. Some people too are doing it to generate fund for themselves or to start up something and generate fund to conclude it. Whichever way, the important thing is that somebody is doing something somewhere. Condemning him to come and announce it in a public forum on a social media that he's doing something, well, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. He knows why he's doing that. He has his own clout, people who praise him. He wants to tell them he's doing something so that they will praise him. If praising him makes him happy, I will say, Usaini, well done, be happy.
Is that praise not in and of itself its own reward? And does it not negate somewhat the do-gooding that you have done? Because is it not bad karma? Does it not take the karma away from the good that you have done if you go around the market square boasting and bragging, inviting people to come and tell you that you're a good man for doing a bit of good? Is it not the form that when you do good or you do acts of charity, you do it quietly, and that's between your conscience and the reasons that you did it? Is it right to take a megaphone to the market square and start to boast and brag the way this lead?
No, woman. He said it by himself. Maybe some people will say he shouldn't have. He would have allowed somebody to say it for him. But either way, the important thing is that the mission is for people to know what he did. I wouldn't condemn that. I still insist, because the center here, if you go there in the polar, what's they call it? This is a polar aquarium here. If you go there, you will see the sponsors. Their names are engraved in the classic rock, because this place is a state of the art. And if you look at the names, you will still see a column where instead of writing somebody's name, they will write anonymous. That's somebody who doesn't want his name to be mentioned, but he's spending millions of dollars in that aquarium. But he appeared as anonymous, and some others, their names are engraved there. Till Dunkin.com, their names are there. And the names keep growing by the day because they're running it around the whole class. So some people want to announce it by themselves, as I told you the story of the lizard. When a lizard falls from the tree and you're there, you just look at him and you ignore him. Maybe because you know monkeys fly out from the tree, fly from one thing to the other. But this one could not even make it from one tree to the other. Just to get out of a tree, he landed on the wall, on the ground. But in as much as you ignore the lizard will look left, look right, beat his chest and continue his journey. So that's exactly what the guy is doing. But let me tell you something, one man. A help is a help. A kind gesture is a kind gesture. It doesn't necessarily mean whether you announce it or not. Somehow, a kind gesture get announced anyway. It doesn't matter who announces it. If you build a library, even if he didn't write his name on the library, some people will ask who built this library, and his name will be mentioned. Unless he's going to use font to build the library and remain it as anonymous. But as long as he doesn't want it as an anonymous, we know who built the library anyway. And thank you. If that's what he wants, that's okay. I wouldn't condemn anybody to trying to show that he's helping. I'm doing something. No, I wouldn't condemn that. Somebody is helping and he wants to tell the whole world, look, me too. Are they help? It's okay.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Zita. So Zita, I've been going for about 7.5 hours, so I'm going to bring the front end of the session to a close, but the conversation can still go on at the back end. But in the course of doing that, to acknowledge the super chatters. Sorry, before I go on, BQB, did you want to speak to the front end, or do you want to have conversations at the back, BQB? Because you've been in and out all day. BQB. Okay, I think he wants to be at the back.
I want to speak. Sorry, please.
All right, go for it. You have about a 3-5 minute window, because I was just about to shut it down. But let's hear from you. Yeah. And there he is. It's gone again. So that's Iko Giame, of course, who kicked off the super chatting, and of course, the official sponsor and the sugar daddy of the platform. That's Ayo right there, keeping everything righteous. So thank you, Ayo. So you know Ayo, he doesn't do it once, he does it twice. So that's Ayo. Yeah, hold on. Let me just do this. That's Ayo doing it again. So that's Ayo double dipping in there. Kulata in that space passing by from bullying the obedience wherever he was bullying them earlier on. And that is Peace asking a question in a rather lengthy super chat right there. So keep the super chats coming still. You have the window of hearing the delivery from BQB. I'm surprised to see you, BQB. You know your obedience will flog you for coming here, but let's hear from you.
Obedient have been very wonderful. They are customer dada.
Alpha, are you passing the baton? Simba was here 2 minutes, half an hour ago, and now you are here now.
Yes, I was also. I'm always on the comment section. It's just not on the background, just watching. Sometimes I join, sometimes I don't join. So especially sometimes I have some panelists made some comment that you just need to touch on. So one or two things. Then first, this my man from Alaba. About 2 weeks ago, yes, he was having some sentimental discussion about selective locking of shop that Lagos State government did, and which I just said I should mention. He mentioned that day that Alabarago was not locked. So I can tell him categorically that Alabarago too was among some of those shops that was locked. So there was no selective action at all. The market that were locked cut across ethnicity and tribe. And the major reason why those actions were taken was simple. Environmental infractions. Correct the infractions and it will be open. Don't let us always come. Any market dominated by the Southeastern, they always come as if any government decision around there is political. They hate us. They don't like us. That narrative is sickening. And it usually irritates me and strikes me, especially when it comes to Lagos. Because when you talk about cosmopolitan nature and ability to adapt and accept almost everybody, Lagos has that. So for somebody to now come and now be pushing that false narrative, it's not it. And I even posted that people, the obedient space and people that are sympathetic, Baba Jali Koko, to this Ekene's false narrative should follow the Ministry of Environment. They are on social media. They are on Facebook, Instagram. Follow the Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency. They are on those social media platforms too. They publicize what they do. They show video. The commissioner make video of the tour and the market, so you know what is going on. Even the houses that were demolished in Lekki, that they were thinking that is only Igbo houses, you can see some of the videos there. Yorubas to have houses there that were demolished. In fact, the man was sticking to the man Yoruba. So all this thing I'm just saying to balance his argument, rather than because he is in Alaba coming on the platform means that is giving true pictures of things. Most times it's sentimental and his position is usually biased. So that's just that. Then this obedient man that's always come out most times to display some high level of knowledge as if they know it all. I'm just fascinated by the depth of knowledge that the man has. But most obedient usually want to show that.
Do you mean Maurice?
No. I'm not sure it's Maurice. He spoke earlier. He's always calling Agbado. That anybody that disagrees with him is Agbado. He's always having this strong opinion that we know we love your kind of knowledge and stuff, and we need you in Nigeria. So instead of having this wealth of knowledge, maybe Asiwaju can give him something to.
Rational mind. Rational mind is a contrarian. It's people who take the opposite view of whatever the popular view is. It's a contrarian. Yeah,
he has that kind of So I just said I should put it out there that it doesn't mean people supporting Tinubu are bereft of ideas. They don't know what to do. They don't know what to say. It's just you can just follow the narrative. If things are not going well, you can push an argument that people leading don't know what to do. So it's just that popular narrative. That's why if you are in a obedient space of Dr. Damages, it's usually that same scenario that you see people on this kind of monologue. It's not doing well. He doesn't know how to do it. So it's almost the same. So coming to this Rufai Oseni space, I see it in two ways. It can be a form of creating awareness for people to support him, which I agree that one of the panelists also made mention of that this is what I've done. I need a support to finish up this project. Then the tendency for people to show off what they do, there's no, how would I put it? There's no particular standard on how to live life.
Do you not think it's lacking in grace and tact Do you not think it's not form, is it?
No, I don't want
It's
to.
not behavior. Now.
No, yes, I don't want to think in that way. Let me explain to you. I can buy a car now and post it, but you might buy the same car and not post it. So it doesn't make less of me that I decide to show off my achievements, and some people that decide to do something.
Well, it does because you are seeking. It makes you less because you are seeking validation, and it makes me higher because I'm self-assured.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
that's what I'm saying. On the platform that this guy is he wants to constantly put himself up front to seek validation, to get engagement. That's why most of the things he posts are something going to stimulate some form of conversation. Even if you see his post, you might just say 1970 or 1972 in his tweet. So you don't know that he's saying 1970 or 1972. He's saying something like maybe Bola Tinubu age, and quickly it will generate some form of reaction. So you can know that that's the kind of person he is. Having said that, everybody cannot be the same. So we still need somebody like him for us to have a form of conversation. Everybody cannot be in one same pattern or the way you appear to want to come out for people. So I still feel that I still like. I'm not his fan, no, but I just like what he's doing. That is creating some form of an alternative opinion for people to talk. That's just what I want to say about him. Then on his work as a journalist, I feel sometimes it can be too confrontational and it's direct. Based on the fact you tell your guest that it's not stating the fact that the person is obviously lying. How can you be telling somebody categorically that it's obviously lying based on the fact you have? Is your own fact? Is your own fact cast in stone? How is it that is your own fact that is the truth? But somebody says fact is not the truth. Just like when the Supreme Court gave a judgment, you said it's still an open-ended. What is open-ended about Supreme Court judgment? Until Abati now came in, that there's nothing open-ended. That Supreme Court has delivered the judgment. It has ended the case. So what is open-ended again in Supreme Court gave a judgment? So what is there to still be discussing? But his approach and form of delivery still gives the obedience some form of, how would I put it? Some form of joy in a way. They still, just like when the case was discussed on Dr. Damage's show, I think on Saturday, the obedience still like what he does. They still feel him. They still feel like
I hope you go there to promote us as much as you are promoting them here. But
no, of course they know. You don't know. I'm silently popular. If you don't know, they feel that they know that I'm more on one man show. In fact, some people say that big you on one man show.
You go there and you're quiet. You say two words and then you run away.
Yes.
You know what it is.
I know.
When you are smaller, even at your age, if you take the heart of a chicken, but you don't cook it and you swallow it raw, then you'll be brave. What can they do? You have to come, give it to them hard so that they will.
Let me tell you something. Dr. Damage's show, sorry, let me just quickly make this point before you say something. Dr. Damage's show are shown to be obediently biased. So if you canvass any opinion with the support of Dr. Damage's, they are going to shut you down. They might even resort to abuse. One of those reasons why I have to draw down was this woman. I'm surprised that she's no longer on the show. Even it's not just abuse, it's cursing. It's not. I don't find it Madam H or something. So I don't find it good for my own mental health. So I had to withdraw gradually. That I'm not in this kind of space with this kind of people. Let me watch them to this man that speaks English say to continue to monologue in. I enjoy them in their monologue pattern and I put my comments there. So by the time they see me, they're almost anticipating that what is this man on one man show going to say. So sometimes I disappoint them by just saying one or two free words and leave. So that's just the way I feel.
I think Zita wants to come in. Let Zita come in. Zita.
Woman, is it that is it not that place one woman was shouting Nigeria must fall?
Yes.
Yes.
And then she will start to talk. She will start to talk in tongues, and it's quite bizarre.
Yes, I'm not sure. He too has a obedient platform like that. Corner, something like that.
All right. Well, is there any other platform you want to promote as well? Look at this guy. I should send you an invoice to pass
I'm not promoting. See, I'm not promoting those platforms. In fact, most people of like minds will not have the mind to listen to those kind of platforms. The government gave us a bit of an opportunity to talk, so you dilute their thinking in a way. That's why some of us still watch them in the background. But other ones coming on the platform, giving her almost 10 minutes to be saying sort of nonsense. But the promoter of the show too is like the lady is coming out. She's saying what the promoter of the show too have in mind, but it's not just wanting to say to make himself to be like neutral. So that's why you can give her 10 minutes to just be ranting. So it's not for some of us. We can't be in that same space to continue to argue with them. Just like Ekene, that will say something else. That what you find out on the ground is something else. So that's just the. So if I see anytime he's coming now.
Ekene is a treasure on this platform. He gives it balance. You know, we love Ekene. We love Ekene.
And that's what I'm not disputing love. I'm not competing for love. I don't need to do that.
Everybody wants to be loved now. You don't want a hug from Babati. Babati will give you a hug.
If he came to issue of Lagos and he's spilling some form of their ethnic propaganda, that's when I will come, because this is my state. You cannot just be coming on international platform, be spilling one propaganda. Another man is in Lagos saying that people are eating Orieja. I said, what is this? I love Orieja. That will be eating Orieja since. He's trying to show that people are suffering. That's why they are eating Orieja.
You know something funny?
He's just saying nonsense. One righteous man or something.
You know something funny, BQB? People don't understand that the Orieja is the best part of the fish.
Yes, now the man was not saying Orieja.
That's my mother's favorite.
Yes, I was just laughing. I said Orieja. I eat Orieja like point and kill. That's my best Orieja. I must finish that Orieja. The man is not saying Orieja as if he's showing that people are poor. That's why they are eating Orieja. And he will come on all the time. There's no light. There's no which people are suffering on the streets.
All right.
Which street are we talking about? So,
all right, Big Ubio. I was about to leave before you came in. Let's see if BT, did you want to say a few words, or are you just waiting for me to come off and then you go to the back end?
No. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. You have a 3-minute window because I was just
it's very short. It's very short. You know, from having intellectual dialogue to now discussing the Orieja. I don't. Let me just leave that for now. Anyway,
you know, people like you now, you only eat foie gras, but people like us now, we eat Orieja. So
I have to hang out with you commoners once in a while. It's unfortunate.
You see how the other half leaves. Yeah.
But to the Oseni Rufai issue, I think I'm disappointed in the position of the platform. You know, I don't agree with his politics. But as a fellow Ogun State indigene, I am proud of this achievement. I mean, it's done well for his own people, and him putting it out there is actually a good thing. I would disagree with you, woman. It's actually a good thing because he has a fan base. So the funding the ability to do more. I'm sure he wants to do more of this kind of project in his own town. I read that he's doing it for 20. He's going to also train about 20 teachers, right? So this is something ongoing that he wants to keep doing. So by highlighting and putting it out there, he allows him to source for funding and for his fan base to fund his project. So I think it's more of a positive than negative. So let's not have our feelings, personal grudge against him, cloud our sense of judgment. I mean, clearly this is a good thing, and him putting it out there, there's nothing wrong there. But I actually came up to talk about the updates to the Dawn agenda for we in the Southwest. We just they just have the new updates. The railway project is to connect 44 cities and towns in Yoruba land, and I saw one of the roadmaps today, and I was really impressed. It's a step in the right direction. So we are, looking at transportation of goods and services in the Southwest, and we also, almost done with the plans for electricity power generation. That is also tied to manufacturing in the Southwest. So the Southwest is really progressing. I love the direction. And I think people from that region.
But a lot of these things are just in model forms. Are we seeing any?
We have gone.
Are we seeing activities on the ground too?
I'm telling you, that's what I'm. Yes, there are actual moves now. Like the real thing, you'll see signs very soon. But the focus more largely is the power generation and manufacturing. And me being from Ogun State, you know what that means to me, as somebody from a manufacturing state. So those two, and I love the steps that we are making. And now we have gone beyond, the paper and just talking. And I'm starting to see the interest in investors. You know how I was here? I've been here in your platform speaking about how you said that has been for the past year, and we're not attracted any investment. But this year, I've been pleased with the investment in that sector coming to Ogun State very soon. So, we are from Ogun State, Rufana and all the well-winning Nigerians. Ogun State is the best state in Nigeria. We are always the pace setter. And like us or hate us, we lead and other people follow. And I will leave it at that for that tonight.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent Babate, of course. I mean, you know him by voice if you don't know him. People. What do you? Let's have the final word to Dewale. And Dewale, what do you speculate that Babate looks like? I try to imagine like some rather rotund couch potato, feeding on junk food, and then and sounding highfalutin on the platform. Dewale, is Babati a secret fat boy? Is that what you suspect? All right, Dewale was in there.
Okay, so let me give you an idea. I am 6'4" to 62. That's about it.
Is that not what Pansat was saying as well? 6 foot and strapped and all that.
No. 6 foot 4 inches, 660 pounds. So that should tell you. Yeah.
All right.
But one man,
we don't know proportionality though. Maybe that good belly.
Don't worry. The ladies love it. No, don't worry about it.
That's right. No, that's the most important part.
But anyways, just to advise Nigerians. Because we've always had to set up all this investment talk on your platform, and I'm encouraging people, please join your local chamber of commerce. And all this, like 4 hours now, one man, just give me 1 second. Like I am in any EGBA membership in the United States. I'm also a member of the Abeokuta Chamber of Commerce, also Ogun State Chamber of Commerce. That way, if I want to invest, you have powerful, influential players in that area that will help you bypass those red tapes. The issue people face coming from abroad to invest in Nigeria, they help you a lot when you join those kind of groups. So it's very important when you want to invest in Nigeria, something that like we do, mining and agriculture, all those kind of things. So please look at your local chapter of your Chamber of Commerce. Don't be dismissive. They have something to offer you. Just a word of advice to everybody on the platform. Thank you.
That's excellent, actually. That's the takeaway for the day. And I will go and do that just exactly as you said as soon as I come offline. So thank you, everyone. The super chatters are your Iko Germe, Kulata, and Peace. So thank you to all those. Some people, no, there are 5 names showing. So who's the 5th one? No, that was Ayo twice. So yeah. So thank you to all those. Thank you to everyone that's joined in. We'll reconvene tomorrow to do it, of course, all over again. Different topic. The chase for Peter Obi is on. If you find Peter Obi in any of your localities, do not approach him. Just inform your friendly neighborhood obedient space that you have found their master. The poster is out, missing. If you find him, do not approach. Thank you, one and all. We'll do it again tomorrow.